Why this keeps on pop up? I think I'll disable it. I should be live. Welcome back to another stream. Um, for today we're gonna watch the PMGO in game. Mix it up something a little different. Uh, yep, we're gonna watch it in game.
Run, but Ozzy could ruin this. He has the run out here, but the blue zone is ticking pretty hard now. Is he going to be able to crawl out of it in time? There's the... Oh, he's got a broadside. Silas needs to spot this. Someone needs to spot this. Regnum Kaya up against it, and Ozzy with the full rundown, potentially. Silas out in the blue. He knows he's low. Toss pick spotted. Silas now driving away from his teammate, low in the blue zone. Ozzy with the challenge. It's over. Silas behind it, will not find it, and Ozzy ruins the day for Regnum Kaya. No smash next time.
That's forgetful. That's forgetful going through from Regnum Kaya, if anything. Nice shot from Ozzy over towards Effie's. Finds another on towards Go. But they knew roughly where Ozzy had gone. They'd taken down Zephyr earlier. Should have been a little bit aware of this position on the northwest side, or at least try to scout it. Timing was limited, you can understand it somewhat, but is this going to be Enigma Galaxy chicken dinner?
GOAT Quality have managed to get to the riverbank. They're playing as two with FPS down on the back line. They're not getting this res. The circle goes over to the west side of this compound. The center of it, crucially, is outside of the building. If Ozzy can push up to these rocks blank, he has the chance to play on the outside. But guess who's still here? And in this match, it's Nongshim Red Force with Tizzy.
Yeah, Tizzy has been grinding, let's put it that way. He's slowly working his way into these circles, dropping smokes now. Varanic gets up. Again, this has always been the difficulty of holding this compound, especially as two, is there's not enough players to buildings in terms of that ratio. So you can only hold so much of it. Enigma Galaxy knew that for a long time coming, but it was a great selection on the compound earlier on, fairly central, and a good wrap inwards. But this is definitely a game that Enigma Galaxy can win from. Tizzy finds Ozzy on that off angle, and Narvalo will finish off Tizzy now. A 1v1. Enigma Galaxy versus GOAT Quality.
I like this push out from Narvalo, but Ozzy spots it and takes it down. This should be GOAT Quality taking this one home. Blank, this is huge in terms of the pressure that they're going to put towards that break point. That smash zone is in their sights. They close it down cleanly. Enigma Galaxy have no option but to bow their heads to GOAT Quality.
A 13 elim game, 10 points on top of that. That puts them either just over or very, very close. Regnum Kaya broke under the pressure, still did fairly decently well with just the two players they are on side. But damn, Enigma Galaxy is going to be unhappy after that game.
But GOAT Quality, though, they get a massive elimination count. We've been praising them over the last few days, Blank, after seeing them the prelims, moving on into these final stages. For the quality of their gameplay, for the GOAT quality of their gameplay, they have been demonic in certain instances, it's safe to say. Not to say Ozzy wasn't demonic in this instance, but GOAT Quality, their rotations, their sweeps have been very clean. We've loved watching them, and here and now, I think they may have overtaken Regnum Kaya.
Some really clean gameplay actually coming through from Ozzy over on Black Esports, up until he goes down versus Tizzy. But again, Tizzy had been an unknown factor throughout that entire match, slowly making his way through. It was a great initial nade there over towards Varanic, and Narvalo tries to close the gap after that massive tag. But just very, very well played. Good setup from GOAT there. I genuinely thought Narvalo and Redox, that is a killer combo, but not enough to take down GOAT Quality in their duo.
I liked that hop out of the window. I thought he was going to be able to reposition on the outside. Knew the blue zone was going to close outside of the building, but it was read like a book. And GOAT Quality, the ones to write the story of victory this time around. Let's head back over to the desk.
GOAT Quality being able to just overcome their Enigma Galaxy at the end and able to clutch up that win. Everybody ended up performing, Natura.
They absolutely did. Look at that damage. Look at those elims. And it's even across the board. That's what we want to see. Each individual player doing their part, an equal share of what they need to do to get that win.
They were just a tidal wave of bullets just around the southern side looking for every single team. They see you, you're gone. You're not winning that fight pretty much. And the fact that everyone put so many numbers and they kept so many players alive until the very last minute, despite having, I think at that point, 8, 9 elimination, is truly mind-boggling for GOAT. And don't forget, they were in 3rd place before this game. Regnum Karya, that's going to be some tough competition hot on your heels.
And for Regnum Karya, I mean, this team, they were looking to see if they could possibly end up getting those 19 points, seeing if they could get the win, not just the win in Erangel that we're going to be going to, but the win for the whole tournament via the Smash rule. That's not going to be happening. I don't think they got enough points. But for Regnum Karya, they were able to at least survive a fight with Helion, and Helion is in 16th place.
Yeah, Helion actually able to get himself a little bit of a nice engage early on. I think that the idea was to kind of camp off the rotate, possibly. They were looking at that garage facility, looking, oh, that could be actually a very interesting rotation coming in from Regnum Karya, and it worked out to kind of wound them very early on in this game.
Very early on. I mean, they were down to, what, a duo for the majority of that game there, and I do like that adaptability coming in from Helion, right? Their 16th place team, they went, hey, we could do something with this. But as we look over to the top players, Silas is on point, Tizzy is on point here. He's stepping up for his team. He was a solo for the longest time, and you are seeing force from AK Cyber coming in there as well in 3rd.
You know what? I'm happy for you, Tizzy. Good stuff.
Yes.
No LGD players because they decide to fight early. What is your problem, LGD? You are doing this to yourself by now. I'm sorry. No, realistically, it scares me going into our egg wrangle now because they commit to that hot drop in Ruins versus the side of Muncham Red Force, who we know is a very, very talented fragging team. They just swept the floor with them in Ruins. Are they going to do it again in versus RA and George Paul? Because if they do, for me, they're throwing the tournament away.
I'm hoping it doesn't end up happening, by the way. Active Force, the player being able to be there in the top players, I think it was due to that amazing 1v3 that we saw against Dick Xavier.
Yeah, we certainly saw something special there. Dick Xavier trying their best and making some good plays. They didn't fumble with that. That was a nice 3-man in 1 building play. But the way that Force was just able to dodge the nades thrown his way, throw some of his own, and then get that one by one with the DBS is kind of awesome.
I allow you, Force, to rename to Force of Nature because he was absolutely just destroying the competition. Playing around with some utility, able to get himself the extra knock at the end, turning it into a 1v1. Really, really good stuff. I think they knew no way it was going to be an AK Force chicken dinner. We're never going to make the cross over the river. Let's try and get as many limbs as possible, and Force was able to do just that. Though, so many disgusting angles. Look at these replays. This angle of Ozzy.
That's insane.
The fact he was not spotted in the grass. I don't know what kind of like camo you have on your skin, but right now that guy was invisible to the entirety of Regnum Karya.
Sure was. My goodness me. I mean, the snake in the grass. Sandhawk has this reputation for a reason. It's just so easy to go undetected, especially when you're peeking out from behind a rock like that and you're super focused in on the teams in front of you. This was a really, really nice finish here from GOAT. They did a really great job. They built momentum and they're able to switch it on very, very quickly, which is what I love about this team so much.
As we're going to be going towards the match ranking, GOAT being able to get 23 points. Nonsim, I mean, you were wanting to talk about one player there that was able to survive for such a long time. 11 points, they're not going to be mad at that.
They're not. I'm not either. Tizzy was so, so good in that match. I mean, yeah, they did hot drop LGD, or did LGD hot drop them? We'll have to find out. But they did a really, really good job. That 1v3 coming through there was really nice. But the survivability coming in down into Painan behind 4MV as they finished that fight, because 4MV are like, well, we cleared a team. There's not going to be anybody else here. He was able to just sneak in behind them and continue in zone after zone until, like, what, top 3, I think it was.
Tizzy's like, I thought we were playing solos. I didn't get the memo, I'm sorry. Actually, I want to say this game was very impactful for the middle of the pack, right?
Yes.
We saw Muncham Red Force, we see Black, we see your AK Force, we see Enigma Galaxy getting also a really good finish. A lot of teams that are going to get, again, closer to that smash zone, and Regnum Karya wounded super early. I think they got to be careful because here we saw that Helion were willing to kind of negate your rotation.
Yes.
I'm sure they're not the only one ready to do that.
But will that happen in other games, right? Because I do feel like Helion were able to do that because there's no risk involved for them. They are the 16th place team. For other teams, they might actually be...
Whoa!
they might be less willing now, especially when they see this, or maybe more willing. They might be more willing now, depending on who's around them, because that is 72 points for GOAT.
GOAT overtaking first place from Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya is going to need now 13 points. GOAT needs to get 8 points to be able to get to the 80-point mark. And then on the second Erangel match, we might end up getting our champion if they do end up winning that as well. But anything that surprises you here in this first page, Max?
Ooh, surprise
really
down
close.
top of the leaderboard is quite a big surprise. But yeah, T71, I actually wanted to talk about them on the pre-show. Didn't have the time. I'm going to bring them up now. I think they're one of the teams that, from the early stages of this tournament, especially the prelims going into the main event, right? When we think about how they played before, we just fight. We just fight, and that's all we do, and that's all what we really know what to do. Now, their rotations on point. They third-party fight. Timing is perfect, in my opinion, looking at T71. They have flourished heavily in PMGO, and at the perfect time, too, where they're actually jumping up the rankings quite a bit.
Talking about 721, they were able to surprise and, in a way, catch 4MB with their pants down. As you can see, 4MB now losing some more points.
I mean, they've lost points, but they are tied at the moment, right? One behind 10th place is not the worst position to be in. I mean, we have seen worse for sure for other teams, but it is pretty bad. I still hope for a little bit. Yes, they were. You know what? Actually, I'm going to renege on that, because the reason they were able to survive so long is because no one touched them in Painan, because the circle went over there, and once they had to move out, once they got crashed, they went down to a solo pretty quickly. So actually, 4MV still not looking too good.
I feel like that crash kind of solidified what you guys have been saying, what we've been saying as well, and the casters too. This team is not playing like a team.
They're not playing like a team.
They're playing pretty much like solos. They should have been at the solo master, all four of them.
Yeah, I think they didn't get the memo. It was a squad. They thought it was duos. Disney thought it was solos. So like we got it all over the place right now. But I don't dislike the idea of them for that 2-2 split in Painan. I think it's a good idea. We saw it being really successful with R8 yesterday. But issue is, you've got that big riv in the middle. So really, if there's any compound you might not want to really do that approach, it is going to be Painan, because it really slows down the time you're going to regroup. And for about, I would say, the first 20 seconds of that fight, of that breach, T71 found themselves in a 4v2 versus 4MV, and 4MV couldn't do anything against that breach. So at least we don't have any more standoffs, but on Erangel, you definitely got to make sure those kind of mistakes and placements do not happen in compounds that don't really require that position.
Absolutely. I want to talk about another small mistake that we did see from Nigma Galaxy, actually, in the end of that game. I loved how they played that entire thing. They were very, very proactive. You saw those rotations across zone. They went for it. There was no hesitation whatsoever. However, once they found that compound, they kind of just stood in it. And we did talk about this during the game, Max, is we were like, hey, this is actually pretty good. And I was like, I want them to do nothing right now. Just stay very quiet, let these other teams fight it out. The problem with that is they went on too long. As soon as GOAT had kind of cleared everybody, except for a couple of solos, they really needed to step it up and go, okay, now we need to take control, because if we don't, GOAT is going to, and that's exactly what happened.
In those situations, we kind of tend to see teams either be passive or be aggressive. The thing for Nigma Galaxy, I feel like they just didn't have the manpower. They were down one player.
That is true.
That's true. I mean, they were down 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, actually, down to just a single duo in that compound.
At the end, I'm saying whenever they first got to that compound, they were down one player.
I kind of want to take it back almost to the game on Erangel from LGD of yesterday, where actually they only had 2 players alive, and they just start blasting all the teams around them, making sure, oh, actually this compound is taken. Is it a duo? Is it a 3-man squad? Is it a full team? You don't have that kind of information. We have full control, and we can kind of scare you off. I feel like if they maybe took shots, maybe that would have deterred GOAT from crossing the road, and maybe this would be a Nigma Galaxy win, but they played passive. It's still a good game, so I'm not going to fault them too much for it.
It is second place.
Yeah, we're talking about Regnum Karya. We're talking about GOAT quality. Let's see how this team's performing in that last match, because I feel like it's going to be a battle between these two. Obviously, GOAT quality does end up getting that win in the 13 elims. Oh my goodness. That's what ended up pushing them, I feel like. Not just the win, everything else pushed them to the top.
It really, really did. I mean, I think they got all the top, they got to the top from the top, right? Because of that high ground in the south side. They were coming off of that hill, and that just leaves that land so open, especially when you've got a lot of solos starting to come in. You're able to just pick them off very easily. There's not really that support system to those teams out in the valley, so GOAT quality played this very, very well.
I kind of want to do a direct comparison for GOAT quality, how they played this game based on an Erangel game we had early in this tournament. I think it was west of Yasnaya Lake. They had this massive 4-man split, everyone away from each other, and only Effie's, if I'm not mistaken, was performing, was doing the damage, was getting knocks and eliminations, while the rest of the players just kind of crumbled apart, and he was down to a solo, couldn't do much. Here, everyone was doing so much heavy lifting, like me in the gym every single day. Not every day, I take like days off.
Yeah,
But
he does.
regardless, they were able to actually play that rotation so well because everyone was actually so impactful, not just one or two players, and that is how you pull off the perfect full-man split on the South.
As we're getting ready to go into our first Erangel, I will like eliminations as well, because it could be a bit tight. And the one I'm thinking of right away, we kind of saw it earlier, we're seeing it again, is Goat and Regnum. They're with those 29 points. But I want you guys to notice the big gap in regards to placement points between those first two and everybody else.
Wow. I mean, Ake is the only one who comes close to that, right, with 21 points. Nigma Galaxy, I will say 23 points, right? That is looking pretty good, but everybody else, yeah, quite low. LGD in particular, that discrepancy is huge.
Right, when we're looking at this, right, of course, Seven just talked about the top two teams. Those two teams, Go, Regnum, Karia, they are really one decent to one good game away from being in the Smash Zone, from being over 80 points. All the other teams need at least a minimum of 2 good games, and we have 5 games left.
Yes.
Again, that clock is ticking really fast. We need to see the performances and the points coming on through. The next one I'm waiting to see prove themselves. I know I sound like a broken record right now for LGD. We know what this team can do. I saw it in PO when doing my review for this tournament, and we saw it so many times. They can get close to the end game. They can get those really, really strong fights. The hot drop is really hurting them. They could maybe already be in contention with Go and also Regnum if they fixed it.
And for this teams here on the second page of the overall, at what point do we kind of start counting them out, or at what point can they start counting themselves out?
It's complicated,
It
right?
is
Because
complicated.
the tournament could end, we said it on the pre-show, it could end on match 3, for all we know. It could end on match 4 or 5, we have no idea. So the thing is, it's not like you need to get X amount of points per game. You're just going to get good games for as much as possible, for as long as possible. It's really odd.
If you're one of those teams towards the bottom and you do end up in a final situation, you see maybe a player from Regnum Kari, you see maybe a player from Goat Quality getting eliminated, I think their full focus is just going to go towards that fight and saying, we cannot let them win.
Absolutely. No, you can't let them win. Not at all. So if you are going to have that opportunity, I think you really do have to take it here. It's not necessarily my favorite tactic for your own team. You know, I kind of want to go for the win rather than that push, that elimination. But if you know this is not your game, this is not what you're going to do, then you need to make sure it's not their game either.
I'm going to be honest here, Seven, looking at how the tournament is going so far for the first day with that first game, passive gameplay at the bottom teams, not going to be enough. Like, you need to go guns blasting. Placement points is not going to cut it. You need to get the elims on top of it.
Who are you? Who did they change you for?
Smash Man! It is me!
That's exactly what it is. I'm loving the aggressiveness here, that you wanted to be aggressive, because I appreciate that. I mean, we're going to be going into the first Erangel. We saw some teams being able to perform actually really well in Erangel yesterday. I think one team that was one of those was Ake Cyber. They were able to get a top 4 finish, a top 3 finish. I gotta go back and rewatch the notes, but they were being able to perform that really well. They gotta take advantage of this situation.
They really do. They did have a really nice 2-2 split either side of the river in that last game. They did get a fair amount of points. It was pretty decent. I mean, Force as well coming in with the play against Xavier, so it was really nice. So I do like how they ended up playing that. They did go out a little bit early, but again, it just comes down to that zone and the river, and it gets very complicated very quickly.
You did mention a team that actually ended up performing much better in Erangel. The Xavier. The Xavier performed so much better.
Yeah, Erangel has been definitely their standout map. Actually, quite surprising knowing they did give up their drop location versus Nigma Galaxy.
Yes.
They went to the northern eastern side. You could call it Mini Pachinki if you want. That's a compound name that's typically used for that spot. And they actually, it's a similar rotation path. Sure, the loot's maybe not as good as in Pachinki itself, but they're doing pretty damn good there for themselves. So actually, I'm kind of thinking of how this tournament's going to go today, and I'm kind of recapping in my head how it might go down. Miramar teams might have a generally really high advantage based on how far we get in today. Like, that's the last 2 maps. We've seen some teams being really good. In particular, you just talked about Ake Cyber, right?
Yes.
They had 2 podium finishes there. If it does go on really late in the day, Ake Cyber could have a really big Miramar advantage.
That's true. Another team we saw from Miramar is also Black Esports, right? They are very good on Miramar. So again, you are looking at a team or a couple of teams here that could do quite well. I mean, okay, in what was it in the yesterday's Miramars? We saw Regnum Karia come in with win. Who won the other one? Who was it? It was Team 5. It was
7-2-1.
7-2-1.
Yes.
So again, you're looking at 7-2-1 coming in here. They got a second on Miramar, nothing of note through the Erangels, and then a win with 11 elims on Game 5 of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that could be good for the 7-2-1, especially as we said, their rotates are definitely way more like locked down going into the main event. They're a lot more I wouldn't say scared is the word. I would say they're a lot more methodical in how they approach the map, right? They're only taking fights early on if they make sense, if they're going to have a very positive impact on their position in the circle at that point in time. Yeah, but again, at the top, we mentioned it, there's so many teams that are currently competing to reach 80 points. Currently, 2 teams are very close, but other squads here might be able to make it.
And just to remind everyone, in case you're wondering what that smash roll is, teams, if they reach 80 points and they get a chicken dinner before we end up finishing the whole day, they will end up becoming the champion. And I think this is why we're so excited about the current race that we're seeing between Gold Quality and Regnum Karya. Another team that I kind of want to talk about because they are the defending champions has to be Reject. Are they going to be able to find a way to defend that championship? Or at this point where we're seeing them on the overall, where we're seeing them position, is it just too little too late?
I don't think so. I think this Sandhawk was not really the best look for them, the best game for them to start out with. They had a really nice little spread here coming into the start of the game, but as it went closer and closer, a lot of teams are being very pushy, I think. They're all cramming into the same areas, and Rejects, really needs space. They're a team that does need space, so I think in Erangel with more room, they'll be good to go.
Hey, for this Sandhawk game here, Reject, I think, is not that they played bad. Teams were just so much faster. They just wrapped around them and they just couldn't play the edge out whatsoever. Reject got to be a little bit quicker here, 7.
Well, it's time to find out what's going to happen in the first Erangel as Blank and John Allen are going to take it away.
You are correct once again. He just doesn't miss, Blank. We are indeed going to be going into our first Erangel of the last day here at the PMGO for 2025. Stelba down to Sosnovka Military Base for the plane path as match 8 takes us in.
First Erangel of the day. No one at 80 points just yet. We're looking to breach that number right here, right now. We've got Quality on 72 points. Currently, Regnum Karya sit on 67, so a 13 and 8 point game required, respectively, for both teams. Certainly doable here on Erangel. For Goat, though, extra important, getting an additional game on everyone else to find that chicken dinner. What everyone else gets towards that smash zone will be a big, big boon for them.
Now, the question in my mind is, if you are Goat Quality, do you adapt your play style to the tournament situation? Because at the moment, you're 8 points behind. If you're presented with a risk, right, and normally you would take it, maybe you could get a fantastic overlook position, or you might be able to try and sweep and take a risky fight that may in general pan out for you. Do you step back from that risk? Do you step away from that precipice because you know you only need 8 points? You don't need a match win yet. You just need to cross that boundary.
Yeah,
or do you just stick to your guns?
I think, honestly, at this point, you just do what you've been doing, right? Because what have you been doing right now is for consistency's sake. You might start switching things up a little bit and go for more a central play because you don't need to go for limbs. That's the big deal. Here's R8. Dropping alongside with Nepex, so not causing problems over towards LGD, who dropped over towards northeast side Kameshki, which is the change that comes through here. Both teams were battling out towards George Paul, and now George Paul's completely open in this instance, and Nepex feels the brunt of it. So I think both teams actually made an adjustment from yesterday, and Nepex is the one that suffers. I think they were looking to pick up Severny in the first place, considering it was open, and R8 had the exact same idea. But again, if you're R8, I do think that there's something that comes into it is that you could have continued to play in Georgia Paul, because it matters far more today for LGD than it did for R8 to stay outside of Georgia Paul if you want to get more points. And I think LGD was always going to be the ones that backed down first.
For now, though, beyond domain going down, it's a little bit of a stalemate. Oh, a little bit of a spot from Rex taking some shots over towards the west point of Severny, but this is burning time, Blank, and with the circles so far, North teams are going to start to encroach on their territory. And that may make things a little bit harder than either of those two teams bargained for up in Severny. Meanwhile, over by Yasnaya Polyana, looks like Upgrade are going to be on the road, getting across that river nice and early. Silas is just over the way along that roadside, split from the rest of Regnum Karya, who are in Rozhok at the moment.
Yeah, they move over towards the north pretty early on. Again, for Regnum Karya, they know they don't need a whole bunch of points. Just need some. for good quality. And again, going back on your point from earlier, I think that the big deal literally will be that these teams don't need to get eliminations anymore. Is that they can play a very, very passive game. And it might not be exciting, but it will get you the win. And that's going to be the main thing for these squads, which is why getting over towards that 80-point threshold first is such a massive advantage, because you can suddenly switch your playstyle on its head.
Regnum Kaya breaking up from Rozhok. A nice fast rotate to the south compound off of Severny. Into the garage. They found 2 of their players in there last time around. Different building, but same layout. Didn't play well for them there, and I think Wild has bad memories of it. Going to be getting out.
Yeah, Tospik, as well as Silas, really struggling inside of that garage, honestly. And I think that when you look at it, it was a difficulty. Potentially there was some more scouting that could be done, but I do think it was more time related than anything, where they just didn't have that ability to scout. I think if they'd maybe taken down Ego slightly earlier and the Silas had hit those initial salvo, I'm having to pick that up. All right, flying around the top side of Severny this time around. Over towards Nepex, who are currently sat 10th in the leaderboard, 29 points, very far out from first place.
Now this is fairly interesting, Blank. I believe what's happened here is that Nepex have been kept fairly stuck in the mud right now, and R8 have been looting all the while. You can see they've got utility, they've got options here to push on in. And Nepex don't really have as much in the back pocket, but the DBS around a door frame is always deadly.
No
he goes
way.
for 1, he goes for 2. Look at a ring. Run rings around them, but finally falls down, and R8 just about cling on to it. But in the meantime, Rex is up to bat. Has a chance now against the last player on the inside. SK-Ton able to do a little bit more, but Marth falls as well. It's a 1v2, Nepex with the turnaround. SK-Ton has the spray down. How on earth do you hold that down? R8 evaporate.
Hilarious as well. The rest of Nepex is like, Domain, we're sorry, you're done for, lad. You're done for. And Domain just sat in there and he goes, yeah, well, I'll get three eliminations, pretty easy. And finally, the rest of Nepex decides that they'll come and help him. 721 currently taking down Hellion, who were our direct invite to the main event, but they have not directly sent themselves anywhere but 16th place currently.
Uh-oh, Go Quality in an unfavorable scrap right now with Black Esports. Lord Cedric, Ego upstairs, can get this nade in, but instead he's looking to put pressure. 2 players now for Go Quality as Pernati pops that med kit, actually getting back to full HP. Tagged down a little bit. There's an instant flush from Ozzy.
Oh no!
And Goat Quality fall.
Sandholt almost feels for nothing at this point, getting 0 points here in the second match. No closer to the smash zone they were before. 0 points accrued this game. None from placements either. Tough break for Go Quality. And whereas Regnum Kaya currently in a fantastic position over towards the north side of the map. Again, only 8 points need to be found here, so they're very happy to keep things chilled out.
The leap over towards that smash zone is going to require a good game, Blank, but we know that they've got that in the pocket. We know that they can deliver on that promise. The question is, will it be here and now? Enigma Galaxy, 43 points, a little bit further afield, but not out of the realms of possibility that they could break into that smash zone too today. Maybe not this game, maybe not next, but beyond that, it's anyone's potential smash.
Yeah, I think the frustrating thing for these players will be the fact that if the game ends, or the tournament ends on match 3, they've only had 9 matches to show their worth, right? So if you get like a bad day 1, there's not much you can do to bring things back into favor on day 2, but that's just the point of it, is that you cannot make any mistakes here in this tournament on a 2-day sprint almost. LGD, this is a good game to catch up. On the north side, just in the south of Severny here. Excellent springboard for LGD to continue further into this tournament. Here's Precious, man. What an unreasonable take. Again, for RA, the fact that they give them 3 1v1s as well is just painful. And I think you see a lot of teams struggle with that, where you kind of just have to all fly through. You can't go one at a time.
There's some real big nades, real big plays coming through from the 721 aggressor. We saw Butcher in a 1v2 there on a replay. We saw those nades from Black Esports, who, again, just starting to be a lead weight to the teams towards the top. Last time it was Regnum Kaya, this time it was GOAT quality. LGD actually flexing out of the south point of Severny, moving over to some of the hills. They know that Nepex is still here, or they have an inkling anyway. In the meantime, we hop over to the east side of the circle with Upgrade. Bruzen has Law, but he will back off the angle.
Upgrade trying to further their position on this leaderboard. It has been rough, it has been tough, but they've been chewing through it all the same. Gotta respect them for it. They haven't just fallen flat in this tournament. Circle moving down towards that south side. Frustrating turn of events for Regnum Kaya, considering they started in Rozhok. That would have been actually a very, very nice place to stay, which Noxian Red Force now have taken advantage of on that south side. So Regnum Kaya currently controlling over towards that northern edge, have to continue to do so in close competition at the moment to LGD, who are just over towards that northeast side. But they're breaking. Either way, Regnum Kaya down towards the southwest. LGD currently quite happy to play northeast edge.
Regnum Kaya roll down. Black Esports, they were able to take down GOAT. Now they've got the second place team knocking at the door. Backing off though, neither team wants to commit to it. And they'll take these counter-pointed compounds, Blank, that sit just north of that central river that divides the circle.
4MV with a little bit of vengeance over towards Aki Cyber from last game. Couple of shots going their way. 4MV, 1 elimination this match. Buggy climbing the tree. But 4MV is the one who really do need to get a boulder on. Tackle this cliff face that is the leaderboard.
It is very ominous for 4MV. 29 points, 12th place, and this is what you were saying, right? If somebody gets that smash rule activated now, 4MV and their first day have ruined their chances of anything good happening here. The question is, can they come out of Sandhawk and a mildly disappointed performance there into a strong Erangel? They are on the outskirts here of this circle, but they're fairly alone on the south side, so they've got time to gather. They've got time to start that roll, gain some momentum, find the right moment.
Circle closes in over towards the northeast here, which is very nice for a lot of teams. I think they're happy that this doesn't cut between the river. Again, it is quite open space towards this north side though, so that is a bit of a worry. Regnum Kaya making them move down towards that south side. DXavier was good yesterday, honestly, some very, very strong moments, but not quite able to push themselves far enough up the leaderboard to be in a challenging position for that 80-point threshold at the start of the day today. But definitely still a fearsome squad at 50 points. They have lost 1 player this match.
Fairly central of the circle. You can see they're just southwest of Influence Rage right now on the minimap, or on the map feed if you have that up available on YouTube. You can check out where all of our teams are. Meanwhile,
hey.
Kaya, they make the dash. The cross down to...
What's up?
They were much further up north, but they want to play this bridge. They want to play on the riverside. They've spotted so many players here, and this is something that they did at the end of last year in PMGC. They went for a points-based play. In that final map of Miramar, they went to somewhere where they knew people would be trying to desperately cross so that they could start to farm those elims.
This could be good from Regnum Kaya, but again, it's such an awkward position to play. Loxy goes down first. Should be able to get the res on him. It is awkward, but very doable at this stage of the game. Zvezda is in, and on the bridge, there's no backup. Silas is in an awkward spot, and Aki Cyber looking to do even more. This was vision from Regnum Kaya. I think they could have played things much more chilled out on that northwest side.
I mean, it felt like they were trying to catch these crosses, but it's the crosses that catch them. They've lost a player. They do get the res up to 3 players alive, and they may still have a chance to pick up a lot of points here. There's the first that they're able to earn. They are now on 68 points, 12 points behind that smash barrier.
Just so awkward. I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with this play coming from Regnum Kaya.
A nade?
It certainly feels like a play that's going to get you at least far into the game, which is what I'm wondering that they're trying to go for. Loxy peeking around the side, trying to pick up an elimination. Won't find a single knock over towards Nongshan.
I wouldn't mind
but a heck of a lot of damage though done.
They deserve it, to be honest.
Zvezda for Akisaiba, holding on the far side of the bridge from Regnum Kaya. 6 nades in hand and a Molotov as well. Those nades could have an impact, but the question is, do you want to use them now, or do you want to try and save them when you inevitably are going to have to leave from this riverbank? Nongshan Red Force, 4 players alive, up into the Wizard Tower. Has oversight on these bridge runouts.
Next circle in just a second now. It does pop down towards the south, which leaves Regnum Kaya fairly comfortably in. Very fortuitous shift on the circle down towards the southeast side. Very awkward circle as well, covering quite a lot of Rozhok. You know, there might be a possibility here, if you are one of those teams off towards that southern edge, is to go for Rozhok
PUBG,
itself.
if you're here, just chilling.
Red Force, they did leave XCY on the south side. So there is a regroup point for the rest of Nongshan Red Force. So I like that leaving Lanka
We're gonna
behind.
start streaming that gameplay
high
tomorrow
ground
or
position that
Tuesday.
could overlook the northern bank as people roll down towards it. Potentially slow other teams trying to do the same thing. Very nice indeed. This is a replay on the roll down. Admin was the one to wedge that buggy up there. Nongshan Red Force spot another player from Hellions. That's the replay on Zvezda, putting Silas probably into his misery, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, it's a slight misplay from Silas there, dropping down. I think he just tried to get ahead of the issue, understanding that Akisaiba was attempting to get to the other side of the bridge. The vision was there, just slightly slow execution. If he had been able to get it, it would have been full control of that bridge, which would have been amazing. Reject moving up over towards, let's say, a more central position in the circle on that north side, looking down the slope. But a lot of teams still caught out on that northern edge. LGD have taken a heck of a long time to get into position.
I can't believe Gold
Still waiting to move through.
died so
Again,
early.
a backstab from LGD at this point in the game might be quite
They only
unexpected.
needed 8 points.
Certainly could be. They are mounting up and moving in at quite a pace. Influence
Welcome to the stream. If you're new, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Queen, welcome. Queen always up early. Queen, what time is it we're at?
Down in the meantime, and Black Esports have to put 2 up on that northern shore. But remember that off angle.
Welcome, welcome.
Nick
Good
Galaxy
morning.
potentially Lord Cedric up to the stanchions, and Wild holds his nerve. Regnum Kaya pick up another point. They are now 11 points behind the barrier.
Very, very well done from Wild there. Quick on his feet. Spotted where the player was and immediately got into cover behind that small foundation on the beam. Zeptimus is down, and I would say in broad sightlines of a lot of other squads. But Nigma Galaxy, what a cute little rotation this was down towards that south side.
These nades are starting to have the pins pulled, but I don't know if Regnum Kai have too many more. Zeptimus and Aussie both alive, but low HP. Akisaiba has angles onto this one. Nigma Galaxy currently do not have a sightline just about over towards that location, which is what's keeping Black Esports alive. LGD moved from that north side fast on the south edge of Upgrade towards the bridge that leads out of the west edge of Yasnaya Polyana.
Can you guys hear me?
Now they're playing from the riverside onto Upgrade.
Yeah, it's a sharp, sharp cut coming through from LGD. The fact they're able to get around that edge, past Upgrade, onto this bank on the eastern side, it's a very clean rotation, and doing it with 4 players as well is extremely profitable. Wild, pull the pin on another grenade, goes over the top, should be barely on target. Airburst a little bit longer, and maybe takes down 2. Circle shifts over towards the northern side. Such open ground, but Nongshan Red Force actually hold a fairly commanding position within this circle.
721 aggressors looking to try and sweep up to the north side. DXavier under threat. Butcher and Yonik pulling nades. Aggressor joins them. The bombardment begins and DXavier have to hold. Answering with a volley of their own. No connection just yet. Nate isn't going to eat too much flack there from it. A double nade and a bouncer, but Aggressor happy on the feet there. Dances out the way.
Levi's on the top of a nade. Looking to send it through. Yonik getting a little bit dangerously close, but the utility, level 1 helmet, not looking so great here over on the 721. DXavier preparing for punishment here. 721 aggressors are going to have to go for something aggressive. They have to take it straight to the front lines of DXavier. Not going to allow them to slowly pressure them out. There's already a lot of damage over towards Lamborghini.
And Aggressor goes down first. 3 players from DXavier, and now they've evened the numbers. Spidey through the smoke. Lamborghini low, but in the smoke, hiding it out. Nate takes a lot of damage, and Spidey finally gets that final blow. Looking for Liviso, looking for Lamborghini. Aggressor low and down on the high ground, and there they fall. DXavier out of the way. The 721 aggressors onto the runway, but Influence Rager here.
Second plane about to take off right now, and I think for the Influence Rage, they're looking to go hard on this one. But Yonik already finding the first. Loris down. Loris in his next. Little boy, final to fall here. And Butcher throws through them like a cleaver.
Meat on the slab for the 721
Bro,
aggressor.
what?
And it's the Butcher in chief.
Yo.
Riding strong, that new car at his back. The speed.
This man just threw his team on his back like, yo, let me deal with these guys real quick.
Beautifully executed, but they've
9
got more
kills.
to do. Rejector here, and a third team wants to go.
8 eliminations in the space of a minute, unheard of here at the PMGO. Regiocio, with a nade in hand, looking to send it over the top. The 721 aggressors look fearsome. Striding out from that engagement. 2 players down, but a heck of a lot of points found.
Butcher dispatched, but his work is done. This match, they survived what seemed to be the unsurvivable. Unfortunately, that is as far as they will go. 3 teams proved to be 1 too many.
Yeah, that's
But
tough.
what a way to gloat. What a way to show up. That is how you impress your hometown crowd.
An incredible performance there. Regnum Kaya, though, looking back towards them on this southwest side. Penned in by Eki Cyber as well as Black Esports. Zeptimus goes down. That's to reject. Looking down on them from that north side is Regiocio with that angle. And you question how many more smokes does Aussie have left remaining. In the Wizard Tower is Nongshim Red Force. We talked about this position earlier. It is a spot on the map where it's quite easily overwhelmed if you're not prepared for it. There's that slight incline that goes over towards the western side in which teams can get very, very close. Just like this.
Rolling up lazily, reject. Staring down towards Nongshim Red Force. We've been in this tower for a while. Regnum Kaya still alive as well, Blank here. 2 Elims, 3 players. They've been under the bridge, but they will have to leave now, head east.
LGD still on that eastern side. Lost 1 player, but it's not the end of the world for them so far. Now, Regnum Kaya do need to move out. Wild. Off towards the east already. Now looking to send another over. Deep breaths here. As the team prepares for the submarine play. Wild stepping up at an opportune time. Finds both. What a maneuver from Wild. And it certainly was a wild card there that Aki Cyber was not suspecting.
Emerging from
That's
the
good.
depths. Aussie next, but he wins the challenge
Yikes.
this time. Flush, maybe, for Black Esports, but there's more to do. Tosh picks there, Mini 14 in hand, empties the mag, but it's Loxy to take him down. 5 Elims now found
They're
for
8
Regnum
points
Kaya.
away.
Drawn level with GOAT quality. 8 points more, and they are into the smash zone.
2 players alive, top 6.
If they can
Looking
get
for a top 3 here, Regnum Kaya, but so difficult with the amount of teams that are so healthy into this match. They almost certainly have to clear out Enigma Galaxy. It's probably their only hope on this south side. And then expect these teams in the north to fight off against one another.
It's just SnowX on this point for Enigma Galaxy. In a 1v2, potential backup from Ralph. But Nongshim Red Force also a threat. However, it's unlikely that Nongshim Red Force are super keen to leave their position up on the top of the hill right now. Sweeping down to the river may be a risk too far for them.
This tournament's gonna come down to the wire.
Again, for LGD, a little bit of a slow maneuver from them, but
Queen, you here? Can you hear me?
Potential here for them.
Lings with a nade, low HP on the target. Bruzen was there and they stay alive. Upgrade lose one and a second knock goes their way. Buzz now the last to stand. They're starting to melt. Enigma Galaxy rotate up. They're putting pressure on the north side and Regnum Kaya up into the top 5.
Regnum Kaya taking a heavy amount of damage there coming through from SnowX, holding his own on the rock. But Enigma Galaxy needs help, dude.
Regnum Kaya just had one drop. They're both down. Blank.
Yes.
Smash. 76 points is where they finish. They are 4 points shy. We're going into at least match 4 now confirmed. Nongshim Red Force over in the tower now.
Yeah, because they need to hit the smash, then
looking fairly convincing on their split.
win the following game. I think that's how it's set up.
Top 4, not bad at all for Regnum Kaya. Much closer. Enigma Galaxy now holding on this eastern side. It was a good setup. And again, for LGD, I was surprised they didn't try and wrap down and remove the players on this ridge side. You can kind of assault it from that northeast side without having too many sidelines over towards you. Reject, Nongshim Red Force, Enigma Galaxy all remain. But Nongshim Red Force, what a slow game from them. Why are we still inside this wizard tower? What kind of ritual are we concocting?
They're casting spells. They're trying to summon themselves a chicken dinner, Blank. They're waiting for the final moment. And now is when they roll out, down to the river. 2 players from Enigma Galaxy are down low there, and SnowX has fallen as well, which means that Redox is now the only player on this angle. Regroup from Ralph, nice and speedy. You can see he's now on the overlook, which means this res is a little bit safer, but Nongshim Red Force have made it close by. 1 player of theirs will fall, though, on the approach, leaving the 2 on the low ground with the far angle to challenge against Enigma Galaxy as 3. Tizzy repositions away from the nades, no damage to be seen there, and further down the hill they go.
Stopping short, just on the western side, seems like a mistake to me. Nongshim Red Force now trying to take some shots up towards Enigma Galaxy, who hold them out strong. Luckily for Enigma Galaxy, Reject's currently on 2, so it would be a bold maneuver to move further down towards this southeast side to try and challenge. But great nades so far coming through from Enigma Galaxy, but none of them quite sticking.
SnowX goes down and Doc launches a second. Flushed away, and Enigma Galaxy players 2. Nongshim Red Force with the numbers. Binny bleeding out on the west front, meaning it's only going to be 3 as Redox backs off up the hill.
Rejects will take down Benny. 3 players penned in down towards the south. Enigma Galaxy looking to finish off Rejects here, currently behind the tree, eliminating that possibility for movement by removing that buggy out of the hands of Regiosio. M79 in the hand, looking to provide some cover for himself in the near future.
Lighting up the northern shoreline. Regi breaks out wide. Tagged in the smoke and knocked as well. That comes through from Redox. Divine looking to try and put pressure on towards Nongshim Red Force as well.
This is cool.
Enigma Galaxy are going to have to move. Divine is close. XZY knows though. He's got the nade cooking. It doesn't go on target. Auto shotgun around the rock. Only player to face. Tizzy's nowhere to be seen. Divine with another chance. The spray down from behind the rock is great. And XZY brings it to a close.
Hell of a push up there coming through from Divine. I respect any player who just commits like that. I mean, it was the right play to do, especially when they're usually priming a nade around the corner. You just walk past that arc. You cannot be missing shots like that, especially the S12K. Now it's Nongshim Red Force versus Enigma Galaxy, who have turned it on.
Ralph moving up to the high ground, has that terrain cover. No hard cover in front of him. Has a rock or 2 maybe, but he's relying on that hilltop. Stage 8, center circle is where this will close after we shrink to the white border on your minimap. Redox looking for that off angle as well. Could move up to those trees, but Nongshim Red Force have a lot of control over there as well. a lot of latitude to move over to take peeks that way.
What are these nades, though? I mean, I can understand trying to nade out the smokes, but this early in the game is kind of out of character here for Nongshim Red Force. Again, this is the closest they've been to smelling the chicken whole tournament. Redox goes for a wide angle over towards the northeast. Final circle now, crunching the teams in.
I wonder if they know that Ralph is in this vehicle. It might be pretty difficult to spot. Unlikely that you're going to have a player just sat in a vehicle out in the open, right? So maybe he's trying to give him the Ralph special. No, hops out. Okay, doesn't think it's going to work this time. Redox falls, and it is all up to the IGL of the moment. Ralph with it all to do, and Nongshim Red Force know he's there.
It's a weird play coming from Enigma Galaxy, because you understand they've got this ridge side that they can peek over the top of and have cover for a long, long time. You sort of just want to wait behind cover. There was a fair bit of hard cover here for them as well, for them to come out into the open. So Redox puts Ralph now in a really awkward game.
Tizzy not full HP here, making those nades slightly easier. They're just trying to double up on these nade locations and continually missing. I think XZY may be out of nades at this stage, Blank. He's going to have to try and approach, play that weaponry. A P90 picked up from Tizzy in the long angle there. Another nade up from Ralph. Chucks the boulder, but it doesn't roll onto target.
I want to see the angle from Tizzy here, because surely he could just see it peeking. Decent first nade, chunks a little bit. XZY behind the tree. Ralph is just not playing prone. Wraps round.
And will not go quietly. Last nade. If it's here, it's big. He sees his opponent, but the breakout wide, and XZY alphabetical accuracy around the edge of the smoke there. And Nongshim Red Force find a chicken dinner.
It was a strange, strange game that ends up in Nongshim Red Force's hands. For Regnum Kaya, they get closer, go and put down right at the start. For Enigma Galaxy, though, a pretty damn good game, especially the fact they made that wide wrap into Rozok, and then were able to play that position on the ridge. I think Snowick stayed a little bit too long on that western side, and LGD just didn't force the issue at any point in the game. For Nongshim Red Force, though, they will end that one out. I would say to probably a misplay coming through from Redox. I think they should have just played hard cover a lot earlier and waited for Nongshim Red Force to peak this ridge.
Let's talk about some other stuff that happened during that match as well, Blank, because crucially, nobody broke that 80-point barrier. Two teams had the opportunity to do it. Both fell at that hurdle. GOAT Quality weren't able to make it. They fall down into second place. They are still 8 points behind that smash boundary, but the same story is true for Regnum Kaya. They went to that bridge, they tried to play it safe, tried to play a medium score game, and didn't quite come up with the goods.
Yeah, like I was just saying, I mean, for Snowick to stay on that western side for a little bit long where he took down Regnum Kaya, a little bit too long, but we're gonna head over to the stage to get an interview with Ralph, because I'm very curious to what happened in that endgame.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Ralph here joining me from Enigma Galaxy. Ralph, an interesting play during that match in particular. The circle pulled south, everyone went north of the river. You guys decided to pull out the circle and wrap round and underneath. Really interesting. You missed the whole lobby by doing that, and you managed to position yourselves really well. Who called that, and what was the thought behind that call?
I think when we saw the zone, we knew like there's nothing on the north playable for us. I don't really remember, but someone marked on the south side, and I made the decision to go south. So it was one of my teammates' idea, but yeah. So yeah, it worked out for us that the south was clear, fortunately, so that's nice, yeah.
It did indeed work out for you, because back-to-back second-place finishes to kick off Championship Sunday. Really, really impressive so far. Obviously, we're approaching that time of the day, that time of the competition, where some teams are starting to get towards that smash zone, getting over 80 points. Once teams start doing that, does the gameplay change, or the game plan change for you guys, and people start targeting those teams? Is that the plan?
I mean, of course, yeah, if one team reached the point gap where they can win the next game, we'll have to target them, of course. We can't lose the tournament. We're here to get top one only and nothing else. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully no team made it yet.
That is a fair point. Some teams are getting close, but no one is quite there yet. Ralph, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. Best of luck for the remainder of Championship Sunday to Enigma Galaxy. But for now, let's go back to the analysts to break everything down for our next map of the day.
Back-to-back second place finishes there for Enigma Galaxy. Currently performing like how we expect them to, but Nongshim Red Force, I mean, they did the right push at the right time.
They did indeed. It's what I wanted to see from them. I have seen them for a while. I just love Korean teams in general. I love that area. The region of gameplay is super fun. So it's really nice to see them coming into the global stage and actually doing some really, really good work. They played that very, very well. I mean, we were going back and forth about them basically the whole game, right? We were going, they're here at Rozhok, and then it was like a 1-3 split to scout, and then there was the regroup, and then they all went back over across the bridge. I really liked the mobility we saw from them. I would have liked a little less mobility once they got to the Harry Potter Tower. I'd like to see them a little bit more spread out and a bit more controlling, but actually it worked in their favor. So.
Yeah, and XCY going to be the MVP of this game. Congratulations. And Nimchura, I know you're a big fan of Nongshim Red Force. I know you're a big fan of K-drama. And they merge together in perfect synchronicity. That's a word. And right now in this game, it's absolutely beautiful how they're able to play it out. The rotations between Rozhok and the Harry Potter Tower going back and forth, keeping the options open was very big. And as we have a few highlights here from our lad XCY, that perfect angle on the bridge, they got so much action done on those players.
One thing for Regnum Karya, you were mentioning, Max, is how quickly they were able to make that rotation to that spot as soon as Nongshim Red Force moved away from it.
Yeah, actually, I was kind of surprised because Nongshim Red Force, there was like a lot of action around that bridge area, but the thing is, when that fight's happening on the bridge, everyone's under. Everyone's under, and they make that transition. And after that point, they know the good ridges, they know the good rocks, they know which angles are going to put everyone in a really, really bad position, so they just swarm, again, at the perfect time, in the right place.
Absolutely, and I do want to point out, Regiosio is going to be our #1 here. 2 elims, 970 damage. This man is putting in the work. Not getting those elims, really, let's be honest here, but the damage he's doing, it's very controlling. He might not get those points, they might not convert into points, but they do make those teams move far, far away because they're like, we don't want anything to do with him.
That's right. I mean, for this team, that's exactly, you want to be able to have a player that does end up doing that. Butcher, though, I mean, Butcher, he was able to destroy Influence Rage.
He was indeed. That was so much fun to watch, though, because he comes in, they do the thing, there's another team's like, yes, please, does it again, and then Rejects in the end were like, our turn, we would like a shot, and then in the end it was a bit too much, but it was very, very nice to see Butcher and the team in general really go at it and get a lot of elims.
One team, manageable. 2 teams, I can still make it work out. 3 teams, okay guys, you're asking for way too much, please calm down.
Please.
It's too much for me. As we go through some of the replays of this game, actually, we do see R8 fighting. One cool point to make, LGD did not drop in George Pole. Thank you. I was really waiting to see that actually stop. R8 also tried to leave the position. Unfortunately, they did have an encounter in the northern side of the map in Severny. They did get swept under the rug pretty quickly. That's unfortunate, but we are seeing willingness to change, which is so important in the pivotal day like day 2 of the main event.
It is. I mean, one of the things that I want to kind of talk about as well is good quality. They had the option to break this match rule here in a way that get those 80 points, and then as we go to the next game, if they win, they will end up winning everything, right? It didn't happen because guess what? The most annoying team of Erangel was able to take advantage of their missed position, and they ended up eliminating them.
Just over angle. I say of every map.
Of every map, to be honest.
Black
Esports, yeah.
to deal with.
They're a real pain, man. I wouldn't want to be in the same lobby as them. They are just so, they're predictably unpredictable, I feel like. You know, it was a really, really weird sort of play they made there, but Wild able to get that really nice, juicy little angle over there. And XZY doing the exact same thing to other teams.
Wait, are we going to see the anime protagonist moment from Divine?
Oh, yes, please.
When he just, like,
let's do it.
We need that in, like, just a slow-mo. He gets the elimination and just starts sprinting against
there he
Queen, who's your team?
Yeah.
Who's your
open
pick,
with a
Queen?
shotgun, the amount of confidence you need for that is mad. But we do not have it at that moment, but that is fine. Just go back and watch it if you want during the raid, because that was a crazy push that did not work out, unfortunately, for him.
One thing for Enigma Galaxy, once again, that second place finish, they kind of handicapped themselves in Neptura because they did end up losing a player due to overextending.
Yeah, it's not only that, I think also they were just way too slow. They had an excellent position. They had really good opportunities. I think it was when Rejects, no, one of them was who was it that was third party? They had to third party, and we were all willing them to third party very quickly. I think it was, yeah, it must have been Reject
Yes,
and Nongshim. Yes, it was.
But
Reject
actually,
and
no,
Nongshim.
wait, I want to jump in about that.
Yeah.
Reject, third partying is great. Love that. Keep it up.
Good.
Big thumbs up. But they're trying to third party while every player's in one car.
That's true.
Like, sure, you keep momentum, but you can't shoot. The best way to do it, you have 2 cars, 1 player driving, 1 player shooting.
Yeah.
Then you can stay on the move while keeping pressure on. But 4 players in 4 cars, Reject, I think, got a bit lost in the sauce at that point.
A little bit, yeah. It is indeed.
I feel like for Enigma Galaxy, though, it feels like they have to handicap themselves. They just have to play it slow because they don't have that firepower. And as we go here towards the second page, this might be the last time that I end up mentioning because the performance just keeps going this way. 4MV, only 1 elimination. They're still not able to gather those placement points.
I mean, with the amount of points they need to get to 80, I'm going to call it now, 7.
Yeah.
It's done. We are done for. Actually, I said after this game, I'm counting out a lot of teams actually on that second page. So we are going to be focusing on the pretty good, high ranked teams on the leaderboards. We'll see how it goes, but the leaderboards coming up, I do believe GOAT are going to be single digits and now going to be joined up by Regnum Kaya, single digits away from reaching 80 points, meaning realistically, there's a high chance the second half of the day, 2 teams will just be chasing down those chicken dinners.
I wonder if we'll see a hot drop between the 2 teams, like just hot drop on them. I mean, is that a bit extreme?
I think it is.
I'm putting it out there. I don't want it.
Absolute cinema if it happens.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, it would be.
I got my arms up for it.
Yeah. You can't see us, but yeah, we're doing that.
Well, you guys have been talking about Nongshim Red Force. You're a big fan of them, Nictura.
I am.
One clip that I know you guys want to talk about is when they were able to just make their way to Wizard Tower.
Wizard Tower push actually was amazing because they scattered it before. They got their stock spoiling away by Regnum Kara that's played under bridge. But actually, one cool thing about Nongshim Red Force, as you can see here, they see this fight happening. They're all fighting underneath the bridge, on the beams of the bridge, meaning if you cross, guess what? Those teams aren't going to pay direct attention to you, and you can directly send it across the bridge. So the timing at which Nongshim Red Force made that transition is absolutely phenomenal, and is actually allowing them to not only avoid a 3-way fight, but also secure a game-winning position in that circle.
Yeah, it was actually quite comical because we assumed that Regnum Kari would be taking the place that Nongshim ended up with, and we thought they were going to be going that direction, but they didn't. They went underneath the bridge, and here we go. They went, actually, that's a great idea, but not the way you did it. So we're going to go across that bridge and get to the spot and win the game, and Regnum Kari might be just shooting themselves in the foot a little bit.
I love Lox. He's like, I'm going to try, but like, they're just a bit too quick for me. But I respect the attempt. But again, that Nongshim Red Force really aware that when you're in that position, there's no way you can shut down a rotate. So the timing was muy bien.
You know what? Talking about map rotations, there was a map rotation that kind of caught our eye.
Yes.
So let's take a look at that real quick.
Yes, indeedy. I am ready for this one. So, setting the stage here, you do see Enigma Galaxy in this area. They're on the side. They have 2 options to get into the new zone, right? But the map placement, the way this map works and the way they're able to actually see the teams and know these teams means that the zone is actually kind of split up in 2, and there's a lot of teams right here. Now, they could do this, but that's not really going to work. So what they're going to do, they're going to use this bridge on the outside, come over here, let all these teams fight and do their thing, and then they have this area. They can move very easily, and they are good to go. So a really, really nice heads-up play coming in from Enigma Galaxy there.
You could very easily call this a textbook play in PUBG Mobile Esport because you saw T721 aggressors make that play, if I'm not mistaken, over in the prelims. That is exactly how you're supposed to play a circle like this, especially when it shifts away. You kind of not only read the lobby, you know how the terrain can work to your advantage. Here, Enigma Galaxy, a great other second place.
Regnum Karia being able to take that first place once again. Not quite the 80 points they need to be able to smash on the next match, but they are very, very close. GOAT quality goes down to second.
Oh man, one good game. Not even a good game here, 7. Just an average game from those two teams, from Regnum Karia and Go, could actually push them up in 80 and then be in the smash zone to get himself the chicken dinner, get himself everything this tournament has to offer. So that could be massive. But actually, taking it away from Regnum Karia and Go, T721 has been getting points game in and game out. They are technically one good game away from being in the smash zone.
Absolutely, 20 points we've seen happen before. Not often, but happen before, right? And in the next 1 to 2 games, it is entirely possible, especially the way they've been playing, for them to make that smash zone.
Yeah, and actually, LGD, right, we talked about their willingness to change their drop. Here they went for a drop split around Stolba, northeast of Erangel.
Really nice.
That gives me hope. we can see them actually, maybe not get the win, but at least get in contention with T721 aggressors, with Goat, with Regnum Karia, LGD. That is the perfect change. A little bit late in my opinion, but I don't care. It's still a good change to see.
By the way, for Enigma Galaxy, so far in these 2 matches, 23 points. Yesterday, they were able to get 33 points. So
that's really nice. That's exactly what I wanted to see from them. Way to go, Enigma Galaxy. Let's go. Stepping it up in a really, really nice way. And you can see it on the leaderboard.
That's right. I mean, we'll have to wait and see some of these teams here at the bottom. I know we keep talking about that smash rule, when they need to step up. It feels like any game, especially when those teams end up hitting that 80-point mark, any team can
I think I was expecting more from 4MG. They're in 14.
Namsen definitely did that. But
I
don't
was
forget, for
expecting
everybody
much
currently
more.
watching at home, BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com. And I see you guys, actually, we still haven't gotten a chance to drive one, okay? Try it left hand, right hand? Actually, I'm not even know why I'm asking Max.
Gotta confirm that point.
Max doesn't...
Yeah.
That's an
Max,
OT read.
Hang on,
Call
one
back.
second. Skirt! Let me go. Wait, this warehouse too dodgy. Let me go back.
I wouldn't trust neither of you driving. I would trust Barney driving, okay?
Fair.
He doesn't even have his license, man. At least I'm
That's
trying
why.
to get mine. At least I'm trying to get mine.
Yeah, well, good job.
Disgusting.
I'll give you some props. I'll give you some props. But don't forget that in the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro not only delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to players around the world. This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And while you're at it, make sure you check out those TikTok streams, those vertical streams, not only on TikTok, but also on YouTube. PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. And while you're on YouTube, check out the map stream as well. But let's take out a look so far what has happened today. We're done with the Sandhawk. We're done with the Erangel. We have 2 more Erangels to go. And Max, I'm going to go to you because a team that I was expecting a lot of here in the first Erangel, the Xavier.
Yes.
So do you want me to tell you what happened to them?
Yes, please.
Butcher. That was a little bit of an issue right there. That fight was quite solid from T721, and they just currently are really good when it comes to your angle.
Yeah.
Northwestern fight, able to just take that fight. And we know T721 are good when it comes to engagements. But the thing is now they're methodically picking fights to give them not only a lot of eliminations and points, also gives them a really good point in the circle. Unfortunately, as we said, 3 teams kind of pushed their direction. It's a bit too much to hold on to, but they are still able to pick themselves a lot of points. And we said it right, they're kind of the silent threat to this lobby.
Yeah.
Go are doing great. We've seen LGD finally changing their drop location. We've seen Regnum Karia getting amazing points pretty much every game at this time. But T721 are scary because they're getting there and they might reach the 80-point limit without anyone else realizing.
Exactly. It's going to be something where they are definitely going to be one of those teams to sneak in. So we will see if they can do any more sneaking, or if maybe, some of these teams, some of these analysts, I know he's locked
Marth,
the heck
don't go
in.
on the roof, Marth, please.
Please,
Not
no
again.
roof. No nades either. Oh my goodness.
Let's see if the Xavier can bring it back, the performance they showed yesterday in Erangel, as Blank without a mustache and John Allen are going to take it away.
Ooh, I don't like that stare from Redox. He's locked in, ready to go. Mean mug in the lobby for another round of Erangel.
Redox has got one of the best death stares in the world. It's just unfortunate you can't use that in-game. You got to do it the old-fashioned way. Into match number 3 with Infinix, the GT20 Pro. You got to outplay the rest. You better play with the best, which we're spotting here over at the PMGO. Second Erangel here. 1 more to go after this one. No one currently in the smash zone so far, but 2 teams frighteningly close.
Certainly are. And there's another team waiting in the wings as well, Blank. After that match, the 721 aggressors are on 60 points. Not only that, you've got LG. I mean, there are plenty of teams who very realistically could break through that smash barrier just in this match alone. But you're right, it is all eyes on Regnum Karia, all eyes on GOAT quality, trying to pick it up. Adjustment back, and no longer are we getting a Saverni hot drop on the northern side. R8 will be alone there. Nepex not to be seen.
Yeah, Nepex moves down towards Milta. All right, picking up Severny with a slightly elongated drop over towards Prestige, getting a vehicle on that western side. Black Esports picking up North George and another northern circle on this one. LGD, where are you going?
Back to South George. That readjustment, RA obviously didn't drop there the last time. That hot drop, maybe looking to re-engage it, but they will be denied. Black Esports in North George, they've third party down to the south before, but they will not be able to do that this time because there is only one party in the south, meaning they would be the second party to engage in that fight. No one getting clipped just yet. A couple of teams sort of frighteningly close to one another, but that happens on these vehicle drops. Everyone just grabbing a vehicle, driving to their loot location.
Go Quality heads up towards that north side extremely early, in fact. Not amazing loot around that location. SK Tom playing on a very, very long split over towards that south side away from the two players that are currently on the north coast. Providing that information back, and it looks like Go Quality is going to head back over towards box compound here. No amazing loot for them so far.
Yeah, go on. Sorry,
Galaxy.
just jumping in there. But Enigma Galaxy, they're rolling up towards Akisaiba. Around that Gatka area, able to find one, get that flush out early, and that opens up a lot more opportunity to rotate up to the north. But as we spoke about Goat Quality, they're coming back down as well, Blank.
That they are. For Goat Quality on that western side, heading over towards Ruins. Most teams wanting to move over towards that north side. Regnum Kaya actually did make that swift move over towards that north side, just kicking themselves for making it so quickly last time in the circle, pushing back down towards the south, and they would have been way better off just sticking in Rozok for much longer. Go is on a bit of a journey right now, passing by Helium, passing by Akisaiba at the moment. It is rough for them, trying to find a home here.
Were they on the hunt there up north? Were they trying to find a player that they'd read into dropping around that area? Potentially. Have to go back and check the feed, see if they had something in the back pocket, because it is a very strange decision to go all the way up and then all the way back and then have to go all the way up again. It feels not incorrect, but it feels off.
Yeah, I think they were just unsure of where they wanted to play, really. I think they know being 76 points, so they want the challenge in Severny for RA. Like I said, being so close, 8 points, just kind of want to go for a little bit safer. With most teams keeping things fairly chilled out. Upgrade right now, sharing Yasnaya with Influence Rage.
Replay there of the rundown from Enigma Galaxy. As they spotted a player out in the open. Akisaiba have been quiet. They're in 6th place right now. Enigma Galaxy actually now up in 5th, 57 points, 23 behind that smash barrier. Trying to launch themselves up on their campaign towards the top spots of the tournament. We'll see if they're able to keep their momentum going. Keep those second places coming, but Blank, second place isn't good enough when you're talking about Smash rules.
No, it will get you a decent chunk of the prize pool, though, as Regnum Kaya will get Ida out of the vehicle nice and quickly. Toshpik picking themselves up 1 elimination, 3 points now away from the Smash zone. Now, I was thinking about what I said earlier in terms of getting towards that Smash zone and then slowing things down a little bit, but it is hard in that situation because you want to stay in first place just in case no one actually activates the Smash rule at the end of the day. You still have to keep pushing, so it's a question of whether you slow things down, focus on getting that chicken dinner, you're confident in getting in the last 3 matches, or you just keep pushing and hope no one else plays that slow play style and gets themselves a chicken dinner. It's a wildly difficult thing to go for. Loxy over towards DX Xavier. Paragin hits the floor.
And that may be another point onside for Regnum Kaya, but they haven't managed to flush it out just yet. Still players from DX Xavier close. Regnum Kaya pushed up. They are 2-2 split right now, so needing maybe to regroup the other two to the north. A roll down. Silas confirms the point. 78 now guaranteed. Upgrade waiting over the far ridgeline. Do they know?
Upgrade real close by. Loxy just waiting off in the wings next to the Dacia here. And Levi's will just send back. No point sticking around for too long in this situation. Taking stock of the map though, R8 have slightly moved off towards that eastern side, though they lost that player to Regnum Kaya early, if you remember.
Certainly will. Well, they'll certainly remember it. Losing a player never favourable. 3 players so far have gone down, and 2 of them have fallen to Regnum Kaya. Upgrade not going to put their toe out of line here, unfortunately, for Regnum Kaya. They would have loved to add 2 more points, break that smash barrier. But now teams are starting to push on up. Enigma Galaxy get again towards Rozhok atop the hill. GOAT quality after their mission, their journey, their long rambling trek up north, down south, back up north again. They go to the top of a mountain and down they fall once more. There's nowhere they won't go to try and find that smash barrier as well.
Yeah, it has been a little bit all over the place for GOAT this game. Although, despite that, you know, they seem decently looted here. Starting to move in over towards the western side of the circle. Black Esports moved out from North George quite early to get towards that coastal side on the north. Stage 2 really will be the difference maker though.
It is starting to get a little bit tenser here with 4 matches left to play. The smash rule engaging quite likely after this match.
So for those who are watching
afforded
and
to
don't know,
these
there's
teams
this
to
thing
actually
that they added to
break on through?
PUBG Esports that's called Smash Rule, where if a team hit 80 points and win the following game, they'll win the tournament overall. So currently GOAT and Regnum Kaya are the 2 teams that's closest to that 80 points. So whichever team hit 80 points between first and second, and then won the following game, they win the tournament overall.
There is positions to play. They are getting filled up fairly quickly now. Regnum Kaya actually playing on a large split right now. Amusing to me because it's a case of last game we committed down towards the south side and it ruined us, so why don't we just do both here? Let's have 2 players in the north, 2 players in the south. That way we can never go wrong.
If you never commit, you can never commit to a bad play. There you go. That's tactical advice with John Allen, which you should never heed.
Up against Black Esports. Black Esports currently in 11th place, an annoyingly good team as we have described them. It hasn't quite been enough to get them upwards because I do think that not enough of their gameplay comes off of their own back. Here is GOAT quality. FE's is down. 3 players up, but is successful over towards the 721.
This is a really important fight for both of these teams. The 721 Aggressor have had 3 players fall. GOAT quality looking to add 3 points to their tally, and it is just step after step that they are marching towards the mark. Varanik now breaking out wide. It is all up to Yonik, sorry, for the 721 Aggressor now. And he's being bared down upon by Varanik. You can see Panati on the off angle as well. Varanik close by, Yonik with the DBS. In the fuselage of the burnt-out plane, steps up for the challenge.
Nice.
Will go down, though, and that is the 721 Aggressors out, but GOAT quality, 76 points now.
4 points away, and all 4 players alive, taking the burnt-out plane from crash site. Decent position to work your way towards the east from, as most teams are actually on the furthest east side of this circle. They got a lot of room to work this one through with. Regnum Kaya is still splitting that difference. We're going to get some pickoffs here and there. As long as they get over towards that 80-point margin, they're going to be fairly happy with it.
Little jousts, little spikes back and forth between Nongshim Red Force and 4MV on the southeast side, south of the river as well. So they're going to need to most likely get across. And a little reminder about the smash rule, Blank. You need to have already crossed the 80-point barrier at the start of a match in order to be eligible to use that smash victory. That win condition only activates once you have already got to that mark, which means that neither Regnum Kaya nor GOAT Quality can win on this match. But if they're able to break that barrier this match, they can start their winning journey next match, potentially.
Circle off towards the northeast here. Pretty difficult one as well, like a lot of open ground down towards this south side. There is still a possibility for teams to wrap around on Lake here. Will be slightly difficult. Currently, Rejects playing in no lean at the moment. That compound off towards the western side of Stalbert. Which is a nice spot to be in, especially in this circle, I would say. With the high ground that it affords you. And just general space around it, which is very, very open. It's quite hard to assault that position, so Rejects should be fairly safe for a long, long time. Finally, Regnum Kaya regroup. And good news, they had 2 players over towards the north, so that regroup did work out. I think it was a fairly effective 2-2 split, to be honest.
Worked out well. So we get a little replay of the Hellions fight. Symphony hopping over the balcony there, but Falcon has his wings clipped. Lord Cedric to deal one of the final blows here at Symphony with a hop-up shutdown. Black Esports keep all 4 players alive. On the north side here, we're seeing DX Xavier start to take a little bit of damage as well on this rotate. They're down to 2 players. Fairly, well, to the west of the central glut, but not far from a terrible position.
Go has been all over the place this game. I mean, they're on the northern side now, wrapping over the top of Black Esports, and it's worked out fairly well. FE's is left behind slightly. With Panardi finding Zeptimus, though, that does create an opening. You imagine the rest of Black Esports is looking to crunch inwards. Baronet continues to try and find a position to play on this east side.
They really want this point. They really want this point. Look at the flex out. Ephius goes down, though, to Symphony. Lord Cedric is behind the vehicle. I don't think you get Ephius back up here. Committing a little bit too wide. I mean, perhaps as soon as you see that rotate away from Lord Cedric, you could potentially go on a rescue mission, but no, Symphony does get that spray down, does have the angle. Panati and Ego both rolling out for this one. Spotting Lord Cedric and Symphony moving on up. There's the flush. They're now up to 77 points blank, 3 points to go.
Go at the moment just hunting, realistically, to get over towards that 80-point margin. Early in the game where the fights aren't as close together, it's fair enough, it makes sense. They'll sacrifice a player to pick that one up. Slightly weakened by that fact, though. Regnum Kai have been pretty quiet in this game on the western side. Nigma Galaxy still down towards that south edge, who have made some very good rotates today and continue to do so coming into match 3.
I think we talked about it before, right? This Ralph renaissance in terms of his IGLing ability, his ability to have the trust of his team, to lead from the front as well. We've been so impressed with his ascendancy over the last year. Is now the time for Nigma Galaxy to sit atop the pile? They are a little bit out in the cold, given these overall standings, but it's not out of the question. Nongshim Red Force over towards Doc. XZY is in this hovercraft, and Top sits in its shadow.
Yeah.
There he
and
is.
He hops out.
Oh, Top!
Oh, Top takes it off him.
He doesn't know! Oh, Top! What are you, mate? What are you doing? This guy is insane, and XZY falls. Top is going crazy, giving them the runaround, and the rest of the team's here to help. What is happening now? It's Benny, it's Tizzy.
No,
Zjol's in with an aid.
no,
He
no,
backs up
no.
over them. Zjol falls. Top gets the heal, rolls around with the hovercraft. Tizzy trying to punch through that armor, but it's not there. He sprays, he misses, goes for a second attempt. Top around the edge. Oh, finally he falls, but he nearly gave me a heart attack, Blank.
Not like this, Nongshim Red Force. He was just waiting for him to hop out.
That was
Jump back
crazy.
in. Half expected him to get the rundowns as well. To back that thing up.
Oh, goodness me. One player from Nongshim Red Force falls. 3 players now on the eastern side. Nepex wanted a piece of it. Will not be able to do so. LGD, who have been left in the shadows for a little bit, actually scratch that. Goat Quality are fighting onto Nigma Galaxy. Ego down. Goat Quality with the last player to stand. Nigma Galaxy, Snowix, and Redox in the open field. Goat Quality fall. They do not get the points to break the barrier. Regnum Kaya are there, but so are Nigma Galaxy.
That is absolutely devastating for Go. Again, what was the markers in this game? We couldn't read the symbols. They were incomprehensible. All over the shop this match with GOAT quality. Seriously, some weird stuff coming through from that team there. 6 eliminations, fair, but you need to play this out similar to how Regnum Kari are doing this, which is just getting to that smash zone, and then once they're safe, they can start to play their games a little bit looser.
This is an incredibly important fight here for Regnum Kaya. 2 players sit before them, DX Xavier. If they win it, they have 80 points. The first nade in from Wild. Looking for the shots, looking for the damage. Can't go down. Wild is spotted though. Leviso out of the fight for the time being as Nate needs to bring it back if he wants to survive it. Wild is very, very low, but Regnum Kaya know all they need is to close out this last player. Another nade over the top here, but Silas hesitant. They want to get this res, keep it as 4, bobbling these nades in. Silas keeps the pressure up. Toshpik on this long angle. Upgrade could potentially third party from the south. Buzz and Ruzin are both marauding around. We'll see if they have an impact. Silas has an impact though. Another nade in. Loxy launching the forwards as well. Wild has another, and there's the first again, finding Nate. Leviso now below that 3/4 mark, 79. Leviso, the last they need, the morsel, the scrap on the plate before they chow down on a chicken dinner. This is upgrade. Ruzin could ruin it.
They honestly, at this point in time, you just crash onto Levi's and you try and take him down. They're gonna play this one a little bit more safe though. They have to leave here. Surely they know it's just 2 points that they need.
They just need one more point.
A placement would be enough to do it. They are still 4 players. Leviso with the challenge. Molodoi with more attention sent over their way. A lot of damage sent to Regnum Kaya. Leviso into the vehicle. Oh, hesitancy from Regnum Kaya to roll down the position. Maybe they didn't know it was 2. The spray into the open field, but Leviso changes shacks. Swaps his tenancy for an upgraded contract into the circle.
I think we're going to see on our screens, reject off in the distance for Regnum Kaya. Next few minutes, some of the most important minutes of their life. Ramsey's down on a nade coming through from Molodoi, a self-team nade there, not good news.
High nade from the shack over to Ruzin. Redox is most likely getting flushed here, will fall. Enigma Galaxy have 2 players alive, both of them in the smoke in the forefront of your screen. A nade over the top, over towards Ramesses, looking for these flushes. Snowyx and Ralph trying to hold their nerve now. Ruzin low. Reject could potentially third party from this ridgeline. Remember, Influence Rage as well, and somehow they're weathering the bombardment.
Reject needs to come in quick at this point in time. This is 3 points for them.
Regnum Kaya moving on the south as well. Reject could move in and third party this. Pick up the point they need. Ralph down, Snowyx on the inside. Buzz with a challenge. Up and over. They need to go now.
Are they in the same building right now?
One's outside, one's inside. Snowyx taking damage. Dips out with a DPS. Molodoi with a challenge on the outside. And Snowyx falls. Upgrade stays standing, but Regnum Kaya are here now. Good third party. They have an angle onto this. They could find the shack. And 1 more point. Placements may be starting to kick in for them too.
9th. They go out now, I believe it's 1 point that they would get. So I think Regnum Kaya have just done it into the smash zone. More points though, always nice for Regnum Kaya. They'll take what they can get here. You confirm it sooner on the eliminations. It'll probably put them at ease.
Apollo right now is a tasty morsel for Regnum Kaya. They know he's here. Look at this commitment coming through. They know it's only 1. They're sending everything they've got. They're making it all onto this play, and Toshpik opens brilliantly. Regnum Kaya want to close it down, fully confirmed. There it is. Bang! Smash barrier broken. And Regnum Kaya with the opportunity to go next match. Chicken dinner. Win the whole thing. Match 4. We'll see if they've got what it takes.
Divine off in the distance, losing that outpost for Reject, pretty terrifying for them. Limited information on that south side now. We've got the snake that goes through the center of this map on that road. Black Esports currently playing inside the enclave towards the center, and a nice compound currently held by Influence Rage. Regnum Kaya wrapping up towards Reject's position. Wild, nade in hand.
Bombardment to reject. Ragey low, just about alive, and they back off the ridge. Regnum Kaya sweeping the outside. Everything from this point is gravy for the team from Turkey. From the man denied at PMGC, Silas leading the charge for them. A man as storied as any here in PUBG Mobile esports. And they have this opportunity once more. A reminder again, Regnum Kaya cannot win this game on a smash ruling. They will need to go next game to win on a smash ruling. Even if they get a chicken dinner, you need to have already passed that 80-point boundary.
Upgrade, south side, reject, taking damage here. Regiosio's already down. Heavy chunk as well, depending on how quickly this fight continues onwards, and that's R8 out. Molotoving himself as well.
Point denial? Maybe.
What? What just happened to R8?
They needed the loo. They nipped out.
I mean, they're not in a terrible position right in 9th place. Why are we... I think we'll have to... Yeah, that's something we'll have to come back to, because that is completely confusing. Regnum Kaya currently holding out towards Upgrade right now on the south side. Reject a much more diminished force, and luckily for everyone else in the circle, Influence's Rage's compound is slowly being eked out of this circle now. For Regnum Kaya, probably one of the most frustrating games of all time if they win this one.
Certainly would be. Upgrade with a chance to stop them here. And to be honest, for Regnum Kaya, it might be good to just have that little bit of time to get a reset on. Not played super deep into this match. Prepare for the next. They've only got one more Erangel to play, so if they want to win it on the grassy pastures, they have that opportunity. Influence Rage, third party. From the west side, only one player actually alive for Influence Rage in that location, Lil Boy. The rest are all the way up on the north, challenging with Aki Cyber, challenging with Nepex as well.
It's a good wrap over towards that north side from Influence Rage. And much better today overall, I would say. Some of the rotates feel cleaner. They seem slightly more fearsome as well in their engagements. Regnum Kaya is still making things so difficult right now for Upgrade. The circle will push Ruzin in from this sideline. He has to get a first aid off fairly quickly, but both the players from Regnum Kaya understand that. They're going to back it off towards a new angle, which is within the circle itself. Oh my God!
Ooh, lovely little pickup there from Loxy. The spray down around the edge of the smoke. Regnum Kaya do have Upgrade on lockdown. Inside the shack. More points, fantastic. Nobody is anywhere near them alive right now. GOAT quality, the closest, but they won't have a smash opportunity until match 11 blank. That's if they get 2 points next match.
Which, you know, not entirely impossible.
Depends if they go on a trek again.
Now, Black Esports with a decent position towards the center, but limited players. Regnum Kaya actually does have a very good chance at winning this match. It's a question of how well they control this eastern side, and with one player down there for Rejects and a potential third party from Nepex as they start to move on through. Honestly, this high ground passing over towards the rest of the match would be nice for Regnum Kaya. Upgrade continually still sending shots back over towards them. Silas will make the first move.
Moving across the road into the zone. Reject now down to 2 players, Duello and Divine. Mukesh for Nepex on the northeast side, playing that stopper to the rotate north for Rejects potentially, as well as controlling Influence Rage, leaving and regrouping towards Lil Boy.
This is unbelievably good control coming through from Regnum Kaya. Silas continues to take shot, that's Upgrade gone, and now Regnum Kaya's position becomes even more defensible. Lil Boy will have to leave on that western edge. Black Esports taking a hell of amount of shots, but it's Nepex currently up against Duello. Duello hearing the shots whiz over the top of his head, giving him a side fade.
We'll have to try and brush it off though. cut back if he can. Lord Cedric down for Black Esports. They're playing with 3, but with that player down on the front, it's only the 2 on the inside. Influence Rage, though, tried to get the roll up, and you could see they are crawling backwards, tooth and nail into the mud, trying to survive. Reject come crashing down, as well as Nepex as Regnum Kaya. Goodness me, they keep this pressure going. Everybody else with flashing red bars on their screens.
I just have a feeling that Regnum Kaya is going to get the chicken dinner in this game, and it will be brutal for them. If only they'd got those points a little bit sooner.
That bridge play
would have been it.
That bridge play in the last game. Oh. But they are still in first place. They are still the only team with the potential to smash today.
Black
We'll see
Esports
if they can get that done.
Moving through over towards Influence Rage, looking to finish them off. Nepex on that northeast side, moving in, but Regnum Kaya have very, very nice sightlines going forward. Question is how you want to play this for now, because I think they know they want to get rid of Nepex sooner rather than later. Black Esports will finish up the last player there from Influence.
Regnum Kaya sending out onto the north. Nepex with the roll down. Black Esports don't have the time to third party. One goes down. Wild is out in the open, and Nepex fall. But a lot of damage done to Regnum Kaya here. Loxy is resable. Symphony is low. Who are we looking at for Black Esports? You've got 2 players alive, and there's the res, so all 3 are there.
Black Esports currently very, very central. They spot them crossing over the ridge. Silas has an angle towards this. Level 3 out of his mind.
With the crate on that fresh resupply here, but they're out of the zone. It will crunch them in. It will push them further forwards. Toshpik, no smokes on that. No meds left for them.
Come on,
but they've
Silas.
done the job here, Blank. It's crucial to remember that. Black Esports, however, they took them down out of the garage, which again could have been the play changer to make sure that they were in with a chance of getting the victory here. But no, Silas starts to eat lead, but ducks back behind the steel of the vehicle.
This is unbelievably rough. This is going to be a crazy wraparound.
Go on,
just Toshpik left remaining, and it won't be the chicken dinner there for Regnum Kaya, but they will manage to get towards 80 points. Smash rule is in effect, and it's time for them to get that chicken dinner in the next 3 matches to take the entirety of PMGO home.
Black Esports with the chicken dinner, and every point now with a team on the precipice of victory is all the more important, Blank, because it could end at any moment. Every match now could be your last. With Regnum Kaya breaking that boundary, they are all eyes on them. Every team will want a piece.
Almost feels good not to get that chicken dinner, honestly. And that pressure's not off, and you're still hungry for that first place inside a match, but Regnum Kaya has been playing clean today. Turkish on Turkish action though. Black Esports pivot them to the post. This roll around towards Nepex, if Domain had gone down slightly earlier, it might have been a very, very different story, but the fact they had to expend so many meds to get here, Toshpik just tries to send it in. It's not enough.
Not only do Regnum Kaya break the boundary, but also GOAT Quality did not. Really importantly, break that 80-point boundary, which means that it is only one team and one team only that could win it all in our next match. Let's head back to the analyst desk.
That's right, Black Esports gets the win, but Regnum Kaya is the bigger story here because they are now within that smash zone, being able to get those 80 points and some.
Is it fine if I say I'm kind of happy they didn't get the win?
Yeah.
Me too.
I'm kind of like, okay, they didn't get the win, they still have the strength, the mojo to go for chicken dinner for the rest of today, but they finally do get in the smash zone, which is massive. And actually, Silas was so good at how he was maneuvering the team around the map. It kind of reminded me of GOAT and how they play in the edge from time to time with these big splits. They're very, very oppressive, but to take it back to then the winning team of this game, actually Black Esports, we had a little bit of a chat before this game, right, Niptura? I kind of had them out of the conversation.
Yeah, I think we both did. They haven't been doing enough, even though they've been doing quite well. They haven't really been doing enough. We haven't seen too much of them today, but this game was absolutely huge for them. And I think you made point of this, is that they weren't playing edge for once.
Yeah, actually, dead center. I think they understood Edge playstyle is great, but in this lobby it's a little bit harder than in the previous stage. So at this point in time, they were trying their absolute best. Black actually involved in some relatively early fights back and forth in Severny, getting a few eliminations here and there. And then they saw the circle, understood Edge play in that terrain at this time of day, it's just not going to cut it. We need to send it center, and that ends up getting them the chicken dinner here.
It really, really does. Some really important fights for Black, meaning there was a lot of elims, and Turkey is really dominating that top 3 there.
Holy moly, yeah, Turkey is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Loxy, Tospic, I mean, Regnum, Karya. Points here to at least get within the smash zone, and these players were able to show up. At one point, it was a bit scary. I didn't think they were actually going to be able to do it, but I did enjoy the push that they did on Nepex.
Where was that? Did I miss that?
At the end.
At the end? You know what, Max? I'm sure you know about it. How about you enlighten us?
I mean, they just clear the southern eastern side and they just get himself a little bit more high ground control. Actually, because pushing onto Nepex on this terrain is great, because otherwise you've got a little more of a ridge, which makes you very visible. You actually claim the ridge behind the road, but afterwards the circle shifts away from them. That makes them very vulnerable and predictable to the team of Black Esport, which ends up being their undoing. But it was a good clear to get a few eliminations here and there to go through the highlights. And actually, we're going to see this fight.
I loved this.
Top is coming up with like new metas on his own. Like, where's this man up about?
Right? If only he would have ended up clutching that. New meta.
We put in the smash zone right there just for that.
Yeah, that was deserved. I loved this as well. Nigma Galaxy really holding off there against them. But yeah, I mean, Dick Xavier and Regnum Karya really putting in some good work. And it was interesting that actually a backstab from Upgrade onto Regnum Karya. They got one knock. They were very easily able to reset that, and they were not pushed. But I think it really knocked Regnum Karya's confidence in that play at all.
Actually, you could see how hungry Regnum Karya were, because they were looking for those 2 eliminations on Dick Xavier. They got one, like, okay, we're 1 point away from reaching 80. They couldn't quite get it, and then they were just trying to chase a few stragglers, a few solos around the entirety of that game, and they did end up finding it, I believe, on Apollo of Rechecks. But here, this little ridge line you see with that also little shed is perfect. And Black knew this is going to be the quintessential position to hold on to if you want to go the entire way, and this is the play you talked about here earlier, Seven.
Yes.
That breach gives them an amazing ridge line to play after they win that fight.
You end up sacrificing one player, but ultimately you put yourself in a position where you could have won the game.
You really could. It was a very nice thing. I think probably they just waited a little too long. I think they just hesitated a little bit because that zone really started to push them, and once you have that pressure behind you, it makes it very difficult to actually do anything with it. So as we go over to the match ranking, it is going to be 23 points for Black and 15 for Regnum, but we're starting to see some double digits across multiple teams here.
Yeah, actually talking about Black Esport, they had 35 total points before this game, 23 with this one now.
That's
so
huge.
Actually they're one good game away from being also in contention. And again, I thought they were out before this match even ended. So actually a chicken dinner was exactly what Black Esports really needed if they wanted to be in contention for possibly that PMGO 2025 trophy. So Black, you know what? More central play that might actually get you the entire way here. I like to see teams that can adapt to playing edge and center when the situation requires you to do so.
I think I might have ended up cursing some of these teams. I mean, one team I'm looking at, Akid Cyber, I thought they were going to be doing better here in Erangel, considering they were able to not do that bad yesterday. But the main one for me is RA in 14th place. This team, Neptura, has only gotten 5 points today after 3 matches.
That's so heartbreaking, man. I don't know what to tell them. I mean, they seemed like they were going to have a really good game today, and then something happened. We saw that the end of that fight going in there, and I think he naded himself, if I've heard the casters correctly, which is a little odd to say the least. But yeah, it just fell apart very quickly, and it could have been such a good game for them.
It could have been. Well, it wasn't. Maybe this team will be able to turn it around. One push that I do want to see, I was talking earlier in regards to Regnum Karya being able to push one team. There was one push you guys want to take a look at again.
What might be the most single important elimination of the tournament here, Seven. It's on Apollo. They were at this moment one elimination away from reaching the smash zone. And they just get Apollo, they see that one player, and they know he's solo. This is an easy point. We're just going to send it. Even if we lose a player or two, it's worth it because he reached that so important 80-point zone. So, yeah, that 1 point was so important. And it actually worked out for them. One team that push didn't work out for was Go. They got a little bit too aggressive. They sent it. All the players go out, and they yet don't reach 80 points. That is so unfortunate.
This is the thing, though. This is the thing, though. This is the difference. Regnum went on to one player because they knew it was one player. GOAT went on to a full squad in a compound. Stop mocking me, both of you.
Going.
They went into it and went, hey, 4v4, let's do it, not 3v1. I mean, it's night and day. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out what we're doing. I want to look at that overall. I want to see who's currently in the Smash Zone, which we know Regnum Karya definitely is. And you can see it. I love that animation right there. Regnum Karya with now 91 points. If they win the next match, this team will end up winning PMGO 2025 Uzbekistan, and you can see how close GOAT is, and we gotta give props to Enigma Galaxy as well.
We do indeed. This is what I wanted to see. We saw them towards the middle of that leaderboard, but here they are, Black, doing the exact same thing. Black Esports coming on through there, onto the top page. Rejects as well. We see them being pushed up as they continue to get top 5 after top 5. We're seeing a lot of movement going on in this first page.
Yeah, the Smash Zone is quite exclusive to only one team right now, but I think we're going to have a few other contenders joining that club very, very soon. Actually, I want to take the kind of spotlight over to LGD. They fixed the drop location, which we talked about, we were expecting, it did happen. And yet, despite that, Niptura, we're not seeing any performance or results whatsoever. Like, what is happening from the LGD of yesterday?
I can tell you exactly what is happening with them. They are playing way too passively. I kind of feel like while they were quiet, they were not passive yesterday. Here, they've changed the drop spot, sure, they've adapted a little bit, but we're not seeing any bite from them. We're not even seeing any bark. Teams like Rejects and all of these other teams, like certainly in Rozhawk, I think it was Upgrade that just pushed them. They were completely surprised by it. Even though they had a really good spot in zone, they should have been more aware and should have been more prepared for those sorts of clashes to come through for them, and they just didn't. I just don't feel like their head's in it right now.
And for LGD, I mean, so far today, only 9 points. So going with the point that you're saying, playing a little bit too passive, things aren't going their way. That's exactly what's going on. But for Regnum Karya here, Max, going into that next match, if they do end up winning, what kind of playing style do you think they're going to go for? Because remember, the coach, Apocalypse, did end up telling me that they are ready for anybody that's looking to hot drop them.
Actually, I'm going to say I think they're not ready. You know why? Because when you look at their drop location, they drop in Rozhawk, and they typically drop split, meaning you're very vulnerable to a hot drop. And there's a few teams competing for the Smash Zone, especially Xavier. They drop Northeast Pachinki. Okay, we're just theorizing here. This might not happen, but they got to know there's a massive target on their back. Drop in split is a big issue. Maybe here, Niptura, we should see Regnum Karya regroup a little bit closer, or even changing the drop location altogether.
Exactly what my next point was going to be. I think they just change it. Don't tell anyone. Just go to like a random free spot. Maybe their analyst, their coach is maybe trying to find some sauce. Exactly. Just go Zarky.
Oh, really? Zarky?
Yes.
I was saying that's a joke.
No, I'm not joking here. I'm completely serious. If you are trying to get that win in the next game, then you go somewhere no one is expecting you to go, and you have, at least in the first half, a very easy game.
There's a lot of theories here. I'm really starting to get into their heads here, but at least I would say if you want to drop Rozhawk, because Seven said he talked with them and said they really want to commit to the drop location, at least doing a 2-2 drop. Instead of like everyone players going to Garden, etc. is a bit risky, so Regnum, we're going to pay very close attention to your early game because, man, we might have one of the most important hot drops in a hot minute.
If anybody comes your way, just
run. Or
run.
fight, I don't know.
Go the other way.
Yeah.
Just disappear on the screen. Oh, that's the quickest I've moved in a long time.
You're already just like
you got a little bit lie-headed. But, I mean, it is going to come down to that right now. I think I remember, too, from Enigma Galaxy interview earlier on, that we're saying they are also ready to sacrifice themselves if it is a situation where they need to. So, for example, if for some reason Regnum Karya is close to Enigma Galaxy, we might see them end up finding. We'll end up finding out, though, because after this break, we will have a performance from Asha Prince.
大家好，我是 LGD 战队的 MVM， 我是 LGD 战队的选手，然后我在战队里面担任的是指挥位置。
How prepared are you guys to take on the best of the best from all around the world in the main event?
这一次世界赛我们已经做好了充足的准备，然后准备迎接这一次的 PMGO， 然后再一次向世界的舞台展示一下我们中国战队的实力。
Which team are you guys most excited to go up against?
我们最期待对战的是 PMV， 因为我们知道就是拓普从 Falcon 来到了 PMV， 然后听说大家对于他们的表达都是银河战舰，就是很强的战队，然后我们想挑战他。
How do you adapt your gameplay when facing an unfamiliar team with unexpected strategies?
我觉得其实并没有什么不熟悉的战队，因为在整个海岛或者沙漠地图当中，所有的地形都是一样的，它只是人物的，就是对面的对手不一样而已。但是对于地形的了解，我们还是一样的。
What would it mean for the team to win the PMGO title?
这也意味着我们第一次登上世界赛的舞台，然后展示了自己的实力，然后也证明了自己。然后这样的话，我们可以向更高的领奖台去挑战。
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
我觉得 INF 吧，因为通过世界赛的表现来看 ，INF 其实实力也很强厚。谢谢大家观看本次的采访，感谢，拜拜。
Herkese merhaba, ben Saylas. Regnum Kare takımında oynuyorum. IGL'im. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
You lost out on the #1 position at PMGC 2024 by just a couple of points. Can you tell us what was the feeling like in the team at that moment?
Takım olarak herkes şoka uğradı. Bizimkiler, çocuklar bayağı üzüldü. Ondan sonra direkt hataları konuşmaya başladık. Ben de kendi açımdan anlık bir şok yaşadım. Ondan sonra düşündüm sadece ve güzel bir vakit geçirdiğimi kendime şey yaptım, yedirdim yani. Ondan sonra da gittik evimize.
What was the moment you realized you could turn PUBG Mobile into a professional career?
PUBG Mobile ilk çıktığında birkaç yayıncı vardı. Onları izliyordum. Yani hepsine güzel böyle yorumlar falan geliyordu. Hepsi iyi oyunculardı. Dedim ki ben niye olamayayım ve işleri ciddiye almaya başladım. Profesyonel arenaya arkadaşlarımız vardı bizim. Onların bir klanı vardı. O klanla birlikte başladık. Sonra oynadık falan filan. Avrupa'da güzel başarılar elde ettik. Sonra Barış abi buldu beni. Yani birbirimizi bulduk aslında. Ondan sonra dünya şampiyonuna kadar giden bir yol oldu. Şu anda da buradayız yani.
What's your go-to strategy for dominating in the final circles?
Son alanlarda sayı avantajımız varsa onu ilk önce kullanmaya çalışıyoruz. Genelde ben arabayla gezip info topluyorum. Kimin en fazla bombası var onları hesap ediyoruz. Sonra sağa sola açılıyoruz. Yani tek bir kişi konuşuyor, ben konuşuyorum genelde. Beyler bunu yapacağız, şunu yapacağız, şurada işte 2 adam var falan filan. Yani son alanları bu yüzden güzel oynuyoruz.
RC's amazing performances amazed so many players and fans in the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals, and many other teams are paying extra attention to RC this time. Any messages for these competing teams, and any messages to your fans?
2024'teki performansımız daha iyi olabilirdi. Sadece bunu demek istiyorum. Onun dışında bu sene içinde yeni transferimiz var. Onunla gayet iyi işler yapacağımızı düşünüyorum. Takımların hepsine de bol şans demek istiyorum. Yani hepsi çok güçlü takımlar var. ForMV gibi, NGX gibi, DX gibi falan. Bayağı güçlü takımlar var yani hepsi güçlü. Hepsine buradan bol şans demek istiyorum yani. Fanlara da bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum şimdiden. İnşallah şampiyon alıp geleceğiz. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Hoşça kalın.
Всем ассаламу алейкум, добрый вечер! Yeah! Yeah! Go! Всем прекрасного вечера. Катимся very nice. Адики, часики, эти файс. Я сам себе знаю прайс. Акулам не законает лайф. Нет, не за горами лайф. Мы же хотели свой парадайз. Огромный телек, не будь девайс. Миллион денег и жизнь айс. Я слушай, закрути, не мучи. На любой случай, но мне весена не гучи. Слушай, слушай, я руками тучи. Унеси меня на ковре летучем. Слушай, слушай, закрути, не мучи. На любой случай, но мне весена не гучи. И слушай, слушай, я руками тучи. Унеси меня. One, two, three, ловим на лету. Тело ты виду. Все мы на виду. Я ведь тоже не был в курсе, где твой враг и друг. Время сузит круг. Деньги пусиду. Деньги ловим, ловим, ловим, ловим, ловим, ловим, ловим, ловим. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Go, Thank you. Спасибо огромное, спасибо большое. Что, едем дальше? Давай пошумнее, повеселее, друзья! Go. Я не тот, может, ты не та, или наоборот, ты моя суета. Ты не та, может, я не тот, но ты не пропадай. Давай, я не тот, может, ты не та, или наоборот, ты моя суета. Ты не та, может, я не тот, но ты не пропадай.
I hope this don't get copyrighted, or I have to mute this entire segment.
Если это сон, пропадает страх. Что у меня нету прав, что у меня нету слов. Ты моя, я на все готов.
So, I guess why this big break is happening now is because if Ragnar Karabra win the tournament, that's it. They won it all, so. And Ragnar Kara can win because even though probably team's going to hunt them, it's gonna cause a lot of chaos, especially if they made it into the final circle. If they have like a solid compound where like multiple teams looking and everyone's trying to crash, it might be a plus for them because the other teams are going to get third party. And remember, if Ragnar do not win and the 12 match play, it end up they're gonna add up everyone's placement for those 12 match kills and then crown the winner. So it's kind of risky for the teams that's probably gonna hunt them, and them could have a chance winning as well. So it's tough across the board. It's tough. But let's see what's up.
Спасибо огромное.
Let's go.
Yeah. Давай. Не бывает дыма без огня. Солнце выходит после дождя. Отпусти, не души меня. Ты нравишься мне, но ты не моя. Не бывает дыма без огня. Люди о нас много говорят. Отпусти, не ищи меня. Я уйду на свет от фонаря. Я твое чудовище, ты моя красавица, ты мое сокровище. Нам не надо париться, вроде бы любовь, что мы оба задыхались. Пусть они все видят, как мы с тобой. И меня закумарит только твоя. Меня понимает только моя мата. Что же было после? Фонари погасли. Меня понимает Алмата. Не бывает дыма без огня. После дождя. Отпусти, не души меня. Ты нравишься мне, но ты не моя. Не бывает дыма без огня. Люди о нас много говорят. Отпусти, не ищи меня. Я уйду на свет от фонаря. Давай. Я не понял, где живет твоя любовь. Не хочу ее искать, кипела моя кровь. Я не помню, было столько много слов. Может, ты была не та, может, я был не готов. Я не понял, где живет твоя любовь. Не хочу ее искать, кипела моя. Я не помню, было столько много слов. Может, ты была не та. Не бывает дыма без огня. Солнце выходит после дождя. Отпусти, не души меня. Ты нравишься мне, но ты не моя. Не бывает дыма без огня. Люди о нас много говорят. Отпусти, не ищи меня. Я уйду на свет от фонаря. Let's go. Спасибо большое, друзья. Спасибо. Дайте шумоташки. Давай, кто знает. Кино снимать не надо нам. Давай. Я считаю бабки, объезжаю пробки. Я без гонорара не хожу на их тусовки. Пацаны, мы на тренировке. Я все так же обожаю белые кроссовки. Уберите руки, эти пьяные подруги. Не торчу в ТикТоке, не сижу в Фейсбуке. Разные дороги, небо посылает знаки. Принесите мясо, тут голодные собаки. Кино снимать не надо нам. Свою любовь подари пацанам. Она сама смотрела мне в глаза, а я не смог ничего ей. Кино снимать не надо тут. Я знал финал, тебе не подойду. Цветный букет подарил в пустоту. Купил билет, улетел в Алмату. Тут она на нилу, Эрой на лайн, номер гонит вай. Да, как крайне, тут она на нилай. Дайте шума нашему любимому гитаристу и барабанщику. Хома и Леха, дайте шума! Damn, boy. Let's go. Let's go. Давай, кто знает. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя невозможно. Я бы подарил одну из планет. Мы улетали, аж мурашки по коже. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя невозможно. Я бы подарил одну из планет. Мы улетали, аж мурашки по коже. Честно, я тебя еще не знаю, ма. 2 минуты, ты уже родная, ма. Как тебя зовут и как твои дела? Чё ты хочешь от края до края, ма? Пустой квадрат, тусклый свет. Закрой глаза, иди ко мне. Знакомые бренды на твоем белье. После я уеду далеко, но буду возле. Обещаю, что приеду к тебе в гости. Возвращаться никогда не поздно. Ты мне нужна иногда. После я уеду далеко, но буду возле. Обещаю, что приеду к тебе в гости. Как бы ни манили эти соски, ты мне нужна. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя невозможно. Я бы подарил одну из планет. Мы улетали, аж мурашки по коже. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя. Я бы подарил одну из планет. Мы улетали, аж мурашки по коже. Покидаем остров, прилетаем в космос. Рано или поздно, сегодня можно все. Мысли вслух, аппетит растет. Мы с ней улетали. Я не знал, то ли это ночь, то ли это день. Залипал неоновый луч, нарисует день. Масло намажь на мою, масло намажь на мою. Я не знал, то ли это ночь, то ли это день. Залипал неоновый луч, нарисуй день. Масло намажь на мою постель, масло намажь на мою. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя невозможно. Я бы подарил одну из планет. Аж мурашки по коже. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя. Я бы подарил одну из планет. Мы улетали, аж мурашки по коже. Аж мурашки по коже. Улетали, аж мурашки по коже. Спасибо огромное, спасибо большое, Ташкент. Всех с праздником, да? Всех с праздником, всех победителей поздравляю. Всем удачи. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Поехали, let's go. Если так я хочу улететь, это пустота. Гладила постель, ее красота на мою карусель. Суета забирает мой день. Если так я хочу улететь, это пустота.
I have no idea what he's saying. So the next match is what? 14 minutes? It's because our team hit smash rules. So how smash rules work? Whenever a team is on 80 points and they win the following match, they won the tournament overall, even if they don't play the 12 games, because it's 12 games overall. But I think they're on match 8 now. Yeah, match 8 or 10, I think. Yeah, they're going into match 10. So if Ragnarok wins, they won the tournament overall because they hit the smash rule, which is 80 points. So whichever team hit 80 points and then win the following game, they win the tournament, even if they don't play the 12th match. if no teams on 80 points aren't able to win a match, then they're gonna play out the 12 match and then add it up, and whoever have more kills than placement, they will win the tournament. So that's what's going on now. So they took a big break because Ragnam Cabra Esports can win. So they're just doing this, I guess, just in case they win.
Спасибо огромное, Ташкент. Всем здоровья, всем счастья, еще увидимся. Peace and love, baby.
저는 농심 레드포스 소속의 XZY이고요. 팀의 팀장을 맡고 있습니다.
You guys haven't been part of the S-tier PUBG mobile events for quite some time. What's been holding you guys back?
팀원들과의 서로 믿음이 부족하고 단단하지 못해서 성적이 안 나왔다고 생각합니다.
If you wanted to face off 4 versus 4 against another team in the final circle, which team would you choose?
맞붙고 싶은 상대는 포메리칼 바이브 팀이고요. 이제 그 이유는 좀 개인적으로 친분이 있는 선수도 있고, 이제 글로벌 챔피언십 MVP 2명 선수와 쟁쟁한 선수들이 많이 있어가지고 그런 강한 팀과 4대4로 맞붙고 싶습니다.
Realistically, which team do you think is potentially the champion team of 2025 PMGO and why?
대표적으로 세 팀을 뽑고 싶은데, 이제 리젝트와 저희 레드포스 팀과 이제 4MV를 뽑고 싶은데, 최근에 사설 대회 했을 때 4MV가 되게 강한 걸 느꼈어가지고 4MV로 뽑고 싶고, 이제 리젝트는 저번 GYRO 때 되게 압도적인 경기력을 보여준 그게 있어가지고 한 번 더 뽑고 싶고, 저희 팀도 최근에 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 만큼의 연습 과정을 거쳤다고 생각해서 자신 있어서 저희 팀 뽑았습니다.
Talk about your friendship with Doak and in how badly you would have him in your team.
2023 PMGC에서 처음 만나가지고 이제 경기장 안에서와 이제 경기가 다 끝나고 나서 되게 많이 친해졌었는데, 그때 얘기도 많이 나누고 해서 이제 아직까지 그 뒤로 만나지 못했지만 아직까지 친분을 유지하고 있는 것 같고, 이제 독 선수가 저희 팀에 와서 같이 하게 된다면 이제 독 선수는 장거리 사격과 이제 근접전 둘 다 훌륭하고 IGL 능력도 뛰어나서 되게 잘 맞을 것 같아요. 이제 항상 응원해주시는 저희 국내 팬들과 이제 세계에서 저를 응원해주시는 팬들도 많은데 항상 감사드리고, 저희 이번 GYRO 열심히 할 거니까 많이 응원해주세요. 감사합니다.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Dick Levitt, mình đến từ team Dingo Savior, vị trí ở trong team mình là tanker.
Your team has quite the talent with a couple of MVP awarded players. But when it comes to team results, something is lacking in global tournaments. What's the issue?
Nếu vấn đề ra quốc tế, team em mắc nhiều lỗi như là team quốc. Lần này ra bọn em đã sửa lỗi và vấn đề teamwork của em cả đội rất là ok trong lần giải sắp tới lần này.
What's the most intense match you've ever played, and what made it stand out?
Trận đấu nhớ nhất chắc trận game solo của SEA Games. Em nghĩ mang huy chương về cho nước nhà đấy là trận đấu em đang nhớ nhất.
How do you mentally recover after a tough loss in a crucial match?
Bình thường em và cả team thất bại trong một trận đấu nào đấy, bọn em về cùng xem lại và giải quyết những lỗi lầm và các team ra và nhìn nhận nó để cố gắng và làm cho nó hoàn hảo hơn trong các trận đấu tiếp theo.
What's the best piece of match advice you've received from a fellow gamer or mentor?
Cứ cố gắng thay đổi bản thân thì mọi thứ tốt đẹp sẽ đến với bạn.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
Em thấy thì đội tuyển mạnh nhất là chắc là FMV, vì họ có những nhân tố bí ẩn như là MVP thế giới do top chẳng hạn, và các thành viên còn lại cũng rất mạnh, không toàn FMVP thôi. Cảm ơn các bạn đã cổ vũ team mình trong các trận đấu tiếp tới nhé. Bye bye.
Come on, start the match, start the match, start the match. 6 more minutes. It's getting intense, I can't wait.
Talk about your recent roster change. How's the dynamic changed in the team with the 2 new additions?
манай хуучин одоогогийн ростер ер нь сод байсан. Тэгээд одоо өчнөө жил яг одоо ростеруудаа нэгсээ зүгтээс олж чадахгүй тэгээс явсны тэгэл болохгүй мэн гэдгийг ойлгоос. Тэгэл ер нь ростераас олсон. Тэгээд уур амьсгалын үед гэх юм бол ер нь хоёулантай нэлийн дотн байдаг байсан болохоор ер нь уур амьсгал нэг сүртэй нөлөө байхгүй. Яг л анх байдаг шээс юм тэмээс.
With the addition of Top, how confident are you guys that the trophy is secured this time?
Ер нь бол бид нар officially студент хэмжээний ерөөсөө цомыг өргөж үзэж байгаагүй. Тэгээд ер нь бид нар өөрсдөө жаагаар үүсгэлэн байсан. Энэ манай топ ч гэсэн бас яг л адилхан юм болохоор энэ амар ихтэй байна. Ер нь топыг нэмснээр одоо манай багт ер нь гэхдээ яг ингээд тулаад ч юм уу ер нь байлтахад өмнө нь амар хэцүү байдаг байсан. Яг бүх юм би өөрөө зааж өгдөг байсан болохоор одоо яг өөрөөсөө хийх юм аа мэдээд шууд урд шууд унгачдаг болохоор ер нь надад айгүй амар давуу талтай байгаа. Эцэг багийн үед гэх юм бол ер нь асуудал ер нь одоо баг байхгүй байгаа та.
Which other team has the best chances of lifting the trophy in 2025 PMGO?
Ер нь тэгээд манай багийн дээрсэн шалтгаан бол тэгээд бусад багууд цом өрөхгүй байх шалтгаан гэж бодчих.
Any team from the qualifiers that really impressed you?
Qualifying одоо багууд ер нь багуудын одоогор сайн судалж үзээ ер нь мэдхгүй. Яагаад гэвэл мэрэгжлийн тайварч байхгүй учраас. Гэхдээ ер нь миний мэдж байгаагаар бол T2K одоо хоёр тоглогчийн би сайн мэднэ. Төрүүлээ оруулц хоёрыг. Тэгэд одоо тэр хоёртой ер нь анханасаа ер нь баг мэрэгжлийн одоо бүс рүү орж ирсэн цагаас эхлүүлээд тэр танил болсон болохоор одоо тэр хоёрыг дэшээ final stage руу гарч ирээсэй гэж ер нь бодож байна.
Being one of the most hyped and most formidable teams mentioned by many other teams, how do you feel? Any messages to other teams?
Манай багийн ростер ер нь ингээд нэлээ одоо чанга ростер ч гэсэн ер нь л бусад багууд яг л адилхан. Энэ яг зүгээр л дөрөв нүүрээ хараад ерөөсөө тэгж байлддаг тоглоом биш. Тэгэхээр ер нь бүх багууд л хүчтэй өсөлт болохоор одоо бусад багуудтайгаа одоо яг чадвар нэрээ өсөлтийг тийм юм л. За дүүк байлаа. PMGO дээр манай багийг дэмжээрэй. Үзсэнд баярлалаа. Баярлалаа.
Hello guys, my name is Novix and I'm a player from Team Nigma Galaxy and my role in the game is Fragger.
You guys have come quite close to glory a few times in international tournaments. How prepared are you guys to reach the finish line fastest this time around?
We reached some like only top 3 in all the tournaments we played last season. I think we're preparing a lot for all the team, but we're lacking on some individual mistake. And during this off-season, we tried to fix that a lot. So our goal here is to win the tournament.
As a PUBG Mobile athlete, what is the biggest challenge that you have faced over the years?
For me, the biggest challenge as a professional player is to be consistent, stay on top, dedicate a lot of time to the game and make some concession in real life. Sometimes it's tough, but it's part of the job, I think.
As for the qualified teams fighting for a spot in the main event, which team has caught your attention the most?
For me, the biggest opponent in this prelims is going to be the Turkish team because they are really aggressive and they have strong gun skill. T2K is also a good team and they had a huge name before back in 21. And I think all the team have chance to qualify basically, but some of the team are going to be way better.
For all your fans from your region who are expecting a trophy, what's your message?
My message is simple, like we missed 3 trophies last year because of individual mistake. And this season is going to be over. We're just going to play for trophy and we're going to get it.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
I think we have 2 biggest opponents in this tournament. We have 4MV, but depending on their form and if the team working well together. And we have NSR. They're like a very good team and I think they can win the trophy as well. I think like 4MV, of course, they have strong gun skill and a lot of star players. But NSR, it's a team that understands a lot the game. I think they're kind of similar than us, to be honest.
How does it feel to come back again as an invited team to the PMGO main event, this time after participating in 2024 PMGO?
For me, PMGO is like, as a player, as a SnowX, it's an important tournament because this is where everything starts in PMGO Brazil. And for me, it's one of the trophies that I want the most. I really want to prove that I can win it, and I will try it. Like I will give everything to win it. And, representing Nigma Galaxy, it's good. It's a good org. We're having a good time there. We have a good team as well, and we're working a lot. So I feel really confident with the team. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting us. It was SnowX. See you soon.
Yo, nimaga va assalomu alaykum.
Insta kasali, hamma go'zal. Lekin show business bundan xursandmas deb o'ylayman.
Nepex Esports.
Patience that I need.
I was still, oh, my bad. I was still enjoying myself there from that performance from Asa Prince. Great, by the way, but it did give us time to talk to some players and some coaches, though, and we got some good spicy stuff. So just to refresh your memory, hopefully we'll be able to show you the overall, because right now Regnum Karya is in first place. They have passed this match zone. They have achieved the 80 points needed and some. And this team could win the whole tournament if they end up getting a chicken dinner here in the next game. Something to keep in mind, though, is the hot drops.
Yes. And actually, I wanted to almost delay like the mid-time like little concert we were going to have, because there's actually so many theories that are going to be happening. 3 teams don't drop that far away from the side of Regnum Karya. You have 3 teams. That's going to be Deke Xavier, there's going to be Nigma Galaxy, and one team that's just hot on their heels. Actually, it is going to be GOAT quality here, Nipchiro, that could be trying to just ruin it for Regnum Karya.
Absolutely, I think that is entirely a good chance of doing that. We did speak to Regnum. They were like, yeah, we're going to win this game. They're feeling really, really good. However, maybe they're not really accounting for those 3 teams that you just mentioned, because they do
You know, the
not
funny
only
thing
drop
is,
nearby, but very close.
Are we going to have 4 teams in Ross?
Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
I don't think so. But generally, you also got to keep something in
Can
mind. You want to try
even
and
still
slow
win
down
even
the game
if
plan of Regnum Karya, but you
they
also want to
don't
hold to
win
your
on
chances of
Smash
reaching the
because
80-point smash zone. So like you got to find that perfect balance. And again, Regnum
they're
Karya
leading
drop
the
split.
lobby
Maybe
by
just
quite a
focus 4
few.
players on that one player, hinder their chances of a win, and then maybe just play your entire game plan as you usually would.
Maybe. We don't really know what's going to happen.
We don't know.
This is the first time we have seen the Smash rule in effect here in PUBG Mobile Esports. And I did enjoy seeing a little bit of the players being relaxed. They don't seem too worried about everything, especially from Nigma Galaxy. And for Nigma Galaxy, I feel like the biggest question is going to be, can this team please just keep 4 players alive? Because to be fair, they have been performing so well the whole day. They just need that win, and they need to, first of all, cross those 80 points as well.
And I mean, they got it.
Let's go.
They got one of those wins under their belts. This is not a team that cannot win in this lobby.
But it was near Pachinki, right? They had a circle kind of heavily going their way.
True,
I haven't seen
but
a
it's
win
not
where
that
they're
the
like,
zone. It's not that the zone got handed to you. It's what you do with the zone that got given. And I think, you know, they took advantage of some things. I think they've been super consistent. We want to see more action, but I do see that they could win in this next game.
For everybody out there, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But don't forget that players worldwide are checking in on the World of Wonder map. Enter the map ID currently on your screen. Immerse yourself in the full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Start your virtual venue tour now, and maybe I'll end up being there all the 7 pixels of me. But I'm just really excited to see what's going to happen here on this next match. So you know what? Let's go to the last Erigale of the PMGO Uzbekistan with John Allen and Blank.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your thumbs and fingers on your Infinix GT20 Pro at all times, and in case of emergency, smash! That's right, it's time for Regnum Karya to get into this one, into the thick of it. We're into the double digits on the match count. It's time for 10.
They're the only team currently with the ability to smash on through this entire tournament and make it in with a chance to end this tournament.
This is going to be interesting. Let's see if any team hot drop them.
Never seen before.
And maybe probably a
Can
team from the
Regnum Karya make
bottom way.
history here on this stage in
But the funny thing
Uzbekistan?
is, there are teams that are playing for prize pool as well, so the higher you finish it, the more money you get. So let's see.
What they needed then, but it's what they need
Alright,
right
boss.
now. There are other teams chasing currently. Go quality at 78 points, 2 points off that threshold. They can make it this game, surely. Right, guys? Surely.
Must be able to. That's definitely going to happen, depending on how many laps of Erangel they do, that is.
Let me pull up the map
I
for you
reckon.
real quick.
Yeah, we've got to start handing those out at this point for teams that longest distance on the roads.
I
LGD
think
falling
they have a
down a
team
little bit.
running
DX
on
Xavier,
them.
51 points at 9th
I can see
place.
it.
They started the day off very, very well. Nongshim Red Force, I would say they've redeemed themselves today. It's not the craziest results from them, but considering their performance yesterday, it was a whole lot better. Circle vastly off towards the eastern side, giving Black Esports a nice, good chance here after their chicken dinner on our previous match.
Regnum Karya All eyes on them. DXavier are closer to the ground here, at least to Wild. Silas hits the deck first, grabbing the vehicle, looking to try and pick up his teammates if he needs to. He will be on call should evacuation be necessary. Keeping 4 players alive, the name of the game. Upgrade and Hellion both across the water from them. And will be scrapping with one another. The iron sights on the K9. But the bark is bigger than the bite this time around.
I was close. I was real close, actually. See now Upgrade Influence Rage, both in Yasnaya together. Taking a look over towards Regnum Karya, currently in Rozok, with Hellion quite close by. Currently on the north side, rotating through up towards Severny. Regnum Karya can get looted up quite quickly. The question is, do they want to continue finding eliminations, or do they just want to find a really strong central position, play this game out awfully safe in hopes of a chicken dinner at the end of this? It's a gamble.
And it's uncharted territory as well, Blank. The theory crafting is all well and good, but it's yet to be put to the test. With this Smash rule set, how does it change the game? No hot drops, that is for certain. Not this time around, we aren't trialing that. Regnum Karya, uncontested currently, as it stands. It felt like DXavier may have tried to get involved, but didn't quite have the inside track.
Yeah, I think that for DXavier, obviously they've moved away from Pachinki. They're playing apartment school, so they would be very close by, but it did look a little bit dangerous towards the start of this game. I will say one thing, though. We heard an interview earlier. I'm not sure if you guys were able to tune in at the same time. Perhaps you were going to take a little break, you know, get something to eat, get a drink. That's fair enough as well. But if you didn't catch it, there was a really nice thing that Silas said during that interview. He was talking about how they were pipped to the post, right? They were 1 point off. But despite all that, he went home pretty happy because he enjoyed himself. And I think that is a fantastic thing because honestly, when he was over on S2G, there was such an amount of pressure on that guy as a player. Moving over to Regnum, I think, has breathed fresh air into him. That's taken the pressure off. He plays a lot better. He plays a lot more free and relaxed in these games. And he's better off for it. And you know what? He is one of the most respected players in the world. And we were worried about that too, that would that pressure get to him? Would it mount up? And being able to take second place and go home, be like, I am just glad that I got to be there at the main stage in London. I think that deserves a win here at PMGO, that kind of attitude.
The story that he has told with his career is impeccable. Upgrade on the hunt for them, though. And it will be Wild and Silas to face. Upgrade, spray down. Molodoy, get out of here. Those are potential champions you're hunting.
I like that. Regnum Karya is not going to let anything get in their way going forward. Wildcard team rolls through. They're happy to jump out and take the shots back just because they want to play a little bit more passive. Doesn't mean they're down and out yet. Here's RA up against Hellion. This is up towards Severny. Hellion made a long shoot over towards this position, but RA has this one locked down, and Azik struggling to get away.
Azik not going to be able to hold this, I don't think. And SK turn up the staircase. R8 convincing on their hold there. 10th place on the board, though. We were hoping for great things from this team. I mean, back in the prelims as well, they did manage to meet the mark to qualify, but we were wanting more. And I think that story has continued here. These are world-quality players, Blank. They have got, if you'll pardon the pun, the prestige behind them to back up the name.
Yeah,
and
we rate
just
them.
not quite been there.
We
right?
rate them as a squad, right?
Absolutely.
R8 rate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I'd agree with that.
Yes, you would. I think, honestly, the prestige this team has certainly comes through. And yesterday, it started off quite well. And I think they took a slow downturn. DXavier here versus XZY will pop him out the vehicle before he can get too close. But they are a fair distance away, and the smokes are being unleashed now, hopefully keeping them position. Regnum Karya is in prison right now, locking themselves away from the rest of the lobby.
No,
hoping for parole at the opportune moment. Nongshim Red Force, they have DXavier bearing down upon them from the hilltop, but they've got the roofs on their side. Tizzy drops back.
Are they at prisoner?
I'm surprised they came back in a hovercraft after what happened to them last match, Blank.
If they're inside of prison, they're dead. But if they're on the hill, that's not bad.
The hovercraft there.
I need to see exactly where they're at.
Another player. Not ideal for you. Levi's here with DXavier
moving over towards a fairly decent compound, I would say. Has great broadside and a lot of
think they are
rotation capability.
on the
The only
hill.
difficulty with this position is you have to hold this wizard tower to watch
And
out for
team
teams coming up
starting
from
to
the
hunt
north side,
them.
because they get a hold of this, they can really pepper shots down towards you in that compound. So Paragym will be that forward outpost for them in the monster truck, for now at least.
I'm on Goat Watch right now, Blank, and I've just received word that they are still out by Gatka currently on their lap of the island that they tried to do last time around, hoping to complete it this time. And of course, a reminder about our smash points rulings. I'll keep hammering this home because it is important. Only Regnum Karya can win from the smash ruling this match. Even if Goat get a chicken dinner, they will not win the entire tournament, but they will be eligible to do it next match if they're able to breach that 80-point barrier. So we're really all eyes on Regnum Karya with a secondary focus on GOAT quality.
Yeah, Regnum Karya are playing extremely centrally right now. And I think that because they know that they're only ones in that smash threshold right now, that they can afford to have one game where they just play for the win. They're not going to go for anything crazy, but this will be fine. In the meantime, if you want to keep up with all those scorings, you can check out our vertical feed available over on YouTube and TikTok at PUBG Mobile Esports. It has everything that you might want to see there, John. Just a great little tool that you can add to your repertoire at home.
But it's not the only tool that you can add to your repertoire. That's right, we have our official map feed, which is now live on PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube. You can check that out on a separate stream, second screen, separate device, whatever you feel like, guys. And you can keep up to date with every single rotation as it happens on the beat with these teams. And if you have that map stream open, you will have just seen the hard south shift that has popped on our map.
Very much down towards that south side. Cuts in a lot of water here. This is a rough circle. Teams need to get a move on immediately. Regnum Karya up towards prison will be rotating down on that eastern edge. There are a lot of positions to play around here, but only some are capital real estate. We will see which teams can grab what in this scenario, because there is a huge amount of open ground. And Regnum Karya heading into the dead trees, but they're hoping that their game is not dead in the water after this.
The mad dash south to the peninsula. Milter power. Milter as well. A lot of that hillside up towards the lumberyard, which I think Regnum Karya have just drawn up on. Everybody else making that dash as well. You've got Black Esports clustering around that west side of Milter Power, that mini Milter area as well, potentially high value. Teams are crunching in, but no massive casualties so far, other than the scrap we saw from R8 up in the north side in Severny. That was a lot earlier on, as well as current lobby leaders and smash point potential champions. Regnum Karya getting that pick up onto upgrade.
Reject far down towards that south side. It's actually a really nice position for Reject. Yeah, they're tucked in, but honestly, you'd rather be there than anywhere else with the way that the circle has pitched up with almost 50% water inside of this zone. Towards that north side, pitching Reject in fairly decent position, honestly. We'll see how this game pans out, though, because I do think stage 3 is where things are going to get a little bit funky, a little bit interesting going forward. 4MV currently holding out Aki Cyber on the western bridge hold. Milter will become a bit of an interesting spot sooner rather than later, with teams trying to pass through that zone, because it's like almost a sanctuary, and a sanctuary for multiple teams before you need to leave it, in which case everyone gets a little bit angry at their neighbours.
It's not the ideal situation. Aki Cyber taking that bridge mouth on the east bridge from Novo. 4MV with the oversight. Now this position for Aki Cyber is okay. It is holdable. Potential to have shots sent your way from players on the shoreline towards Milter. That could be pretty nasty for them to deal with, but right now it seems like Nongshim Red Force drawing a little bit short of that mark. Oh, look at this. It's GOAT quality. And they are sending towards the circle in a strange turn of events.
Pretty late, though. Pretty late. We're about 10 seconds away from zone 3, in which case the good thing about this with GOAT quality is they're already on the move here, so they won't have to break momentum ideally, getting into this next zone. And it will drop over towards Regnum Karya. This is quite nice. They will have to deal with Enigma Galaxy in the near future, and they have DX Xavier down towards the south, also holding in. It's not ideal for a lot of squads, especially with that tiny bit of water still in on that southwest side. Not really confirmed either towards Milter Power, well, Mini Milter in this instance, or Milter itself. Definitely a curious turn of events here. Regnum Karya out in the open as well, looking for maneuverability as opposed to safety at this point in time, but they do have their eyes on the ball here, constantly looking around, ensuring they don't get caught off guard here.
With only 2 opportunities for another team in the lobby to take this one away from them, Regnum Karya also have to remember the points in this scenario, because it is not unlikely that we do go the full distance to the full 12-match set.
This is what I'm saying, is this is the only game where they can really gamble on playing a safe match, as LGD starts to take a hell of a lot of damage here coming through from RA. Marth, though, off the distance, that's Enigma Galaxy taking shots down the hillside, and RA have to back it up. Allow LGD to get some first aid going.
LGD sort of petered off at the start of today. They are on 60 points, but with 2 players alive. Potential for Afu to get the res onto Mau Mau, but the nades are more important. That bobbles forwards, and Marth nearly goes down to it. These buildings are treacherous, Blank, especially when you've got a presence up the hill like Enigma Galaxy currently have, and beyond the way from Upgrade on the south.
Yeah, it does give, that nade actually was very crucial coming through from LGD. They needed to get a knockoff in that instance to ensure they had time to reset on that engagement. Likely now, though, that both teams will kind of just sit pretty for a while, probably poke one another now and again, but that is about it. Most teams not really having to move, though, John. I think the only team that's been struggling at the moment is Aki Cyber, who've been able to shunt their way past 4MV on the south coast. Just breaching into Milton now. Oh, RA is not happy with LGD here.
Certainly not.
Nades. A lot of nades been invested.
Molotovs as well. SK-Ton takes a lot of damage. Has to back off, but there's the spray down. That's Upgrade from the south side, a third party on this, and that's what I'm talking about with these angles. It makes it almost impossible to move through. Marth goes down next, a bobbled nade underarm from LGD, but Lings and Mau Mau fall. Prestige moves in whilst Ida looks for the res. There's the flush confirmed, and it's just Afu trying to hold off this push. A nade in through the window could be all it takes. The bounce is good for one, doesn't get the knock onto Afu, but now Ida's in for the fight. Auto shotgun goes Prestige down. Ida is next, and he will win that fight. No, hang on a minute. He's been taken down in turn. So close to the wire.
I'm just looking on
window
Rodman,
stands, but for how
on the
much
map.
longer?
Oh, the car's in the way of the door. That is cruel. Unable to get out from that situation. RA takes a lot of damage, and in swoops Enigma Galaxy. What a backfill from them. Been waiting on this fight for a while to break up. In the meantime, Circle moves down towards the south, in which case Regnum Karya is already on the move, looking for compounds, but 721, DX Xavier on the way, and already Toshbik gets immediately taken out by Lamborghini.
A low HP player on Regnum Karya as well. 2 of them, they have been lit up on this transition. The question is this center circle spot good enough to be able to push them further? We're looking at GOAT quality on the north side. We're looking at Enigma Galaxy. They need a massive game here if they want to try and break that 80-point barrier and get in the running with Regnum Karya. Jump up into the all too unpleasant jacuzzi above that smash point barrier. But GOAT quality are rotating onto the north. They are fighting. They are going for Enigma Galaxy.
Enigma Galaxy better be ready for this one. I mean, they are currently pinched in. Snox has this side angle, though, which I wonder if GOAT even knows about. Ego's out inside the blue at the moment. Regnum Karya currently holding down a Wizard Tower. This isn't an ideal spot. And 721 could put the hurt on. So unfortunate that they lose a player on that rotate as well, because it could have been a full 4-man inside this Wizard Tower, which would have been amazing for them. Redox will take down SK-Tom. Ralph rotates away from GOAT as Ego attempts to get towards the circle.
Redox is handling RA almost on his own here. Doesn't really have too much backup across the way. Needs players to roll on in, but there's another team chiming on into the fight. Redox hops out the window. 3 players alive, maybe now 2 as the blue zone envelops this engagement. GOAT quality picked up 1 in that blank. They're now on 79.
So close now.
for GOAT Quality, but they're taking punishment as they're rotating in. Effie's is quite far away, and he goes down to Buzz there. Xavier waiting in the wings for GOAT to go a little bit further, and Effie's is so far back away from the rest of the team. Very unlikely they'll be picking him back up again.
GOAT need one more point to break that barrier and be in the running. Regnum Kaya still sitting pretty in the center, but the 7-2-1 aggressors, as you talked about earlier, potential to spoil that. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to work out for them. Enigma Galaxy needed 17 points at the start of this match, and it's starting to fade with Ralph and SnowX, the only 2 players alive. They've got 3 of those points, but they still need 14 more. And getting that done in this scenario, in this jam-packed circle, with GOAT Quality breathing down your neck, I'm not sure it's possible. Lit up in the open field, Ralph goes down, the vehicle in smoke, in flames, and it's the 721 aggressors to pick up the points. Enigma Galaxy draw short.
And with that, a second elimination for GOAT will sit them in Smash territory. 80 points found. It would have been amazing for Regnum Kaya if GOAT went down with just the 79 points, in which case they could have another go at it. And my main worry, though, for Regnum Kaya is that they're more of an Arangel team, in my opinion. They're less of a Miramar squad, and I think that that's going to come into effect when we go over towards our next 2 Miramars. If we make it there,
that is the question. 3 players can win. And in the position that they hold, I mean, they're a bit isolated and don't really have too many outposts here. But they can hunker down, try and keep things calm. The circle is a hard north shift, but it only really cuts out Black Esports here. Everybody else already in a somewhat decent spot. And again, a second reminder this match, even if GOAT Quality get the chicken dinner here, they do not win the tournament yet. That will be next game they will be afforded that opportunity, because they had to break that 80-point barrier before the match starts in order to be eligible.
Xavier in a fantastic position at the moment. And with a very good opportunity, actually, to push further up, but probably not in range of the Smash territory. For Xavier, they can certainly put themselves further up the prize pool, at the very least here. GOAT still at 3 players. Basically, Regnum's praying for a south shift, because although their position is pretty, let's say, not rubbish, but it's not incredibly defensible. It's not a fortress. The best thing for them is that 721 is going to take the brunt of the force coming through from Nongshim Red Force, as well as force from Aki Cyber.
That's a lot of force.
Oh, it is a huge amount of force.
Let's hope it's not an unstoppable one, or if it is, then they can be immovable in their own right. There's the spray down on the run out. One of those points, I think, went to the 721 aggressors. I think the other may have been to GOAT Quality, as we take a look at some of those long-range inter-compound shots.
GOAT really currently taking shots down towards Xavier. 4v Zol rolling up. But not much more than that, as Nongshim Red Force will take them down. Like I said, they have been having a real turn-up of a day today. It's very nice to see. I think they're one of the few teams that have been able to find their feet since yesterday's play-ins.
3 players alive for them. Benny has gone down. They have 4 elims on the match, but they win against 4 MPs, who have been fairly disappointing.
If Regnum Kaya don't win this match,
everybody who was following their
kind
journey
of gives
into this
them
tournament, the names on that roster, incredibly
a
strong
little
players.
breathing room when a
Just not quite
second
able to
team
find cohesion here
is
in
on that
Tashkent.
smash point, because people won't just smack them down. They'll have a next thing to worry about.
Let's see if the other Turkish team in the lobby is going to cause problems for Regnum Kaya. You can see them just over the crest of the hill. There is a position to
So,
play,
for example,
and it's slightly
if
difficult for
GOAT,
Regnum Kaya
the
to
next
catch
match,
them off guard.
on that
If the
smash
smokes are
points,
placed
right,
down correctly.
teams are
And
going
also, they've
to
got
be
to keep
focused on
watch
2
over
teams
towards the
instead of just
721
one. So
aggressors for a lot of time.
it's
They get
rough,
to stage
because
6
if they
soon.
win, that's
For
it.
Regnum
But
Kaya, they're desperate
I think
for
it's
a
going to
southern
match
pull
12.
on this circle.
It seems
For
like it's
Xavier,
gonna
they'd
go
be
to match
very,
12.
very happy to see this one move further up towards the north side, in which case it's a very difficult
And the
crossing for a
smash
lot of
rule
other
is still
teams
in
on the south.
effect.
The reason
So
that Black Esports can't push up to this Regnum Kaya position is because of this
if
fight
the
we're looking at
second
right now.
place
The
team,
position that Reject hold has oversight over to that ridgeline. They have that angle, but they're going to break to that west side.
if the
That's Black
second place
Esports breaking
team
west. In the
win
meantime,
the
Reject
final
are
match,
handling this
they
fight
won the
with Influence
tournament
Rage
because
in
of
their
smash
compound on
rules.
the east edge.
So
Next circle. Popping now. It's in between the 2 squads.
Xavier and Regnum Kaya, this will force Black Esports into an engagement with 721 and Aki Cyber. For Regnum Kaya, they just have this massive blockade for themselves, and likely a lot of these fights are going to resolve themselves on the west, in which case Regnum Kaya will have a huge amount of space to play around on this south side. That is only if the 721 aggressors go down. And remember, they are within reach of getting this smash barrier broken too. They started the match on 60 points, meaning they needed 20 on this match. 2 of those already earned. A 10 elimination chicken dinner or 14 elimination second place would put them there. But that is a fairly tall order. However, in the position that they hold, it's not unlikely that they have a team or 2 crash into them and may be able to bolster that elim count. Spray down from Aussie over towards Force, who has to hit the deck, bide his time before that first aid kicks in. A nice bounce on the nade, finds Lord Cedric from Don. Is there an answer? Not quite. The nade doesn't connect from Symphony. Symphony holding off for now. Aki Cyber is going back and forth here to get the vehicles. They're rolling up to this. Symphony taking shots, potentially not gone down just yet though. Oh, behind the vehicle, Aki Cyber looking to charge it down, and it goes well, but the vehicle goes up. 721 aggressors maybe? Is it Nongshim Red Force looking to put the hurt onto Aki Cyber after this roll down? We'll have to wait just a moment longer. The break away from Aki Cyber as Don picking Zvezda back up and on their way. Again, it was always going to be so likely that these fights resolve, but I always thought that 721 might get involved in it, but it's not meant to be. Penardi goes out, and that will be GOAT going down in exactly 81 points there. But they have broken that barrier. It doesn't matter if it's by 1 point or 20. The smash rule will apply to them the next match. Tizzy moving on in towards Aki Cyber. The 721 aggressors want every piece of this that they can find. Zvezda caught as the push through the smoke from Tizzy works out. Force now the last to stand for Aki Cyber. Will he be able to pull off another spectacular play? We'll have to wait and see. Nongshim Red Force diminished returns on this engagement as they are down to 2 players. The 721 aggressors ready to try and cut this one apart. Force goes down and Aki Cyber are out. 6 teams remain.
Down to Tizzy once again alongside XZY. 7 elims. Lovely stuff. Xavier dealt with Go earlier on. Ooh, what a game this is. The only team in the top 8 right now is the 721. And they'll likely be pushed in by this next blue zone, in which case Regnum Kaya better be ready for this.
Ooh,
it's all down to this circle, dude.
With 6 teams remaining, blank. This is getting closer to the wire.
Ooh, drum roll please. 2 seconds, 1 second. Is it south? Is it north? And it cuts Regnum out. And Xavier almost have the easiest ability to take this game.
They should do, by rights. The question is, where do Regnum Kaya go on this? Do they try and hold their current position and stop the 721 aggressors from moving early? Or do they want to get ahead of the curve?
They have to wait for the 721, unfortunately, because they need to clear out this south side before they can start figuring out what they want to do going forward. Realistically, they need a stage 8, stage 9 to crunch the guys from Xavier out of that compound, but it sits pretty neatly in on the northern edge, giving them free fire down towards this southern area of the map.
Circle closes now. It will move in. The 721 aggressors will be first to move. You've also got Nepex and Reject out on that east side. Could potentially be a south cut from one of those 2 to stop things in their tracks. Yonik now started to move. Smokes are blooming. Look at the investment of utility from actually both teams. Is that Regnum Kaya laying a smoke train out on their north side? Potentially looking to get that move on, but the 721 aggressors have to move now. This blue zone doesn't do nothing. Tizzy in, will get sprayed down. That's picked up by aggressor. 4 points found here, but Yonik cut. And that's Wild for 1. Butcher with the second for Loxy. Wild gets the flush, and Butcher soon to follow.
That is very bloody clean coming through from Regnum Kaya. They needed those shots to come through immediately. Pinpoint accurate, but now Reject sending shots through over towards this Wizard Tower. They know they have to move as well. This is going to be so rough for Regnum Karya. They're going to have to move off towards the left-hand side.
Spidey down. That's the 721 aggressors out and eliminated. Regnum Karya now with no contest. They've cleared it. The first job is done. That crate gives them cover. They can move up to this ridgeline. Reject or eagle in from the north side.
No
DXavier can't challenge this angle just yet. Divine on the off. Need to be careful.
Loxy!
Go down low. Toshpik is out of it, but they have 3 players with cannons. And the crowd are their back. All of Turkey looking for it. Regnum Karya. Oh no, Wild is flush.
Position. 2 players left remaining for Regnum Karya. This could be it, but it's looking so unlikely. The circle cuts a little bit of DXavier back in. Regnum Karya desperately needs Nepex to crash over towards DXavier, but it's so unlikely.
For Nepex, they have the tournament in their hands right now, Blank. Maybe not for themselves, but for their opponents that sit on the roadside. For Silas, for Loxy, for Wild, for Toshpik.
These have to be some of the best plays of Regnum Karya's life. This is not an easy game, but we've seen Regnum Karya win with 2 before. It is possible. And DXavier getting pushed out into open ground on the next circle shift is going to be brutal, but so will Regnum Karya. Out comes Lamborghini.
The challenge, Precious takes damage, gets back for the heal. Lamborghini breaking out wide. They're very aware of this presence.
The issue is Regnum Karya just has absolutely no influence on this engagement. It's kind of up to chance. In comes Nady. It's kind of aggressive, honestly.
Dangerous. Will just be looking to pick up his teammate, forcing them back. Nepex backed up just a little bit. Shots from Regnum Karya. They have that ridge, and that's the only thing they have. The trees in front of them, they're fine. But as soon as they're in nade range, they're as little as a twig, basically, in that scenario.
They have to wait until Paragon drops down, which he does now, before they can start to crawl up. There's a real only option here. Paragon's taking a little bit of damage here from the blue, honestly. He does have to heal that back up. Now Silas is starting to creep over, and Nepex is completely focused over towards DXavier at the moment. I'm not jinxing this. I don't even want to talk about Regnum Karya at this moment in time.
Nepex scrap. DXavier looking to leave their compound. Mukesh down behind the vehicle, goes low, and Regnum Karya keep a low profile. Staying out of it for now. Waiting for the opportune moment. As the nades ring through. Lamborghini nade goes long, looks good for Precious. No, not quite finding that knock. A nice hop in to the vehicle, keeps him alive.
Regnum Karya just sweeping round to the right-hand side towards Nepex's position.
They've got cover.
This is nail-biting. It's nail-biting, John.
A nade on high, but that's Paragon going down to Domain. Nades in from Regnum Karya on towards Mukesh. It will not find the knock, but it does do a little bit of damage. Gives them an opening on the flank, but that will alert Nepex to the presence.
Precious is down.
Moving in. Precious is down. Mukesh is low. A sliver of HP there.
How
Lamborghini
is Mukesh
falls.
up?
The backline for DXavier needs to stay strong. A flush onto Lamborghini.
Didn't
Regnum
hit
Karya
enough.
are already creeping their way, potentially to a victory. There's a nade. Mukesh is still there. Mukesh is still there. DXavier move in, but they're challenging Nepex. Regnum Karya.
They need to start
They're
flooding with
lining
nades.
up for them, and Silas goes down. Levi finds it. Loxy hits the deck. Denied.
So close. Look at the health bars across these teams. Domain is going to try and finish it versus Levi's, and will find it. Clutches up for Nepex, but what a game from Regnum Karya. I am sweating. As I imagine Regnum Karya was during that game. That is insane stuff.
Either way, and that fight goes to end the tournament. Blank. These guys are champions, but they have not got that title fully earned just yet. However, they have competition. GOAT quality. Cross the boundary. 2 teams head to head.
into the desert. For Regnum Kaya, either way,
Oh,
it's a rough one because that fight was so incredibly messy between DXavier and NetPex that there's
I
actually
think
a
they
world
should have
where,
just
to be honest with you,
wait
for
and not
Aussie,
take
for
any
Regnum
shot.
Kaya, they could have just maybe moved round towards that western side and cut out DXavier. Where Silas steps up here, he could have probably played towards the low ground instead.
Yeah, I know, right?
But it's the fact that they wanted to influence that fight. They didn't want to have inaction happen within that team. But it's actually the thing that somewhat loses them the big chance there. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that that fight would be as messy as it was, though, John.
No, it's really nail-biting stuff, though.
They
The
should have
smash roll,
waited.
it's got the blood pumping. Let's head on over to the desk to maybe calm things down, but I have a feeling they're pretty excited too.
NetPex being able to clutch it right there, but the main
They almost
storyline,
won.
I'm alongside there blanking John Allen.
If
I was
Regnum was a
biting my
four-man,
nails.
they
I thought
win
Regnum
for sure.
Kaya had it.
If they were a
only.
four-man in that situation, they win it for
We would
sure.
see every nade nip we're like, oh, that's the
Or
ball,
even
that's
one
the
more
first
up.
nade. Maybe it's going to be happening, but realistically, you saw how hungry they were for that win.
Yep. So
They were
amazing.
just clawing in tooth and nail, attempting to make it work out, but unfortunately at the last hurdle, they were not able to secure that chicken dinner. But still a podium, they're getting close. They know what they have to do to secure that PMGO trophy.
That's the main one, right? This team knows exactly what they need to do, and I think we just saw it right there. It just comes down to making sure that you have your 4 players alive.
Absolutely, it was something that they tried so hard to do. I was not even aware that that was a tower. I thought they had a compound, which makes their position even worse. So for them to come out from such an unplayable position into a third, very nearly a win in another scenario, I think Blank is quite right. I think Silas should have gone downhill instead. If he had done that, it was entirely possible for him to win. That fact alone is so amazing to me. I mean, Regnum just putting in the work, and he's got another chance. He's got another 2 chances to do it. But I will say, the good news about this big game for them is that if we do not have a smash rule, then at least, at the moment, that gap is widening so to win anyway.
Yeah, if we don't have a smash rule and we go right to game 6 and none of the teams in that smash zone do get the chicken dinner, that is still going to be very impactful points.
But you are allowing other teams being able to get on the smash zone, which now in the next game, in the first Miramar, is not just going to be Regnum Kaya, it's also going to be Go.
Yes, Go, and maybe even other teams after the first Miramar of the day, right?
True.
That club is going to go larger and larger as the day goes on. So let's go through some of the highlights. Enigma Galaxy in particular here, we saw willing to get involved in third party. They know what they have to do. They have to try and climb their way back up to 80 points. They are still in reach technically of making that happen. And there's just so many storylines just clashing.
I really wanted Regnum Kaya to win. They still can win. They win the next game, but that was really close. I feel like if they had stayed prone and don't take any shots at all, one push to the left, like crawl to the 3 on the left, one goes to the right, they would have probably won, but hey, I'm not in the game, they're the ones playing. And when you're viewing, it's different from what you're seeing when you're in the match, so I know how tough it can be.
Of their seats.
But man, what a game! What a game!
But no, the audience, we were in phase 9. It was just closing up. Like, this is peak Battle Royale content.
Oh yeah,
This is
absolutely.
what you love to see, and the audience was going wild until Regnum Kaya went out, but still the attempt was absolutely amazing. But this Harry Potter tower, they tried to Avada Kedavra the entire lobby. Unfortunately, it was just not meant to be.
I mean, it shows that desperation sometimes gives you the strength that you need. I mean, that play in the car to cross the road, you said it before, it was smoking. It had 2 wheels popped up, and they still managed to get across that road. I do want to bring up one point, though, very quickly, when we're talking about teams that are fighting for that smash points, right? Enigma Galaxy,
Yo,
giving 2
that's so
points
close,
to
though.
T721.
If they don't
are
win,
getting closer and
that's gonna
closer
haunt
now.
them. That match is gonna haunt them. It's gonna haunt them for months until probably their next tournament.
Better and better as the games progress. I mean,
It's so
they started this match
close.
with 60 points.
Exactly. Now they're just going to be what, like just
But
barely over double
hey,
digits to reach 80
if
points.
gold
So one
quality
Miramar.
die early, which they normally do, right?
We got so many teams
We're
are going
going
to be
into
again,
match 12 if
said
Ragnar
joining that
Kara don't
Smash
win.
Zone kind of
And if
club.
Gold die
We're
early
going to have to give
again
attention
and
to
no
so many
team
teams,
hit
and
that
that means more
80
teams are going to
point,
be included
they
in that
still
conversation of possible
can
hot
win
drop. We
because
know
of skills
Miramar
and
teams
placement.
are
And
willing
they
to
are
fight
over
early, are
100
willing to camp
points. I
roads
think
to
they're
maybe
in
take
front by
vehicles away, to
probably
take down a
20
play
plus
or two.
points by now,
The
if I'm not
conversation gets very
mistaken.
eerie and complicated as we go forward.
I'm intrigued to see if the 7-1, when we end up going to the overall, if they did just enough to get to those 80 points when they end up adding up the placement points. I don't think it was enough, but the thing is, if at least they'll be really close. And the positive out of that one is that this team was able to get a win yesterday in Miramar.
True. Yes, it's very true. They're one of our Miramar teams. So can they do it again? That is the question as we head over to the overall ranking. And that Smash Zone just got twice as big.
So actually, for the next game, if Regnum Karya and Go don't get a chicken dinner, the conversation is going to be mainly focused around T721 aggressors, Nigma Galaxy, and Deke Xavier. LGD Nepex could still maybe even reject, but we need a big win. Like, literally, actually, where any one of these teams on this first page or not in the Smash Zone could be getting there literally next game and could be smashing on game 6.
True. Possibly, if nobody ends up winning the next game, right?
Yes.
Going into the final game, we could have 7 teams in this Smash Zone.
I think there's not that many points in the lobby for everyone to make it up there. I think two teams might make it. I think 2 teams might join. I think it might be a 4-way fight happening in that last game.
I will say though, Dick Xavier coming in there with a 2nd place has brought them 66, tied with Nigma. And so now you're looking very, very good for the next 2 Miramars.
I think a lot of the teams, they have kind of given up.
A little bit.
Not gonna lie.
Just
I
a
think
touch,
some like,
a smidge.
okay, you know what? For me, in my mind, I'm already in the plane. I'm going back home because we're not really involved in a conversation. We're just points on the leaderboard at this moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. But you'd have to do what you gotta do. And you know what? Somebody's gonna be down there.
I mean, anything can happen here. This team's at the bottom. They're going to end up getting desperate. They're not going to want it to finish just yet. They're going to want to get some more points, too, because the prize pool does end up affecting them, even if they are too far away from the 80-point mark, if they are too far away from being able to become the champions. But we have to win and find out. Yeah. We do have 2 more matches left. And for everybody currently at home, don't forget that BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com. Because right now, everything is heating up. The tension within the arena, especially whenever Regnum Karya was able to stop the 7-1 from making that rotation.
Oh my lord, yeah.
Everybody's mind just started popping. Everybody was like,
started getting out the seats. They were like, all right, we're time to go. Let's go. Let's get this win sorted. Didn't happen, but just means there's another game of epic action coming.
Yeah, I mean, wild. Topic, all the fragments are looking so good, but side is on point. I'm telling you, they're going to be close again to getting another win possibly here.
Hard needs a break. We'll be right back after this break.
Spring.
It's starting to heat up here. It's getting hotter and hotter, but don't forget that in the heat of the battle, the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix CT20 Pro not only delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to all the players around the world. This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And while you're at it, check out those vertical streams, not only on YouTube, on TikTok as well. When you, especially if you're watching on TikTok, if you give it hearts, it's not actually hearts. It's the cool thing is the PMGO logo, and you are upset. What's wrong?
He stole it from me. Tell him to give it back.
I'm in the chat with everyone, just like, what the hell is happening?
They
I'm like, I don't know,
want to talk to
lads.
me. They really want to talk to me. I'm taking it
You're
back.
moderator. You're going to ban them. Don't do
Well,
that.
I'm gonna take this phone because I definitely need one. So you know what? I'm just gonna put it in my back pocket. So we'll keep it there. Yeah, sorry. But I mean, is there really a vibe killer? The thing is, right now with what's about to happen, GOAT is now going to go into contention of being able to be the winners via the Smash rule. Is this team also ready? We have seen already Regnum Karya being able to switch up their playing style. Can GOAT do the same? And for some of the other teams that are currently very close within that 80-point gap, Nictura, what will they be doing?
I think they do the exact same thing because it worked for Regnum. They did the exact same thing last game. They got so close, and I think GOAT just need to do the same thing.
We'll see, right? It's easier said than done, but I'm ready to go into Miramar. So let's take it with Blank and John Allen.
Once more onto the breach, Regnum Karya, and now accompanied by GOAT Quality in the Smash zone, looking to take it all here and now. Blank, we were talking during that break about that last game was Regnum Karya's opportunity to do what they did there. That is no longer afforded to them.
I know, a 1 in 8 chance that this game ends right now with us finishing the tournament here in PMGO. I mean, that fraction's kind of small.
Kind of small.
Yeah.
That's like 12.5%.
But it's not that small. Still a pretty sizable margin for these teams to take this one home. GOAT Quality or Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya has come very, very close so far. Yesterday, they had 2 chicken dinners.
Okay, I just got ahead of myself there. I thought GOAT Quality were hot dropping Regnum Karya on the north side.
They are extremely close.
I'm all legit. Goodness me. They are very close, but no cigar this time.
Well, actually, to be honest with you, it totally makes sense for Regnum Karya to hot drop on GOAT. Because
go for it.
If they just hot drop GOAT for the next few games, 67 to 102 points is a crazy margin to get to.
But 67 to 80 and a chicken dinner.
Yes, but the question is whether they'll even get there. Right now, if they make this game hard for GOAT, it ensures that their point scoring stays ahead and the game would finish on match 6 with Regnum Karya winning. So actually taking down GOAT going forward would be the smart maneuver. If you didn't want to implement Smash rules and just hold out another team because you're so far ahead in the rankings, that could be a possibility. And they are setting themselves up in the way of GOAT.
You're not seeing the numbers anymore, Blank. I think you've read the matrix here.
I think I have.
I think you're the one. You're beginning to believe. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just going to stick to their guns and hope that GOAT don't go all the way. If you get into the late game, you can face off against them in the late game as well. Ooh, knock. A Winnie knock actually coming through over towards the 721 aggressors. That comes in from 4 Miracle Vibes, who have not been living up to their name, it's safe to say, over these last few days.
The vibes have not been immaculate. They've been probably immaculate so
3,
far.
2, 1 Miracle Vibe.
Yes, quite quickly as well, dropping down in number. Wow, what a local shift. Straight down towards the southwest side, towards La Triera. We have seen this same circle multiple times. Reefus with the Winnie, looking to hit a shot.
Aesthetically, my favorite gun of the game. I love it. I love everything about it. I love the lever action. I love the sound of the reload. I love the scope. Just a shame about the gun, really.
Yeah, Not amazing. Not amazing, sadly. 721 aggressors passing through over towards Latveria right now. Looking to get themselves a central position. Remember, this is the team that's chasing. It is unfortunate. They lose a player early, though. And on 67 points, that is the team chasing alongside with Enigma Galaxy and DX Xavier over towards that 80-point threshold.
It is an interesting dynamic. Ooh, DX Xavier also losing one. Levi goes down and out. So 2 of our 3 chasing teams, not to count everybody else out, but those are the closest, have lost a player. And no points to be found in Retribution.
Go have to pass through Regnum Kai, just so you know.
I'm glad that I know that.
They could rotate all the way down on the eastern side and try and pass him, but this is the main crossing for Go.
The question, yeah, do they go through La Cooperaria is the question. It looks like they are.
They'll swing, they're trying to swing wide on it, but... Whew.
All right, DX Xavier in for a fight, though, in the meantime. Lamborghini goes down, and that's the second player to fall for DX Xavier. Upgrade, up for a fight, up for a scrap. Trying to put on a show for their hometown fans, who have been behind them all the way. No matter where they are on the tables, they're winners in their hearts. Buzz goes down to a nade from Nate T. The drop down from Paragin. Pump action around the door frame, spots one. Sends it into the wall instead, thinks better of it. Thinks, you know, that's kind of mean to shoot someone else. Not going to do that.
This is unbelievably good news for Regnum Kaya, as well as Go. 721 losing a player early. DX Xavier soon to fall with Paragin on no HP. Attempts to get the shot, will find one, but that it is it. DX Xavier goes down with 66 points. And no chance for the smash rule to happen now for them.
No, absolutely, because you cannot activate it unless you have already earned 80 points at the start of the match. Only Regnum Kaya and Go have that in this match. The 721 aggressors, Enigma Galaxy, and the outside chance of a couple of the teams beneath them as well do have that in the back pocket, but they need massive games here. The smallest game needed is for the 721 aggressors, and they're fairly central on the circle. Casting our minds back over to the leaders right now, the 2 teams that sit on the precipice. Regnum Kaya have left La Cooperaria. Goat Quality did not run through them.
No, but they've held them out for a long, long time. Redox still leaving from El Pozzo, and Regnum Kaya is slowing down. They are setting up the caltrops right now. This is hilarious. This is not how I expected it to go down.
No.
But I'm really happy it is. It's creating tension. Definitely creating tension. I think this is going to go to match 6, likely.
I feel that too. You know what is really impressive, Blank, and I don't know if we've really covered it enough. Goat Quality. They came through from prelims. This is not one of these direct invite teams. This is not one of those massive names from global PUBG Mobile esports scenes in the past few years. These are really impressive plays coming from an up-and-coming team. And that is exactly what the PMGO is all about, right? And the fact that we haven't really touched on that speaks to the quality.
It does speak to the quality of Goat Quality.
It feels like they are in that conversation very naturally.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, in the sense that, like, we haven't really questioned the fact they're up towards this top pit side, because I think throughout all of their days, they have shown themselves to be a team that can sit shoulder to shoulder with the other squads inside this lobby. 721 aggressors getting peppered, that's another one out. 2 players, I would say it's very unlikely now for the 721 aggressors to get up towards 80 points, which once again, whew, it's just Enigma Galaxy, maybe LGD, maybe NefX, 21-point games.
I believe in Ralph, you know. They've got the western side of this circle, Blank. It's pretty decent.
Here we go. Here we go.
The north side, you're right. We're locked in now with Regnum Kaya. Behind them, further up to the north, about to breach towards El Pozzo, is Goat Quality. You've got outposts from Reject as well. Can play spoiler to it. Ray G might spot one.
They've just slowed them down, really, haven't they? That's what they've done. It's just they've had a very, very leisurely rotate into this circle, but it's caused Go to be constantly on the back foot here. And Regnum Kai, they can afford to have a bad game.
Definitely.
As long as they're causing big issues.
West side shift.
What is that? I thought the circle had just disappeared from the map.
Hard west side shift. This is great for Enigma
There's
Galaxy.
just no space.
This is great for Enigma Galaxy and for Regnum Kaya on the north side.
Yeah, they can slip in over towards the western edge. Actually, John, this could be huge for Regnum Kaya. Suddenly, the game turns on its head. Goat knows they need to get a move on.
They turn their car on its head.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya, they were like, yeah, we'll hold out Goat, and we'll just make life really, really difficult for them. Circle shift and like, actually, we could just win.
What if we just like win the whole tournament right now, guys?
Yeah,
that'd be like sick.
That would also be a possibility. Reject now rolling over towards Goat Quality on the western side.
Oh, Nongshim. Close by to Silas. Being surrounded now, it's Binny who backs off, wants to get away. Silas has other ideas. Being cautious though, they know that there's more teams behind, but they have put so much pressure up to this south side.
I mean, they're in a fantastic spot. By the way, LGD take down Black Esports.
2 more players for them, but they're split.
LGD will get a couple of points on board, 63 total. And they're down towards the south. Very near to 4MV, who Black Esports. Their other 2 players handling things, apparently.
Doc cracks a shot off. And Symphony out of tempo with that one. Aussie, nade from Ziol up on high. LGD looking to play with the big boys too. Maybe get an off angle with Ling. Not going to be able to find it. They aren't out of possibility of getting into the smash bracket as well. LGD, they have been quiet today, but with 63 points, 17 points behind that margin now, they would need a 19-point game total, as they have already earned 2 points, in order to break past that 80 points. And fingers crossed that neither Goat Quality nor Regnum Kaya win this one. Regnum Kaya allowed Goat Quality a little bit more ability to get on into the middle, and they have used that.
Well, they had to free up space, right? They definitely had to free up space. They wanted to take this western side, then they have to allow Goat Quality in. But Goat Quality is taking a hell of amount of damage right now.
Uh-oh.
As they pass through open ground, it's Enigma Galaxy, and they crash.
Oh, just get out of there. Just get... Compound Ralph is there. He's fleeing like his life depends on it, and maybe the tournament depends on it too. Snowix has the backup. Beautiful shot. Goat Quality lose a player. Ralph goes down in response. But that is nasty. Enigma Galaxy crucially did not get that point, but another player knocked. Varanic falls.
Effie's dropping as many smokes as possible, knowing he needs to get his player back up again. R8 struggling as Divine lays down shots from a distance.
I think that was the flush onto Goat Quality. They're on 2 players now, Blank. Regnum Kaya maybe with another opportunity here. As soon as Goat Quality go down, they can play the same gambit that they did in the last match.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, they already caused this, right? Where because they just kept stopping and starting and stopping and starting, it required Goat to just jitter behind them, essentially, and force them into this decision where they didn't really have a very good spot to go for at all. So unfortunate, and again, it just gets ahead of them. For Regnum Kaya, though, fantastic position on this north side that they can start to work down towards on the south, but it's LGD with that compound that I'm worried about, and I'm waiting for this next circle, decide where we go, because if it heads down towards the south, LGD have a very good chance of trying to get in towards, as Max likes to call it, the Smash Club.
Narvalo on a wide split for Enigma Galaxy. 2-1, remember they lost Ralph in the open. And Narvalo maybe just looking to spoil the day for teams trying to rotate on that western side. Enigma Galaxy, they had this shift kind of in the back pocket. They kept this split as teams moved in, and they have been punished. It was Goat Quality to take control of the compound that they had, but On only 2 players is not going to be super big. Wilds, okay, he's gone down. This is Reject crashing in. Regnum Kaya with Toshbik looking to hold this one, but I think Divine wants the flush. The knock. Loxy on that off angle up against the unplayable cliffs. As Silas rolls in to defend Wild. Divine with the challenge for the pump actions there. Duello now with a challenge across the open ground, and Silas slivers away. Loxy in for the fight too, and Reject now with 1 player in locale, and Loxy's there. Ragey finds Silas though on the off angle. Toshbik running on through. Silas all but done for, will go down, but Loxy and Toshbik, that's a tall order to take on by any stretch of the imagination. Can Ragey do it? First goes down. Loxy is next. Regnum Kaya with 1 player alive. They may fall in here at the hands of Ragey OCO. A tag is found, and Loxy on the inside with the spray down. The drop shot is not good.
But it delays long enough for Wild to bleed out. Silas did his best on that front line, and in comes Nepex. This is going to be a difficult hold for Regnum Kaya as they're surrounding the building.
Their names pop up on the feed, and everybody, their eyes alight, aflame, as Loxy, the first of all. Toshbik, nade in hand, 1v4 on a sliver of HP. I don't know about that one, Chief. Toshbik with the shotgun, falls, and Nepex keep the tournament alive.
Regnum Kaya out, no possibility at a smash from them, and go in a pretty tough situation themselves over towards the eastern side. Now it's all up to, realistically, Nigma Galaxy, LGD, all the way down to potentially 12th place.
I mean, even Nongshim, to be fair, on 56.
So I'm saying 12th place, like it is a big old jump, but possible at 24 points, 14 elim game.
It has happened, and that's the way to kick it off. The Nongshim Red Force on the eastern side. Finding that flush as well, adding points to the tally. Slow and steady. Nigma Galaxy regroup out to the west side. They want to go into the hills where they found themselves. Our tournament leader right now is out, but it is so fortuitous for them that GOAT Quality also have stumbled, but not fully fallen yet.
Not just yet. I mean, we'll see what happens with GOAT Quality. Realistically, what they need here is just a few elimination points, potentially some placement points to get in a little bit closer contest. It's 26 points that currently sits between them, and Diego finding Effie's is not ideal.
These two teams have been looking at each other for a while. Influence Rage across the road from GOAT Quality. GOAT Quality took out the tires on their vehicles. They take out one of their 2 players in response. It should be Resible though. They have got that cover. It was a headshot behind some cover, and you can't crash that. The vehicles were disabled earlier by Ego on the spray down to the tires. And Influence Rage don't need to leave this yet.
Yeah, GOAT's just going to chill. Like you say, Influence Rage don't need to move across. Getting into stage 5 in a little bit. LGD currently with a very strong compound, looking to close this game out well. As nades pour down. Lovely arc on that one from top. Like a mortar, this lad.
Ooh, Menziol, look at the arm on this guy. Going to be able to lob them on in, but not going to be able to do any more this volley. Maybe look for another. Akicyber, 2 players currently standing in the roll down. Okay, they want to go aggressive here. Doc breaks out wide, 5 nades in the pocket. Will be able to lay down the law, I'm sure, on this angle, but 3 players now to face him. They have managed to restructure just a little bit. Nade to the vehicles, will not find the damage. Doc now 4 nades in hand. Looking to launch another. 3 in the back pocket, clears the tree. He's slowly zeroing in on their position. Force breaks out to the vehicles. I wonder if those footsteps are heard, but he's continuing to strafe across their position with these nades. Now with the last in his pocket, will he be able to land anything? It feels like he's not got the job done. Not quite what he wanted.
Snowix from Nigma Galaxy. This is important, taking shots over towards Nepex, who are held out on that north side at the moment. Nigma Galaxy looking to get in towards the exclusive club at the top here. Over 80 points.
Nepex rolling on up for the challenge. Rex sprayed, damaged, low, down. Now Nigma Galaxy have 1v1s, and on both sides it goes either way. Now it's an even trade, and Narvalo all the way across the way may have a high ground angle. He does.
He takes it down. This res can go through, and Enigma Galaxy, 5 elims, 9 points remain.
71 points. This is the last chance for them today to get into Smash points. Goats starting to rack up those placement points as well, which will be nice as we head further and further into this table. Right now, not giving anything, but likely going to be living a while longer on these circles as we hit stage 5, which moves away from the unplayable zone on the western side of the map. Upgrade still in this one too, looking to push further in. 5 elims this game, not bad at all.
Narvalo, because Enigma Galaxy was so early to this zone, was able to clamber up those cliffs. Nobody else is going to be able to do that anymore, Blank. If he can crawl across, if there's a way, if there's a path to move further south, he is on Overwatch. For Enigma Galaxy, he can keep their rotations safe. He can scout out these locations. He is going to be within range of teams like LGD if he can get that far south to be able to take shots as well. The 721 aggressors, though, they are across the road from Enigma Galaxy, and they are chasing as well.
721 aggressors currently moving across this ridge side, but with only 2 players, life is going to start to get a little bit more difficult. 4MV still battling off against Aki Cyber. I feel like this fight has been going on for a long, long while. Both teams grey and aged by the end of it.
I'm liking LGD's position more and more, Blank. I mean, it has to be said, they are the only 4-player team in a central type position, right? Nobody actually has a central position because it is fairly open. But LGD have buildings to play around. They have that cover. They have a lot of control over the south, which is where the majority of larger player count teams are.
Ocean Red Force currently knocking on Influence's Rage's door, asking if there's any more room in the circle. Influence Rage lights are off, no one's in, I promise. No one just closed the curtains just now.
That was the cat.
You were seeing things.
That was the cat, mate. Wasn't me, wasn't me. 4MV, Aki Cyber, trading blows. And the 721 aggressors, they've moved, they've made a move. They're rushing down towards LGD's position, diverted, turning around, turning tail, maybe towards Go Quality.
Yeah, if they take Go Quality position, that would actually be very, very nice for them, but it looks like there's been stopped short as 2. Fair enough, all things considered.
I think this is Narvalo taking shots at them, and they have no idea where it's coming from. He spots aggressor. Oh, he's taking him down. They really do not know.
Yeah, it's because Enigma Galaxy have such massive control over this northwest side. Looking pretty good. Aki Cyber Zvezda, who was a bit of a force to be reckoned with. He's able to find a nice native towards Doc there.
Cyber still have more to do, though. With 4MV, 2 players alive. You've got Top and Ziol to deal with. Top wants to change the tune on this engagement, but Doc is already flushed out by Don, the M249. Another point for Aki Cyber. They're up to 60 with 2 players alive. Zvezda, mini 14 in hand. Top of the hill, Ziol fending off against Upgrade. Over the way. Nongshim Red Force crashing into the Influence Rage compound. They were home, it turns out, Blank, but unfortunately, looks like Doc has a chance for the 1v1. Lil Boy around the corner, goes low, but doesn't find the knock. Lorizin can lob those nades in. Lil Boy wants the heal.
Lynx has got the links. It's the links. Good to see it.
Has to hop out. The players are bleeding out on the ground floor here. Lorizin up to the wall. XZY has the challenge with the M249 on the off angle. Doc in with the shotgun. Lorizin by the fence, clips him as he falls through the window, but goes down to the off angle.
That's Go actually stealing away on towards Doc. Didn't get the flush on him though. Oh no, Ego will take down Doc, so that's 1 elim. It's better than nothing.
I mean, they don't need elims, they need chicken.
That's true.
That's what they're looking for, but with only 2 players, guarding out a team is the first step on the road.
I mean, as 2 players, doesn't look horrible from their position, honestly. It's just when teams start to flow over their way, or when they're pushed out next.
I still like Narvalo's high ground. I think it's going to have a big impact here. With 5 elims, they still need 9 points. That could be just the chicken dinner. Could be adding a couple more on the elims and getting up towards 2nd place as well. We'll have to wait and see how they look for it. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force looking for the heal. Tizzy does get back to full HP, but the blue zone is pushing. Lil Boy has to get out of here or go down trying. Molotov to the top of the stairs, forces him down, and they can look for the challenge. They know he can't get back up there. Nicely played from Tizzy.
That was a very long shot, by the way, coming through from Narvalo over towards Upgrade. I really do wonder what the distance on that was. 721 aggressor in such open ground. Upgrade wants to pass over the top towards them. It's not happening. Woo. Molodoi with the double.
6 teams remain and 2 players alive. This is the scenario that Regnum Kaya were in last match. It's almost exactly in terms of the numbers. Not in terms of the position, different map, different game, but the point still stands. With 2 players, they're not in a terrible spot.
Yeah, Nongshan Red Force starting to move across the road here towards Go, inside this building. For Go, realistically, a high placing would be good for them. 1 elimination is not amazing, but Upgrade, Ramses will find 1. Luckily, the nade is clean from Effie's.
To stop the push from Nongshan Red Force. That goes to Enigma Galaxy. That is important. Remember, now they only need 8 points on this match. Ego will be rezzed, but Enigma Galaxy starting to be the only team to control it. Narvalo, I think he's dropped down from the high ground here, Black.
Yeah, it was only going to be so useful for so long, honestly. And he got use out of it over towards LGD. Lings again, actually hitting that unreal shot, but LGD has gone down to 2 players, make that 1 player.
Still giving grief over towards Upgrade.
How does that happen? You
I don't
have the
think
full
both can't win.
compound to yourself.
They have very high.
Narvalo fairly low on ammo, but he can resupply from his teammates now. Zvezda trapped behind the headland with the blue zone at his back. Has to stand up for Akizaiba, but is bowed down once again. Circle shrinks. LGD have completely left this building. They only have 1 player left. Blank, a 2-player chicken dinner. It's not impossible. There's 4 players alive on Upgrade. They have 11 elims too.
Yeah, the issue for Upgrade right now is that, well, the good thing for Go is that Upgrade is struggling to take shots over towards Go and peeking this side of the hilltop because Enigma Galaxy is watching that location. Some good shots here coming through from Buzz. Ooh. Taking out the vehicle tires as well is smart, preventing quick rotation outwards.
Enigma Galaxy on the move on the north side. Buzz can't slow it. And they are gearing up for a push towards this next circle. Lings is back in the buildings. That ridge to his west, Zvezda wants to crash it. He goes in for the fight, it's his only option, and he's going to take it. Sees the opportunity. Lings will look to hold and find the spray down with the UMP. That is LGD now up into the top 4. Enigma Galaxy starting to rack up those placements, Blank. They need 8, which means they need more than just placements here, unless they get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, right now, Enigma Galaxy went out. They still wouldn't be in just yet.
That vehicle's on fire. This is a risk. They're low, they're ticking to the blue zone, but they're moving out. Buzz still has the angle. Is he going to go for it? No.
There are shots coming through, thick and fast. Molodoi will find 1. Ekis goes down next. 81 points, 85 with the placements. Still chasing Regnum Kaya. Enigma Galaxy tasting the smash point threshold here. Not quite there just yet, though. An Upgrade could have something to say about it. This is Enigma Galaxy's last chance.
2 elims and a 2nd place, or just the chicken dinner. Ways for Enigma Galaxy to make it in. Playing the west side here is smart. Lings is still alive. Upgrade on 4. Molodoi, by the way, 10 elims on this match. He is popping off.
Yeah, Molodoi honestly has been pretty phenomenal throughout the entirety of the tournaments. From every single set, it's just been a difficult group of teams to adapt to, I would say.
Oh dear, Redox popped. Molodoi again. Of course it is.
And they're outside the zone, John. It's really horrid trying to get over this side. And Lings has got absolutely nothing to say about it. MG3 in hand. There's going to be an Uzbekistani win coming through for Upgrade. They've got the crowd at their back.
Bruise and Buzz in the open, need to be careful, but Molodoi on this high ground is terrifying right now. Will have to move eventually, and Lings is waiting for it, for LGD. Enigma Galaxy move down south. They're going to the buildings, Blank. They're playing the ridgeline, and now Buzz has a challenge to breach onto this one. Narvalo low, maybe looking to heal behind it, but has the line up. Ramses is there too. Molodoi, what can he do about this? Doesn't have the open side of the warehouse available to him, and Narvalo gets the heal off. Buzz is there, but Lings lies in wait. A snake in the grass.
Yeah, and Upgrade has still not spotted him somehow. Again, this is outside the zone, and I know what Nigma Galaxy is trying to do here is they're trying to buy time for second place, but they need 2 elims to make this work.
Navallo over to Buzz, 1 down. If they get the flush here, they need it, but there's the refrag from Ramses. 2 players now for Nigma Galaxy. They need more. They need more. Ramses moves forwards. Nade pushes him up to the ridge. Can't back off now. Snoix wants the res. Baruzan and Ramses are twisting the screws. Navallo with only corrugated sheet metal between him and Upgrade, and Molodoy is on fire today. Ruzan moving around, but they aren't going forwards. They don't need to. The zone closes towards them.
The MG3 in the hand. Upgrade is rezzing as well. Those oh-so-needed elims not going through to Nigma Galaxy. This has to be a messy fight. They can afford to lose it as long as they take down 2 of those players.
Navallo forced out by the Molotov. Another to follow it up. Navallo nearly forced out of the smoke, just playing on the edge. Molodoy now, attention to the longhouse. Circles closing. They need to go now. Move out of the door? I don't think so. It is a firing squad that awaits you. Upgrade trying to stop Nigma Galaxy from getting into the Smash Club. They deny the points. And Upgrade with a huge performance from Molodoy. Rampage across Miramar plays spoiler to the hopes of the Smash Club.
A fantastic game there from Upgrade overall. Now, here is the rub. Next game we go into, Regnum Karya can honestly just afford to play Mosquito with GOAT quality. That's all they need to do, is they just need to make their lives hard. I don't really think there's any other teams that can quite catch up to Regnum Karya at their position. And now they just need to play this out. Not necessarily a hot drop, just be frustrating to play against and hamper GOAT's game.
Be a lead weight upon the ankles of your opponents. Stop them from rising to the top. Is that how the championship is won? For Regnum Karya, it may be an option. Or will they go out with a bang? They might just smash it.
GOAT might need to change their drop spot, honestly. I'm not even kidding.
Maybe.
I think that might be the necessary option.
Denying the points here. Not putting on a show for the crowds. I mean, you know it's death that awaits you. That flow down towards the south flank into those buildings was their death sentence. And Upgrade are all too willing to execute. Molodoy at the front with a mega performance. Over to the desk.
Congratulations there, Molodoy, but we gotta talk about what's gonna happen in that next match. I don't think that was enough for Nigma Galaxy to be able to clutch it and be in this match, so we'll have to wait and confirm it once we end up going to the overall. But along the lines of what Blank and John are saying, GOAT needs to be careful, because at this point the gap it's so massive between themselves and Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya could just hot drop them.
They absolutely could. I see that in their future if they aren't careful, right? Because let's think about it. The gap is big enough. It's at this point going to be something like 30 points. GOAT didn't do too much in that game. So what's going to happen is if Regnum loses, they still have a really good chance of winning, because the odds of GOAT actually winning the entire game are, you know, enough to take the risk. If GOAT lose that hot drop, Regnum wins automatically.
Yeah, you could just try and wound them. Like, that is really something that could be happening. There's a lot to take into account for this final game. Of course, Molodoy, again, congratulations. That's a massive game from him. The home crowd is so hyped for his boss. Of course, he also had the MG3, was having a great time. But looking at Nigma Galaxy, denying points, I think they just didn't know who their opponent was, so there was a fear like, we don't want to give the Smash ruling to maybe Regnum Karya, maybe GOAT. We just don't know who it is at that point in time. But I think they were just 1-2 points away. Like, they were close to making it into the Smash zone, and I think they barely missed out. Maybe numbers are just their biggest enemy here.
Yeah. Based on what John was saying, they just needed one more elimination or 2 more eliminations to make it to that Smash zone. So, yeah, even though you are wanting to deny the points, I wish they would have just gone for it. Just send it and see if you can at least get one elimination to your name.
I don't think the mistake was there, though. I think the mistake was actually full sending into the compound. I know Upgrade had a player up on that high ground, but I really would have liked to see something where either they don't push fully to that side, just away from those nades, or they try and push the ridge, even push the high ground. You can use your vehicle to dip down to the ridge and then up again if you really wanted to. It wouldn't be that risky and certainly might have given them a better chance.
I really
Only 2 teams genuine at this point, but
the 80-point barrier, right?
I don't know.
Because if they're aware you're one elimination possibly away from entering, just get all your players in one car. Send it one player. Send it one player.
So,
just try and get an elimination. Try and
all
flush
I
it
have
out,
to
get
do
a second
is
if you
just
can.
chill
Get as
and
many
just
points as possible because you're that
either
close. And
take
if you
out
get the
good
win,
quality
then you
or
actually
hope
go the
they
entire
die.
way.
Once they die, they
the play
win,
you're talking
for
about,
sure.
sending in the compound into the warehouse,
right there.
It's just a survival play. But unfortunately, survival was not enough to push it up. It would have maybe been enough to make it and to actually win the smash ruling. But here, I think that might just be one of the biggest misplays we have seen this PMGO
overall.
To be fair, there with Upgrade, they played that perfectly. They were holding every angle possible. Nick McGarrity there with the 12 points, 24 for Upgrade, and LGD as well, finally waking up, but it's a little bit too late.
Who else woke up, you know, was actually 4MV. I know we've been talking about them a lot, but 7 points seems to be one of the biggest games we've seen from them, and they really actually just switched their strategy all the way around. We saw them perched up onto that high ground, just picking shots and picking players off of teams who were rotating, and once they kind of got to that close range, that's where they kind of fell apart, which is really weird to say for this roster, but the long range, it actually helped them get a few points.
Not gonna lie, not really looking at 4MV right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Good to see some stuff happening from them. I'm like, you know what? I'm already disappointed enough. I'm not paying too much attention looking on the second page of the rankings. We were still looking at some teams. We were looking at DX, I think, like maybe towards the second half of the day they could do a final push. Erangel, very disappointing. We were like, oh, yesterday they were dominating on the grassy pastures. Here, nothing happened, and unfortunately they kind of lost that opportunity to get in contention with your 2 teams currently in the smash zone. So I feel like unfortunately they had an opportunity and they fumbled in the mid-section of today.
Well, we've been trying to do math, everybody. I think it's time we actually take a look at that overall. Show me who's gonna be in this matchup for the last game. Is it gonna be Nick McGalaxy in there? And they're not by 2 points. They're gonna end up missing out, and the storyline becomes Regnum Karya and GOAT. What are we gonna be seeing out of them? Because the lead right now that Regnum Karya has over them, 21 points. That is massive.
Hot drop, hot drop, hot drop. That's what I want to see.
I'm against it.
Really?
Yeah.
You weren't when I said this in the middle
That's a really good disguise. Oh my god.
No, but for real, I feel like, you know, maybe this team doesn't want to win that way. They actually want to win the game, and I could understand that. But at the same time, they've got like 30-point difference there, and I feel like for Regnum, this could be a very, very easy way to secure this win.
Okay, all right. Max, I don't agree with it. You don't agree with it. Tell me why.
Like, I get the theory behind it, right? You are technically saying you fight Go, you already have enough of a point lead. If you just eliminate them, then you win the entire tournament. I get that. I still believe that Go have shown willingness and the strength to get big chicken dinners. Not just like medium-sized chicken dinner. It is the thing that, do you want to take that risk at minute 1, where like a slight difference in like dropping from the plane and you arrive maybe a second later and then someone's already looted a weapon. There's so much to take into account. The loot also is quite impactful in those kind of hot drop situations. I get, again, the theory here, Niptra. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the risk is just so high that there's too many factors to take into account.
Would you be willing to compromise, Max? Would you be willing to do something maybe along the lines of setting a trap for a rotation for Go?
That, yes. Approved.
I could be on board with that.
So you're jumping.
I'm not jumping, I'm compromising.
That's, you know what?
We can shake on that.
Mark of a good analyst right there. Compromise, yes.
And you guys can't see her right now, but she let me hang it.
Oh.
You want to give it Max stuff from the beginning. But yeah, for some of these teams, I mean, we'll have to wait and see who's going to end up surprising, who's going to be playing that spoiler role. I do want to continue on with this storyline. Regnum Karya versus GOAT. Show me how they've been performing today. Which one is the team that's been performing the best? I think I have an idea, but overall, wow.
Damn.
GOAT does have 1 win.
They do.
They do, but
So,
Magnum
chat.
Korea has everything else, honestly, at this point.
Yeah,
Ragnum-
right now, it's between these two teams, right? No matter what happens,
Ragnum Korea,
Reject are
they
waiting in the
can win
rankings.
the
They're not
tournament
meaning
if
100%.
Gold
Next game, we
Quality
will be
end up
crowning a
dying
new
early.
PMGO champion.
The
Is it
only
gonna
way
be
Gold
a
Quality
team as
can
Ragnum
win the
Korea, or is
tournament
it
is
gonna
they
be
win
Go
the
Quality?
match,
We'll have to wait and
because
see in
there's
the
a
next few
thing
minutes.
called Smash Rules. So
Magnum.
Magnum?
Yeah.
it more leans in
Don't
Ragnum's
do it.
favor of winning.
not
I'm
say-
saying Ragnum's going to win.
Don't.
Call it. I'm calling it here.
Make sure you
Ragnum's
be
going to
ready
win because
right here, because
it
after
more
this
leans
break,
in
we're
their
gonna go into the
favor
final
than
match of the 2025
Gold
PMGO
Quality.
Uzbekistan.
Because Gold Quality have to win the tournament overall in order to win on the Smash Rules. But Ragnum can just survive it out until they die. Kill them, or just hope they don't win.
I would say it's a tight race going into the last one, but if Regnum Karya ends up playing their game, if they make sure that just GOAT doesn't end up winning, this is theirs to win.
It is indeed. I'm very excited. This has been a long time coming for a lot of these players and this team as a whole, right? We've been wanting this since London, since PMGC. What was it, 2 points, 1 point, something like that?
It was damn close, yeah.
Yeah, so this would be nice for them to get this win, but GOAT are already looking for it. They're chasing it down. 85 points on the board for them. All they need is a chicken dinner in this last match.
Yeah, from the few chats we just had with some of the players, seeming like the overall idea is playing our own game, not really changing anything. Because again, their own playstyle they've been working on for like almost years now for some of the players has been perfected to try and get these wins. They're just going to stick to the game, try their best, but there could always be like just a random factor thrown in there and just put your entire plan to shame.
Us three just got a chance to talk to the Regnum Karya coach. We asked them anything different. No, we're just going to play our game. Maybe a chance of a hot drop. No, we think GOAT is just gonna land somewhere completely random, so we're not even gonna risk it. But he did say, Max, that they are willing to maybe compromise a little bit and try to cut him off in a rotation if possible.
Compromise! I think I heard that not too long ago. No, realistically, if you know the entry point of GOAT, how they tend to enter into the circle, you can just maybe go for wide rotation and shut that down specifically that way without really putting yourself in too bad a spot itself, right? So I think there's a really big opportunity. We do see stuff like that going down. But again, we're just theorizing at this point. Anything could happen. Phase 1 circle could be one of the weirdest circles we've seen in a long time. We might get an island finish over to the east. Okay, maybe not.
Don't.
But maybe.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That was one of the best finishes we have seen.
It kind of was, though.
D plus
fans
are like, oh, we want it again, but we're not here.
For GOAT, though, I mean, for this team, not only do they have to go pretty much try to win this game, right? They have to try to win via the smash roll if they want to become champions. But if they don't end up being the champions, if they don't end up winning, they need to be careful because there is one team that's fairly close by, 7 points away, and that's Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, I've been talking about them all day, 7, 3.
They hate that number.
2. Nigma Galaxy are chasing that second place, and you're right. There are only a few points left for them to close that gap and to actually beat GOAT out at that second place. And the way that they played that last game, 7 points seems to me entirely possible for Nigma Galaxy.
The third place curse, man, is really bad for Nigma Galaxy. But Redox said second place. We were trolling him, going like third place. He said we go in second place, which realistically, Nigma Galaxy, when it comes to getting wins, like they do struggle, but they tend to always get some pretty high point games, like at least elimination-wise. I think there's a high chance that here GOAT could just be targeted by a team they don't expect, which could be Nigma Galaxy, because at this point, I don't think they have too much to lose realistically.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the other teams. One team that you actually mentioned that doesn't really matter when we look at the overall, but it does matter of what they're able to do here. It's going to be 4MV. This team, nowhere near the front, right? I looked at top earlier. I was like, I'm kind of sleeping right now, and he just laughed it off. Don't worry, I have a good friendship with him.
Fair enough.
he got the joke. He got the joke. But the thing is that team is able to frag out. So you're talking about targeting. You're talking about some of these teams having to worry about that. If you do go against a team that has been really fragging heavy, for example, like 4MV, if you're trying to be Regnum Karya and make sure that GOAT doesn't end up winning, if you're trying to be GOAT and make sure that you do end up winning this last match, they need to make sure they back off from that fight in Aptura.
Absolutely. I felt like 4MV were just only now starting to wake up, which is a real shame because it's match 12 and it doesn't matter anymore. But that does pose a risk for teams in that smash zone. GOAT, Nigma even, as well as Regnum, right? So yes, definitely something to look out for. A few other teams, I mean, Upgrade just got a win on Miramar. We know them to be a heavily fragging team. Again, not in a position to actually take the tournament win, but certainly in a position to be very, very dangerous.
Wow, beyond excited, man. I have, how's this game going to go down from minute 1? It could be one of the weirdest games we've ever seen, or it could just be like down to the normal gameplay until the very last few circles like we had in the last triangle. Expectations are high. What are we going to get at the end? We have no idea, but man, I'm telling you, the smash roll might just be happening very soon.
You know what? Let's do something that we haven't done throughout this whole tournament that much. Let's try to do a quick little prediction game.
Ooh.
I'm going to start off with you, Neptura.
Regnum.
Regnum?
Yes.
To win this match,
Nigma to win this match, Regnum to win the whole thing. Oh, hi.
Max! You
I
know
can
what?
see John.
Before we go with your prediction, John, going into this last match, do you think GOAT is going to be able to clutch it up and win it via the smash rule, or do you think it's going to be Regnum Karya?
I think it's quite unlikely for GOAT to be able to clutch this one up. You know who I'm backing? It's who the crowd's backing. That's right, Upgrade.
Oh.
This
back to
guy.
back.
This.
Nice.
Oh.
Get a load of this guy.
Disappointed. That's crazy. What a wild prediction.
My third unofficial analyst.
Yeah.
By the way, you do have some amazing points.
I
during
think
that
I'm
game.
off Queen by
Who
2K
you
plus
Regnum
for
Karya,
monetization.
I think that they've
I
already,
need, let me
it's
see.
weird how quickly they've cracked the code on Smash Rules.
I need 2,000
that's all I
plus
need to say.
hours
Yep. It is weird how quickly they've
in
cracked the
order
rules
to hit
because
that.
it immediately know
If
that they
you're
just
still
need to
here,
be a nuisance at this point.
since
And
you
they're far
asked.
enough ahead. There's a lot of nuances to it, which I had not thought about before until we actually got into Tarn proper. So honestly, very exciting rule set.
So that's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah. Pretty big brain.
He's ready. They're so relaxed too right now. They've been in this situation before. They know exactly what they have to do. It's theirs to lose. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, did you predict?
It is going to be Max Man pick.
Regnum Karya, no smash.
Alrighty. So you know what? Let's get ready here as we're going to be going to the final game of the PMGO Uzbekistan 2025. I'm excited to find out who's going to end up winning. Could it be Regnum Karya? Could it be GOAT via the smash rule? Boys, take it away.
You know, it's crazy that Maxman predicted 4MV in those final moments to get a 79-point game and win the entire thing. I don't know how he could have said that, to be honest. But
Yep.
we are going
We
to
are
our final
working.
match. We have gone the distance. The question is, smash
I just need
or
to
no
upload
smash?
more videos
Smashless. I think
and
it's a smashless one. We'll see
stream
though.
more
Can be proven wrong
in order
very
to
easily.
hit it.
We'll see what happens. I mean, for Regnum Karya,
I can take a
honestly,
screenshot
for them, it has been a wonderful tournament. Like
of
I
it
said earlier,
and
I think
send
Silas
you it
absolutely deserves
after.
this win here
But
at
I'm
PMGO.
off by
That team, not just
2,000
him, but his
plus
team as well. I mean,
hours.
Wild, Loxy, they're all so good at the game. And I'm very, very proud to see their development over time because they started on Regnum Karya looking really quite all over the place. But since then, things have only gone from kind of, you know, lackluster to better, all right, to even better, to PMGC. They've almost got it, and now here at the PMGO, they're looking to take themselves an international stage, and I really do believe it can happen. But this is interesting. Regnum Karya heading down towards Picado. They decided not to go up towards La Cobreria because they assumed
Use their team
that
to win it all.
Quality would be switching their drop spot, which they do with Victoria Armada. But if they drop La Cobreria, they could have held them out. But there's a lot of variables there, and I think you just want to take variables out the mix here for Regnum Karya. If they're able to get 10 points ahead, that 85-point margin, and GOAT goes out early, it's just over really at that point, isn't it? So Regnum Karya looking for a consistent game.
Seems to be what is on their minds. What will be at the forefront. I think, and they touched on it on the desk, the biggest conversation for me is Nigma Galaxy or GOAT Quality. In second place, who's going to be able to take that second place?
Streamlabs
Because
for
right
what?
now,
Are you
GOAT Quality
streaming from a
85 points,
PC or
7
your
points
phone?
ahead of second place, sorry, of
As
third
in
place, Nigma
Streamlabs,
Galaxy.
the app?
And I feel like Nigma Galaxy have started to turn up, especially in that last match. Maybe some missteps in those final moments, but either way, I think that is solvable.
Yeah, I think for Nigma Galaxy, the problem with them right now is that they are a very competent team that sometimes doesn't have the confidence in themselves to make maneuvers that they could pull off. And I think that it has taken quite a while because Nigma Galaxy started out as a pretty haphazard team, to be honest, when it was put together. And slowly over time, they learned each other's mentalities, how they play
let me
around one
take a
another,
screenshot
and
and send you now of the app I use. You should install it, you can stream from that, and it's really good. That's what I'm using now. Let me send you a screenshot.
Yes, we can take
You
this
can,
4v4 easily.
yeah, it's on
they just haven't
iOS,
quite
so
got
you
there
should
yet.
be
But
fine.
I'm really, really proud of all of them. And I love a team. More than anything, I love a team that sticks together and works through their problems because that doesn't happen more than enough in PUBG Mobile. It's like
Yeah, you
one
can search for it in your
loss
app store.
and teams disband. So very, very happy to see Nigma Galaxy stick with this team, realizing that there is potential there.
It's teams like Team Spirit that spring to mind when you talk about longevity. Obviously, there was a bit of a shuffle a year or two back, but they have had a fairly consistent setup. I mean, they are fairly solid there, but you're right, Regnum Kaya definitely now starting to keep themselves together, and Enigma Galaxy as well, these two teams. I mean, they're demonstrating.
Enigma
what
we
that sort of
need
cohesion
what?
can do.
I just don't think this is how you win a
22
game, though.
and
GOAT must know they need a smash on this match. And if they were to overtake Regnum Kaya at 106 points, it would probably have to be a chicken dinner anyway, right?
No, just get like 23 elims.
Yeah.
Go down third.
So I think for GOAT, like playing up here, Torre Armada, it's so out of the way. It'll be a long road.
so Enigma we need 19 kills and a win to win the tournament overall, which is impossible.
Very, very nice for them.
Or hard. It's not impossible, but it's hard to get at this point.
Playing with his food on this point. At this point, there are 3 players from LGD staring down Zeptimus just then. They're like, should we get this point? They were like, wait, I'm not ready.
Engage fire.
Engage. Bang. He's dead.
I mean, they confirmed it.
They did do that.
I'll give them that.
A whole point for LGD. 71 points. They are also technically in that conversation for second place. For the PEL, to be able to jump on up there would be good. It would be probably one of the best performances we've seen from the region.
Yeah, Queen, when you install it, I can help you get everything set up. I've been using it for a while, so I know everything about that app basically. The only thing is locked at 30 frames, which hopefully in the future they'll release an update where I can get more frames. I think that's just the issue I'm having with it right now. It's not that much frames.
I will say, it has made it very exciting though. So,
I agree.
I like that about it.
It's true. Although I am going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, just no 3-match smash. I will not be sleeping tonight. Flight very early.
Ah, that's true. Mine's in the afternoon. I'm pretty happy about that. Either way.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah. Kind of is, actually. Kind of slick with it. Love a 3 PM flight. Regnum Kaya still just holding their nerve in the middle of the map. This match is entirely, this tournament is entirely dependent on what Go Quality opt to do here. They are now mounting up from Torre Armada. Where do they go? We could have a Crater Fields finish. We could go back to La Drillera on a pretty crazy shift down to the southwest side, a Montenuevo kind of area. Enigma Galaxy. Paragin rolls up with the buggy, and the buggy rolls away from him. That should be an easy pickup, but Navallo has lead sent his way too. From off in the distance, Paragin goes down. He does get the point though, Navallo attributed for the Ela.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really many other places that Paragin could have gone there. He'd already scaled 500 feet up into the air. So DX Xavier do lose a player, which is pretty significant in terms of the points tables. 6th place right now, very close for a lot of teams around them. And honestly, 59 to 66, that's from 12. 57 to 66, that's from 13. There's a lot of movement towards the middle of the table.
Oh, there is. I mean, big games for anybody down towards maybe 10th could see them in 2nd place if a massive chicken dinner comes through. But it is all on elimination count. Enigma Galaxy are going to look to snaffle those away. So are LGD to try and push their way up to.
RMV very close to Regnum Kaya. Goat still moving in on that northern side. R8's in front of them over towards water treatment. Enigma Galaxy having that lineup across the hilltops. Oh, hiding. Regnum Kaya actually just hiding. Sneaky moves.
RMV close by. Nice. Briefus finds out Silas doesn't want to hide. Spotted by Top. Does get to cover. Is it going to be Resible? It's going to be a long way for them to go. Look at how far away they are. He is completely isolated. Silas with a bad time. The smoke's starting to bloom off in the distance. Regnum Kaya are mounting a mission here to get this one back in control.
I don't think the boys can get to him. I do not think the boys can get to him.
Oh, Black Esports. Lord Cedric. What's going on here then? Third party. Top says no. Back off. These are ours.
Circle moves up towards the north though, giving Go a good chance at this one.
Wow.
They could move down towards Hacienda itself quite quickly. And that's Silas being flushed out, leaving Regnum Karya on 3. Not a way you want to start your game. Loxy gets knocked by Doc. Is Regnum Karya going out this early in this match?
Made in. Toshpik needs to tag the res now. Loxy going down, and he will fall. Toshpik getting peppered. Off angle there, Wild behind the bales. They need to hide now. 106 may be drawn short. This is an opening, and things just got tenser.
It's literally Wild. Last alive for the team.
Yeah,
he's going to have to go the distance. I think, personally, the only problem with Smash rules for these teams is that it's absolutely getting into their mental space. And they literally changed up what they did last time, which I think worked perfectly. Toshpik flushed out, Wild, final player remaining, go towards water treatment. R8 being pressed right now by Nongshan Red Force. Wild's down. Regnum Karya out in 16th.
That is a turn up for the books. To close it down like that. A non-moving target now for GO Quality, even if they don't get a chicken dinner. 21 points.
That's not impossible at all. It's an 11 elim game, which is a pretty casual chicken dinner.
Vinny on the door frame with a pump action for 1. Last player to stand for Nongshan Red Force.
Ooh,
1v3 on the door frame. Binny bashes them back, but Nigma Galaxy on the outside here, looking to try and add to their tally. A lot of points to be snaffled away here. Narvalo picks up that first. 2 elims earned already, and now they're only 5 behind GO.
Not far behind at all, 80 at the moment. GO Quality with that 85. Currently up towards water treatment. They've got fairly decent position to play around on these ridge sides, but the 721 is coming in thick and fast right now. Let's just read it. Regnum Karya are out. Okay? In 16. Are they just getting prepared for the ceremony, perhaps?
Silas is sitting back in his chair. I'm taking a look over to his desk right now. His head reclined. He is chilling.
Part of the plan. We turned up, we had a good time, we went home.
One fight changes it all.
And by 4MV nonetheless. Team that has been sleeping.
That's what Maxman was saying.
Yeah.
A 50, 100 million elim game, and it starts with the tournament toppers.
Let's zero back in on this match for a second.
Understandable.
Northwest is GOAT Quality. Trying to play on these ridge sides, but a lot of teams are going to be coming in quite quickly. 4MV, the pressure's off now, in which case they could decide that they could play the game again, apparently.
Cyber, top taking shots. They're up to 5 elims, Blank.
Is that death?
No, it's only half his health bar. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. Doc's there. I think they know he's on this corner. We'll be able to get a look into the barrel.
Oh, yeah, this is the 4MV I remember.
They're actually kind of good at this game. I don't know if you guys realize this.
So 4MV taking down Regnum Karya at the start, potentially ruining the chances of the Turkish team taking PMGO. We'll have to wait and see for GO Quality and what they'll do with the rest of this match. It also wouldn't be out of this world for Nigma Galaxy to surpass them. It would they'd be a large game, but not a crazy large game. What would it be? 3 elims right now. 16. They need a 19 elim game. Pretty large.
Yeah, they would have to be pretty large. That is for certain.
But not out of this world.
No. Maybe. Out of this galaxy? Out of this Nigma Galaxy?
That's right. That's crazy.
That's so, because you made that joke first, but I just like did it explicitly.
Yeah. Players from Regnum Karya. GOAT is playing rather slow, which isn't really their MO. And again, this is what I'm talking about in terms of the way that the mental game kind of creeps in with the smash rule, is that GOAT know they need a chicken dinner now, right? That is the essential turnout. It makes you play differently. It makes you play differently, and I think you can run simulations on how this would go down, but when it comes to the psychology of the players, that does switch things up.
You know what was crazy about that replay, by the way, for Nongshim Red Force? That was the last shell in the pump action shotgun for Binny to be able to take that 1v3 down. Every single shot counts.
Yeah, he's a recycling Binny.
That's right. He's in there, keeping the environment nice and green.
Circle moves off from that northwest, which forces GOAT Quality to move out into open ground. He can play underneath this ridge where Nepex is currently playing, but Enigma Galaxy extremely close.
They are pushed across the road. GOAT Quality.
Oh, I hate
into the
this
building.
spot, man. I hate this spot so much.
How much further are Enigma Galaxy going to go? Now Valor and Ralph wandering around, hopefully not aimlessly, nearby to Hellion, and you're going to farm points. Maybe. That's the team to crash into. Falcon, Brarinho, Azik as well. Groza all pulling pins on nades. Redox is in for the backup position. No, he's in for the pickup.
So Ralph crashed that nuance, right?
Yeah. Oh.
And then ran away. Redox gets popped out, trying to save Ralph. Ralph will go onwards though, you know. Thanks Redox, but that's it, bro. I'm gonna play without you now.
5 stars, no tip. Getting them out of dodge, and they've lost Snoix as well. They're down to 2 players, and I think their hopes are shrinking.
Yeah, we have to reiterate, it's a pretty essential game for them. I mean, it wasn't out of this galaxy to get up towards GOAT's position at 85 points. But now we are desperately far away from that position. And it's also possible that LGD overtakes Enigma Galaxy now, losing out this early on.
Yeah,
the reason I don't like GOAT's position is because you kind of need to have an outpost over towards the ridge, towards that southeast side. And if you don't have that, you have very limited information on how the circle is going to be progressing and how it's changing into the future. And right now, GOAT's really playing a slow game. Little boy will find Binny.
And out in the open too, unfortunately. No amount of shotgun shells is going to save you from that spray down. Influence Rage currently holding Hacienda up on the top of the hill. They have got the manor house under control. Diego sits on the roof tiles. We'll try and dance over them. Keep things nice and calm. Enigma Galaxy sit in their shadow, but they will need some interstellar subterfuge to be able to get all the way through this match.
Yeah, it's not happening. R8 and Aki Cyber both out. Both had pretty good runnings.
Oh.
Nepex finding one over towards Go. It's a long distance shot though. Unlikely to be answered with an elimination. They will get them up. Dick Xavier though, spotted by 4MV. Currently on 8 eliminations this game. And climbing.
How many do they need? He started on 41, trying to get to 85. That is 40, 44, 40, 45.
Yeah, that's probably not happening, but they could just have a calm 5th place, redeem themselves, final game.
That would be chill of them, I think.
Right, so Ghost starting to move out now. They absolutely need to. So they get up towards the ridge side, and this is where they need to get that scouting done. It is absolutely essential. Next circle drops, and it keeps them in on this ridge side. That's really quite nice for them.
Okay.
I need to worry about teams crossing up over towards that north side, though, like Reject or Dick Xavier, trying to take that position. The 7-2-1, though.
Yes, sir.
Yonix scouts off to the west.
Good spot on his forward position if he's lucky. Although luck really hasn't got anything to do with it. It's whether he's looking at his screen or not. Maybe. But not going to go too far afield, not just yet. The zone starting to crunch.
I know, right?
The pressure on.
I mean, they still can win
Remember,
queen
LGD
if
not out
Goat
of running.
die.
Certainly for a
They
second
still have a
place.
chance to win it
Maybe
all.
not first place, but still a chance for them. They've already got a point on the match.
Still quite a bit to keep track of
But
here.
he's kicking his chair right now. But as soon as GOAT go out or something, I know they're gonna be happy. But the thing is, GOAT is a really good team, so they can
They
win.
still got fairly far into the match. It's not unheard of. Goat would have to go out fairly quickly though here if Enigma Galaxy want to leapfrog them. But even then there's LGD and, like you say, 7-2-1 barreling their way down the corridor towards the upper placements.
There is a calm that settles in the foothills of Hacienda for stage 5. The moves to be made yet to come through. The 721 aggressors push up to the circle fairly straight away. Not too much. On the western side, out of San Martin, a little bit of conflict from DX Xavier and Reject, but will simmer down. LGD, the major push, and it will be enacted. Tian, the first, on the off angle, crashes into the side building, unoccupied. The second two follow up. Lings and Afu into the building, but Lings goes boom as Ramses lays a landmine beneath him. Mao Mao low HP, but the M249 though rattles off a couple. Will go down in response, so it's 2 players versus 3. Mao Mao flush. Ruzen in for the building. Molotov onto the top floor. No window hops this time. Afu wants the fight. Goes downstairs to try and flush out the pretender to it. Ruzen with the DBS, spots it, puts him down, and LGD may be falling here and now.
I mean, they're already massively diminished. And that Molotov should do the trick. He is just out of the way of it somehow. I have no clue how. Molotov will burn out his teammate.
They should know he's on this corner, the third party.
Tian still up?
Influence Rage now over the ridgeline. 4MV as well, also up to 10 elims on this southeast side.
Makes no sense how Tian doesn't go down there. I don't know what kind of elevation he had. Ling's very low. Molodoi will finish it off. That's the player to do it. Circle will be closing now. We can refocus back over towards GOAT quality. Stuck out on the northwest edge. This will push them in. This will force their hand.
Upgrade with 2 players on the southeast side. LGD fall for the PEL, 4th place at the moment, with the 721 aggressors wanting to take that away from them. They have had their moments here, but it is not where we will be putting our attention for the remainder of this game. 4MV finally take a casualty. They have been in the wars so far and profiting mightily from it.
Molodoi looking for even more. Unreal plays coming through from this guy all today. A huge elimination game coming off our previous Miramar. Now GOAT are gearing up to go. You can see them all in their vehicles. What's their next move? Reject crawls over towards the eastern side. They're heading over towards Nepex. They know they have to do something. This is the moment.
It could decide the tournament if they're able to clean through it. Horns down, head first, Goats charge in. Nepex on the backside of this compound don't have a front hold on it, and that's going to allow them up to the wall fairly cleanly. Varanik does take a little bit of damage, but they have the time to go for this one. The 721 aggressors could maybe flow in for a third party on this if they want to find the points, which I would hazard a guess that they do. We'll see if that comes into effect.
This could be good.
Ego nade up on high. Lands it? No, not quite on.
Now they know where he is as well, which is a little bit problematic, but they've given space here, allowed the 2 compounds at the front for GOAT to get in. Nades flowing through. Rex takes a little bit of a tickle there. GOAT's been saving utility for this moment in time. Nepex looking to hold them out. They've done it multiple times before with several other teams, but never quite with a team like GOAT.
GOAT have to win this fight. Regardless,
Again,
that's
another
it.
nade in, and it finds Domain. An opener onto the corner building. You can see Mukesh and Precious immediately needing to respond here. They're pushing in, but Go Quality are hot on this fight, on the trail of an Elim. And there they go, in for Rex. Ego first down, though. Will not be able to win the face. Mukesh has the backup. Varanick is next. Go Quality falling. Banati, the last to stand. Their hopes dwindling before their very eyes. Out in the open of the yard. Will be going for the fight. And it is
That's
all
it.
over for them. The Goats made mincemeat of by Nepex in the compound. And now
Bro,
it's
how-
only Enigma Galaxy that can change this. But
Bro.
Magnum Kaya,
Ragnam Kaya win. Nigma cannot win with 2 players or do much. But, bro, what? OMG, imagine if that was a tough fight. Going down like that, man. But hey, rewind the stream, I called it. I said Ragnam gonna win. And there, I'm gonna call it here. It's hard for Nigma to get 22. Let me see. They need a 16, 17 kill Elim. With 2 players, nah, that's not gonna happen.
Reject rolling across to Hellions. The Southwest
That's insane.
14 Elims for 4MV, by the way. They are popping off here. Falcon down first as Reject make the breach happen. Raurinho has to hold the corner with a DBS, but it's the nade from Groza to find the damage. Duello goes down, 1 for 1 on the trade. No third party yet,
Yeah,
but 4MV
they
getting
won
ready
Queen.
to stick in.
Growth
For this
throw,
fight,
not
open
so
sides on
hard.
this warehouse. They have the open doors to play around. Duello flushed away. The nade from Raurinho forced away by the burn from the Molotov. And Groza hops across the high ground.
I think Nepex was the team
Trying to
that
keep him in check right now.
stopped
Raurinho keeping this one going. Enigma Galaxy awaiting that
Ragnam
inevitable
from
push.
winning that errand job.
The MG3 in action.
Apollo with a nade. 4MV moving in, trying to get ahead of this curve. Groza down next. A nade in from Ragey. A nade in from Ragey. 2 go down. And now it's the last to fall. Reject. Hold it out. Hellion fall finally. 16th place locked in. They will not go no further. But who will find the opening? Enigma Galaxy on the east side with 6 teams remaining. They need to start racking up these Elims. These placement points will start to come too. 4MV may have their story cut short and they will fall. 15 Elims, 14th place.
Reject starts to work their way up the tables, but Nepex unwilling to give ground here as they move on down. Reject has a new task ahead of them. Enigma Galaxy holding out down towards southeast side. We are in the top 5 now. Enigma Galaxy needs 4 more points. 6 more points.
Who wins the tiebreaker? That's the question. Goat have at least 1 chicken dinner.
It's definitely Goat that wins the tiebreaker, so they need 6.
Clean 6. The 721 aggressors not out a possibility that they could also take this 2nd place away, Blank. 69 points to 85 is jumpable with a chicken dinner and 4 players alive, starting to light up. Over towards Rex, not going to get the flush yet though.
Spidey, the 721 aggressors, it goes central once again, forcing teams into the battleground. A cage match between 5 squads, all chomping at the bit on these tables.
It has been so close over the last 2 days, Blank. And it is always going to be close all the way to the end. The divisions between these teams, almost impossible to see through. No light can make it past that gap. Shoulder to shoulder with one another as they march towards stage 9.
5 teams in stage 8. A lot of players still in this one. Enigma Galaxy's got a lot of skin in the game here. Refusing to go down in 3rd. Airdrop picked up by Divine. Holy Bullets added to the roster.
Push from 721 aggressors. Backed off. Scouting done. Yonik dropped off. Has to hit the deck. Damage was sent his way. That's all the way from south from Influence Rage. Nade in from Yonik. Looks precious, short of the rock. The Molotov behind it. Enigma Galaxy have an angle too, but they have to move. Spray down from Aggressor. Good for one, good for Flush. That goes to Divine from Reject. Could be crucial. Still no points for the 721 Aggressors, but they have a position now. And Nepex wants to try and change that. Aggressor around the edge. Can't land the shotgun, but the Butcher's here to play. And the UMP able to take it down, Retribution found, but through it all, Enigma Galaxy now alone on the east side.
Butcher in the north had to move over towards the west to help out. 721 still grinding, still pushing. 5th place looking to move over the top from LGD, and they should do just that with the placement points alone. We are in the final circle. 5 teams remain.
Enigma Galaxy have claimed a point blank. With 1, they need 5 more. Reject, eliminate, influence, rage. They're picking up the points. 2nd place would be all Enigma Galaxy need on the eastern side. Can they find it? The blue zone's pushing them in. Aggressor. I don't think they have the points to reach 2nd, but can they assist Enigma Galaxy in their ascendancy? Out into the smoke. Will be shut down if they go down now. Ralph is low. Duello falls. Nepex. 3 teams remain. Ralph is there. Novello needs it. Novello, stay alive. That's all you need to find. The 721 Aggressor with the nades over the top. Reject now. Looking to keep it together. The blue zone's pushing, and he's going to get the res.
Navarro, that solo sentinel, needs to hold out on this southeast edge.
I think they need 1
721 Aggressors. They've got a foe in front of them. It is Reject, rejecting the possibility of going out in 3rd here.
Reject sightlines towards Novello. He makes it to the tree. The 721 Aggressors spot Ralph
down again.
Only Novello. He's down the blue zone. He's going to go down.
Oh,
That's disaster for Enigma Galaxy. How are they going to close this one out, though? As our attention turns to the table toppers. Reject getting overwhelmed by the hometown crowd, but it is not about them now. It is about Regnum Kaya. It is about the PMGO title. A great way to close it down here for Uzbekistan, but Turkey. Tumultuous applause.
Regnum Kaya, assisted by the rising sun and PMGC, but now that sun sets here in PMGO. And Silas takes yet again another international at PMGO.
A fantastic close down. Going down in 16th place, but it matters not a jot. GOAT quality could not go the distance. The mountain was too tall. And as they take to the stage, Toshbik, Wild, Loxy, and Silas. Regnum Kaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, 90,000 amateur players from over 150 countries, and we have found our champion. Uzbekistan, make some noise. It is your 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open Champions, Regnum Kaya Esports.
Qadrli teletomoshabinlar, aziz do'stlar.
Till the bitter end. Gentlemen, we have to have a quick conversation, don't we, here on the main stage? I've got to first and foremost say, we were here through the heartache at PMGC, so close yet so far. Now you've come back stronger than ever. Try to describe how you guys feel right now.
Nasıl hissettiğinizi böyle bir büyük zaferden sonra bize biraz anlatmak ister misiniz?
Yani çok mutluyuz.
Good win.
Çalıştık, başardık. Daha yolun başındayız bu sene. Kazanmamız gereken çok şey var. Destekleriniz için
They
teşekkür ediyorum.
finished second in PMGO.
Sağ olun.
No, not PMGO,
We really
PMGC.
studied, worked a lot, and we are here. And it's just the started of the way, so we have just started. We have so many things to win for this year. So thanks for your support.
We also had obviously the implementation of Smash rules in this, so it made it very, very nerve-wracking. Describe what it was like sitting there and waiting to see if you were going to be surpassed by GOAT quality.
Smash kuralının gerekliliklerinden dolayı takımın kaybetmesine, ya ölmesine rağmen orada oturup beklemek, şampiyon olup olamayacağınızı bilemeden oturmak, sessizce durmak nasıl bir duyguydu?
PMGC'den daha gergin olduk. Yani gergindik bayağı. Cidden zordu yani oturup beklemek. Yani geçmiyordu zaman. Şu öldüklerini anlayınca çok şükür şampiyon olduğumuzu anladık.
It was much more stressful than PMGC, so it was really hard for us. And when we got that the GOAT killed, the other team killed, we got that we are the champions, so we were just relieved.
I mean, one final thing before I let you guys go. The crowd here have been absolutely phenomenal, and you could hear the support throughout the entire arena for the whole duration of today. What would you like to say to them? What would you like to say to your fans and your family at home who have been supporting you on this journey?
Hayranlarınıza ve sizi destekleyen bu süreçte sizin yanınızda olan ailenize ne söylemek istersiniz?
Bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Daha bir başlangıç. Daha fazla kazanmak istiyoruz. Anneme ve babama da selam gönderiyorum.
Thanks for supporters, and this is just beginning. So, and I'm saying hi to my dad and mom.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here on stage. Congratulations once again. We'll have you back on stage soon for our ceremony for the end of the show. But for now, we're going to head back to the analyst desk to break everything down of what we just saw in that match.
They should let them lift their trophy. What a match.
Regnum Karya, finally, after what happened in PMGC 2024, being able to become the champions here at 2025 PMGO, and Silas becomes one of the only few players to have 2 global trophies to his name.
Yeah, joining the ranks of Nova Esports, of Vampire, able to win 2 global trophy events, and the man is king once again. One of the best, if not now you can maybe say the best IGL currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. That man is just so damn good, and he proves it once more here in Uzbekistan.
So good. Every play that they came in that they weren't thwarted by was really, really, really good. We saw so much come in from them. We saw the aggression. We saw the strategy. We saw those epic rotations as well. Fully deserved. I think everybody watching is going to be rooting for them. So a massive, massive congratulations to Regnum Karya.
That was first place.
It was.
With that finish, we don't know who ended up second place because GOAT did end up getting eliminated.
So
and they
Nigma
weren't able
on
to
3
score any
kills.
eliminations. On top of
I
that,
think
we
they're
saw
tied.
Nigma Galaxy having 2 players alive.
I think
and
it's a tie.
The heroes, in a way, here of
Well,
Uzbekistan
no, they
trying to make
finished.
a push to the top 3. So you know what? Let's find out what the final rankings are as we're going to be
think
going
they're
to
tied.
overall.
But-
And who is in second place? The Nigma Galaxy!
They beat the
Second
Bro,
place being
GOAT
point. GOAT goes all the way down to 4th place. Tied at 85 apiece.
Oh my goodness me!
Nigma finished 3rd in
We were chatting to him earlier, saying 3rd
PMGC.
place, he wants to dodge it, they make it. The 2nd place is finally secured, they get the silver. But the tie for 3rd place, T721, having one of the biggest step-ups in the very last game. Absolute madness from this Uzbekistan team.
If for some reason this would have ended up being tied between T721 and Nigma Galaxy, they would have ended up winning because they did have 2 chicken dinners. But Nigma Galaxy, with those 2 players alive, being able to just stay alive a little bit longer, are able to finally clutch up a 2nd place after a heartbreaking 3rd place at PMGC.
Norvalo is the man, the myth, the legend from France specifically.
Yes!
Able to push them up at the last hurdle. Oh my word. Like, I'm looking at this Nigma roster. they have what it takes to win global trophies. I really hope to see this team stick together because, oh my word, these guys are crazy good at the good old PUBG Mobile.
They're showing it over and over again. Now let's keep going down the list. GOAT, as I mentioned, they end up going from 2nd place all the way to 4th. Rejects, the defending champions, they make it all the way to 5th. LGD, a team that looked like they were going to be challenging for that smash rule. A team that looked like coming into today, like they could be champions.
I think they were gonna finish 2nd Anata with Nigma, but from 2nd all the way to 4th, they dropped heavy on the prize pool.
1 point and actually beating Nongshim by 1 point as well. So very, very well fought by NepX, and Nongshim as well, able to stay on the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, we also did see LGD, no chicken dinner. I know this team can do amazing stuff. I just hope their next global event we do see a little bit more from LGD, hopefully. But second page, 4MV just became the villains of PMGO 2025. Just chasing down Regnum Kari. We're like, what is going to happen? They made that suspense happen purely because of their move.
I know I said Top wasn't angry that I told him that he's been sleeping, but I think I finally made him wake up. Or at least the whole team woke up with those 15 eliminations that they were able to get.
I'm sorry. Out of 58 points, 52 are eliminations, 6 placement points.
IHE.
Excuse me?
Again?
This team, to be fair, I gotta give this team some props in regards to, yes, all of their points are coming in from those eliminations. If they can narrow down max those placement points, this could be a scary team if they end up qualifying to PMWC.
This is just the beginning of their adventure, right, heading into PMGO. Though I do want to talk about 2 teams, Aki Cyber and also Upgrade. Local team having a little bit of a taste here of some of the best PUBG Mobile esport level out there, and I really hope we do see them come back stronger in their next adventure.
There you have the elimination leaders.
Wow.
20, 20, 20. And just to make it fair, Loxy there finishing off with the 20 and Doc 19.
I mean, that's 20-20-20 vision, right? That's 20-20-20.
He got 19 out of the 52 elims, right?
Yeah.
That's a crazy ratio for Dr.
That's crazy.
What? Okay.
Wow, all right, like a third of those elims, sure, why not? I mean, we knew it, he had it in him, but my goodness me. Molodoy coming in there from Upgrade. Tizzy,
how many of those elims did he get as a solo? Because he was
so
always just
many. He was always just solo.
That's mad. Hey, Tizzy, I'm excited.
You, sir, well done.
Yes,
Chuka.
you.
Chuka.
But you know what? That was just the elimination leaders. I want to see who's going to be the main event MVP. For everybody watching at home, take a quick guess. Who's it going to be? Any guesses?
Ooh,
I don't know, man.
I really don't.
All right, that's fine, because I don't know either. So you know what? Show us who is the MVP. In just a bit, we're leaving the suspense build up. We're letting you guys do the math in your head. I'm actually trying to think of who could be the MVP.
I mean,
but we just had so many good performances from a lot of players.
It might be Narvello, actually. He was popping off in Game 5. But then... No. All right, I'm just throwing it out there.
I think it might have to be somebody from those top eliminations.
Yeah, that's fair. Tizzy? Tizzy.
Yeah.
I'm going with Tizzy.
No, survival time's going to be way too low. No.
Oh. No, but he survived to like 3rd place in one of those games. As
could
a
be
solo.
Loxy.
Molodoy, like
Molodoy, maybe.
I mean,
Molodoy was popping off.
Where's the damage? Like, what's the survival time looking like? I'm not sure. Like, there's so many things than just eliminations to take into account for MVP.
Same with Molodoy. He did end up, I think it was in one match, 11 eliminations. So we don't know what happened with that. Well, you know what? I think it's time we stop guessing and we actually end up showing the main event MVP, because I'm ready for it. Everybody's ready for it, and it's none other than
Doc! What?
Finally, he gets an MVP award outside of CSA. I did not know it was possible, but the man does it despite one of the worst performances of 4MV.
That's hysterical. No way.
4MV are currently looking at this result, and they are just laughing at themselves.
How do we have an MVP with 17-minute survival time average? Since when does that happen? 7.
Eliminations.
Okay, I'm looking at Doc right now. He can't believe it either. He is laughing. He's like, how did I manage that? That is so funny. But well deserved.
You want to know the crazy part?
Funny.
this is wild. Now 4MV not only has one PMGC MVP, not only two PMGC MVPs, they can also add Doc to that lineup, which is now the 2025 PMGO MVP.
Like winning the tournament, I sleep. MVP on the way, ready. Right.
Money in my pocket.
Okay, I was like, oh man, there's no way we outbeat PMGC last game of last year, and I'm like, so many confusing things happening.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, man.
That's crazy.
This PMGO has been amazing. It's been a pleasure working with you, Max. It's been a pleasure working with you, Neptura. My name is the 7WG, but let's send it over to Barney.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage for the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open closing ceremony. We would like to kick things off by inviting a very special guest up here onto the main stage to present our third place finishers check. It is, of course, the General Manager of PUBG Mobile Publishing and Global Esports and Head of Emerging Markets Publishing, Tencent Games, Herman Zhao.
Xonimlar va janoblar, Toshkent shahri mezbonlik qilgan PUBG Mobile Global Open'ning qaynoq taassurotlarini davom ettiramiz va hozirgina bizni yonimizga kelib qo'shilgan inson taqdirlash marosimida bizga yaqindan yordam beradi. Xalqaro esports va PUBG Mobile nashriyoti bosh direktori, yangi yo'nalishlar va nashrlar bo'yicha direktor Herman Zhao janoblari. Qarsaklar eshitilmayapti.
And now, in third place at the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open, make some noise for the 7-2-1 aggressors!
Qadrli do'stlar, 3-chi o'rin sohiblari, vakillarimiz, qarsaklar bilan qarshi oling. Z721 aggressor jamoasi! Ular uchun 40,000 AQSh dollari mukofoti taqdim etilyapti. Olqishlab turamiz.
Congratulations, gentlemen. There is a check for $40,000 that you are holding right there. An absolutely impressive performance, and hopefully this will fuel your fire for your next live event.
Qarsaklar eshitilmayapti, qadrli do'stlar. Tabriklaymiz, sog' bo'ling, salomat bo'ling.
Herman, you stay right here, you can stay here. And now, please welcome to the stage your second place finishers at the PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025, Nigma Galaxy.
Ikkinchi o'rin sohiblari, Nigma Galaxy jamoasi.
And Herman is going to present you with your check for $50,000. Congratulations.
Ular uchun 50,000 AQSh dollari mukofoti topshirildi. Qarsaklar bilan olqishlab qo'yamiz.
You should all be so proud of yourselves. Congratulations once again, and we cannot wait to see you at the next competition. And thank you again to Herman Zhao for joining us here on the main stage. Okay, it is about that time. It is time to welcome to the stage. Oh, it is indeed your General Manager of Lightspeed Studios, Quantum Studios, and Airplay Studio Tencent Games, Mr. Silite Yang. And of course, it is also the producer of PUBG Mobile and General Manager of Lightspeed Studios Tencent Games, Rick Lee.
Demak, birinchi o'rinni taqdirlash uchun sahnaga taklif etildi. Lightspeed hamda Airplay studiyasi va Tencent Gaming bosh direktori Light Yang hamda PUBG Mobile produseri Lightspeed studiyasi va Tencent Gaming bosh direktori Rick Lee janoblari. Demak,
and now it is time to welcome back to the main stage your champions of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open, Regnum Carrier Esports.
PUBG Mobile Global Open'ning chempionlari Regnum Carrier Esports jamoasi qarshi oling.
And you have this check right here for $100,000. Congratulations.
Ular uchun 100,000 AQSh dollari mukofoti taqdim etildi.
You finished in style and it was truly spectacular to witness. Congratulations once again. Okay, Rick Lee, Silat Yang, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. You may now exit the stage. Regnum Carrier, I'm going to take this check from you, and I would like you for one final time to lift that trophy and cement your legacy in PUBG Mobile esports history books. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time for your champions, Regnum Carrier Esports.
Regnum Carrier jamoasi Chempionlik kubogini ko'tarmoqda.
What an absolutely phenomenal week of competition we have had here in Tashkent, but from the Uzbekistan finals to the prelims, and now with our Smash Rules main event, we couldn't have asked for a better set. Congratulations once again to our 2025 PMGO champions, Regnum Carrier Esports. Thank you so much to all of the players, to all of production and talent for putting on such a fantastic event. My name is Barney Banks, and that is Maruf over there, and we will see you at our next event. Good night.
Xonimlar va janoblar, bir hafta davomida kibersport muxlislarining e'tibori Toshkent shahriga qaratildi. O'zbekiston finalidan to asosiy musobaqalargacha hammani hayajonda ushlab turgan ushbu chempionatga va ijodiy jamoaga minnatdorchilik izhor etamiz. Men Ma'rufxo'ja va hamkasbim Barni shu nuqtada siz bilan xayrlashamiz.
Up. Let me just hit the lobby that's super chill where I can talk to you guys. Not that many noise, but what a journey. Viewer party in PMGO was good. I like to watch tournaments because I can learn a lot from it, and it helps me whenever I'm playing scrims or I'm in tournaments. So that is something I love and I enjoy watching. And thanks to PUBG Mobile for allowing me to view a party in this, and thanks to all you guys who stayed chill with me, hang out over these couple of days. It was a blast. I will do it again. More like a esports World Cup, PUBG Mobile esports World Cup. I'll do another view party. So that's it for now. I hope you all enjoy. Thanks for watching. I will be playing in Titan Series Week 3 tomorrow and Tuesday, and then it's just back to regular streaming. So I might, yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. But That's it for now. Thanks for watching. Thanks to everyone that hung out. You killed PUBG, Queen, and for those who are always here lurking. I notice you guys, but thanks for watching. That's it for now. Catch y'all in the next one. I'll be back, folks. See ya.